The New Prime. Music, carnival lights, the slide of feet on waxed oak, perfume, muffled talk and laughter. Arthur Caversham of 20th century Boston felt air along his skin and discovered himself to be stark naked. It was at Janice Paget's coming-out party. 300 guests in formal evening wear surrounded him. For a moment he felt no emotion beyond vague bewilderment. His presence seemed the outcome of logical events, but his memory was fogged, and he could find no definite anchor of certainty. He stood a little apart from the rest of the stag line, facing the red and gold calliope where the orchestra sat. The buffet, the punch bowl, the champagne wagons, tended by clowns, were to his right. To the left, through the open flap of the circus tent, lay the garden, now lit by strings of colored lights, red, green, yellow, blue, and he caught a glimpse of a merry-go-round across the lawn. Why was he here? He had no recollection, no sense of purpose. The night was warm. The other young men in the full dress suits must feel rather sticky, he thought. An idea tugged at a corner of his mind, nagged, teased. There was a significant aspect to the affair which he was overlooking. Refusing to surface, the idea lay like an irritant just below the level of his conscious mind. He noticed that the young men nearby had moved away from him. He heard chortles of amusement, astonished exclamations. A girl dancing past saw him over the arm of her escort. She gave a startled squeak, jerked her eyes away, giggling and blushing. Something was wrong. These young men and women were startled and amazed by his naked skin to the point of embarrassment. The gnaw of urgency came closer to the surface. He must do something. Taboos felt with such intensity might not be violated without unpleasant consequences. Such was his understanding. He was lacking garments. These he must obtain. He looked about him, inspecting the young men who watched him with ribald delight, disgust, or curiosity. To one of these latter he addressed himself. "Where can I get some clothing?" The young man shrugged. "Where did you leave it?" Two heavy-set men in dark blue uniforms entered the tent. Arthur Caversham saw them from the corner of his eye, and his mind worked with desperate intensity. This young man seemed typical of those around him. What sort of appeal would have meaning for him? Like any other human being, he could be moved to action if the right chord were struck. By what method could he be moved? Sympathy? Threats? The prospect of advantage or profit? Caversham rejected all of these. By violating the taboo, he had forfeited his claim to sympathy. A threat would excite derision, and he had no profit or advantage to offer. The stimulus must be more devious. He reflected that young men customarily banded together in secret societies. In the 1,000 cultures he had studied, this was almost infallibly true. Longhouses, drug cults, tongs, instruments of sexual initiation, whatever the name, the external aspects were near identical. Painful initiation, secret signs and passwords, uniformity of group conduct, obligation to service. If this young man were a member of such an association, he might react to an appeal to this group spirit. Arthur Caversham said, "I've been put in this taboo situation by the Brotherhood. In the name of the Brotherhood, find me some suitable garments." The young man stared, taken aback. "Brotherhood? You mean fraternity?" Enlightenment spread over his face. "Is this some kind of Hell Week stunt?" He laughed. "If it is, they sure go all the way." "Yes," said Arthur Caversham. "My fraternity." The young man said, "This way, then. And hurry, here comes the law. We'll take off under the tent. I'll lend you my topcoat till you make it back to your house." The two uniformed men, pushing quietly through the dancers, were almost upon them. The young man lifted the flap of the tent. Arthur Caversham ducked under. His friend followed. Together they ran through the many-colored shadows to a little booth painted with gay red and white stripes near the entrance to the tent. "You stay back, out of sight," said the young man. "I'll check out my coat." "Fine," said Arthur Caversham. The young man hesitated. "What's your house? Where do you go to school?" Arthur Caversham desperately searched his mind for an answer. A single fact reached the surface. "I'm from Boston." "Boston, you? Or MIT? Or Harvard? Harvard. Ah, the young man nodded. I'm Washington and Lee myself. What's your house? I'm not supposed to say. Oh, said the young man, puzzled but satisfied. Well, just a minute. Bearwald the Halforn halted, numb with despair and exhaustion. The remnants of his platoon sank to the ground around him, and they stared back to where the rim of the night flickered and glowed with fire. Many villages, many wood-gabled farmhouses had been given the torch, and the brands from Mount Medallion reveled in human blood. The pulse of a distant drum touched Bearwald's skin, a deep thrum, 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 almost inaudible. Much closer, he heard a hoarse human cry of fright, then exultant killing calls, not human. The brands were tall, black, man-shaped, but not men. They had eyes like lamps of red glass, bright white teeth, and tonight they seemed bent on slaughtering all the men of the world. "Down!" hissed Canaw, his right arm guard, and Bearwald crouched. Across the flaring sky marched a column of tall brand warriors, rocking jauntily, without fear. Bearwald said suddenly, "Men, we are 13. Fighting arm to arm with these monsters, we are helpless. Tonight their total force is down from the mountain. The hive must be near deserted. What can we lose if we undertake to burn the home hive of the brands? Only our lives. And what are these now?" Canaw said, "Our lives are nothing. Let us be off at once." "May our vengeance be great," said Brockten, the left arm guard. "May the home hive of the brands be white ashes this coming morn." Mount Medallion loomed overhead. The oval hive lay in Pangbourne Valley. At the mouth of the valley, Bearwald divided the platoon into two halves, and placed Canaw in the van of the second. "We move silently 20 yards apart. Thus, if either party rouses a brand, the other may attack from the rear, and so kill the monster before the veil is roused. Do all understand?" "We understand." "Forward, then, to the hive." The valley reeked with an odor like sour leather. From the direction of the hive came a muffled clanging. The ground was soft, covered with runner moss. Careful feet made no sound. Crouching low, Bearwald could see the shapes of his men burning against the sky, here indigo with a violet rim. The angry glare of burning Echavasa lay down the slope to the south. A sound. Bearwald hissed, and the columns froze. They waited. Thud, 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 thud came the steps. Then a hoarse cry of rage and alarm. "Kill! Kill the beast!" yelled Bearwald. The brand swung his club like a scythe, lifting one man, carrying the body around with the after swing. Bearwald leapt close, struck with his blade, slicing as he hewed. He felt the tendons part, smelled the hot gush of brand blood. The clanging had stopped now, and brand cries carried across the night. "Forward!" panted Bearwald. "Out with your tinder! Strike fire to the hive! Burn! Burn! Burn!" Abandoning stealth, he ran forward. Ahead loomed the dark dome. Immature brands came surging forth, squeaking and squalling, and with them came the genetrices, 20-foot monsters crawling on hands and feet, grunting and snapping as they moved. "Kill!" yelled Bearwald the Halforn. "Kill! Fire! Fire! Fire!" He dashed to the hive, crouched, struck spark to tinder, puffed. The rag, soaked with saltpeter, flared. Bearwald fed it straw, thrust it against the hive. The reed pulp and withe crackled. He leapt up as a horde of young brands darted at him. His blade rose and fell. They were cleft, no match for his frenzy. Creeping close came the great brand genetrices, 3 of them, swollen of abdomen, exuding an odor vile to his nostrils. "Out with the fire!" yelled the first. "Fire, out! The Great Mother is tombed within. She lies too fecund to move. Fire, woe, destruction!" And they wailed, "Where are the mighty? Where are our warriors?" Thrum, thrum, thrum came the sound of skin drums. Up the valley rolled the echo of hoarse brand voices. Bearwald stood back to the blaze. He darted forward, severed the head of a creeping genetrix, jumped back. Where were his men? "Kennaugh," he called. "Leda! Theat! Georg! Brocktan!" He craned his neck, saw the flicker of fires. "Men! Kill the creeping mothers!" And leaping forward once more, he hacked and hewed, and another genetrix sighed and groaned and rolled flat. The brand voices changed to alarm, the triumphant drumming halted, the thud of footsteps became loud. At Bearwald's back, the hive burnt with a pleasant heat. Within came a shrill keening, a cry of vast pain. In the leaping blaze, he saw the charging brand warriors. Their eyes glared like embers, their teeth shone like white sparks. They came forward, swinging their clubs, and Bearwald gripped his sword, too proud to flee. After grounding his air sled, Saston sat a few minutes inspecting the dead city Thurlach, a wall of earthen brick 100 feet high, a dusty portal, and a few crumbled roofs lifting above the battlements. Behind the city, the desert spread across the near, middle, and far distance to the hazy shapes of the Altaloon Mountains at the horizon, pink in the light of the twin suns Mig and Pag. Scouting from above, he had seen no sign of life, nor had he expected any, after 1,000 years of abandonment. Perhaps a few sand-crawlers wallowed in the heat of the ancient bazaar. Perhaps a few Leobars inhabited the crumbled masonry. Otherwise, the streets would feel his presence with great surprise. Jumping from the air sled, Saston advanced toward the portal. He passed under, stood looking right and left with interest. In the parched air, the brick buildings stood almost eternal. The wind smoothed and rounded all harsh angles. The glass had been cracked by the heat of day and chill of night. Heaps of sand clogged the passageways. 3 streets led away from the portal, and Saston could find nothing to choose between them. Each was dusty, narrow, and each twisted out of his line of vision after 100 yards. Saston rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Somewhere in the city lay a brass-bound coffer containing the crown and shield parchment. This, according to tradition, set a precedent for the fief-holder's immunity from energy tax. Gley, who was Saston's liege lord, having cited the parchment as justification for his delinquency, had been challenged to show validity. Now he lay in prison on charge of rebellion, and in the morning he would be nailed to the bottom of an air sled and sent drifting into the west, unless Saston returned with the parchment. After 1,000 years, there was small cause for optimism, thought Saston. However, the Lord Gley was a fair man, and he would leave no stone unturned. If it existed, the chest presumably would lie in state, in the town's legalic, or the mosque, or in the Hall of Relicts, or possibly in the sumptuar. He would search all of these, allowing 2 hours per building. The 8 hours so used would see the end to the pink daylight. At random, he entered the street in the center and shortly came to a plaza at whose far end rose the legalic, the Hall of Records, and Decisions. At the facade, Saston paused, for the interior was dim and gloomy. No sound came from the dusty void save the sigh and whisper of the dry wind. He entered. The great hall was empty. The walls were illuminated with frescoes of red and blue, as bright as if painted yesterday. There were 6 to each wall, the top half displaying a criminal act, and the bottom half the penalty. Saston passed through the hall, into the chambers behind. He found but dust and the smell of dust. Into the crypts he ventured, and these were lit by oubliettes. There was much litter and rubble, but no brass coffer. Up and out into the clean air he went, and strode across the plaza to the mosque, where he entered under the massive architrave. The nunciator's confirmatory lay wide and bare and clean, for the tessellated floor was swept by a powerful draught. 1,000 apertures opened from the low ceiling, each communicating with a cell overhead, thus arranged so that the devout might seek counsel with the nunciator as he passed below without disturbing their attitudes of supplication. In the center of the pavilion, a disk of glass roofed a recess. Below was a coffer, and in the coffer rested a brass-bound chest. Saston sprang down the steps in high hopes. But the chest contained jewels, the tiara of the old queen, the chest velopes of the Gonwand Corps, the great ball, half emerald, half ruby, which in the ancient ages was rolled across the plaza to signify the passage of the old year. Seysten tumbled them all back in the coffer. Relics on this planet of dead cities had no value, and synthetic gems were infinitely superior in luminosity and water. Leaving the mosque, he studied the height of the suns. The zenith was past, the moving balls of pink fire leaned to the west. He hesitated, frowning and blinking at the hot earthen walls, considering that not impossibly both coffer and parchment were fable, like so many others regarding dead Thurlach. A gust of wind swirled across the plaza, and Seysten choked on a dry throat. He spat, and an acrid taste bit his mouth. An old fountain opened in the wall nearby. He examined it wistfully, but water was not even a memory along these dead streets. Once again he cleared his throat, spat, turned across the city toward the Hall of Relics. He entered the great nave, past square pillars built of earth and brick. Pink shafts of light struck down from the cracks and gaps in the roof, and he was like a midge in the vast space. To all sides were niches cased in glass, and each held an object of ancient reverence. The armor in which Plange the Forewarned led the blue flags, the coronet of the first serpent, an array of antique padang skulls, Princess Thermosteralium's bridal gown of woven cobweb palladium, as fresh as the day she wore it, the original tablets of legality, the great conch throne of an early dynasty, a dozen other objects, but the coffer was not among them. Seysten sought for entrance to a possible crypt, but except where the currents of dusty air had channeled grooves in the porphyry, the floor was smooth. Out once more into the dead streets, and now the suns had passed behind the crumbled roofs, leaving the streets in magenta shadow. With leaden feet, burning throat, and a sense of defeat, Seysten turned to the sumptuar on the citadel. Up the wide steps, under the verdigris-fronted portico, into a lobby painted with vivid frescoes. These depicted the maidens of ancient Thurlach at work, at play, amid sorrow and joy, slim creatures with short black hair and glowing ivory skin, as graceful as water veins, as round and delectable as Morreion plums. Seysten passed through the lobby with many side glances, thinking sadly that these ancient creatures of delight were now the dust he trod under his feet. He walked down a corridor which made a circuit of the building, and from which the chambers and apartments of the sumptuar might be entered. The wisps of a wonderful rug crunched under his feet, and the walls displayed moldy tatters, once tapestries of the finest weave. At the entrance to each chamber, a fresco pictured the sumptuar maiden and the sign she served. At each of these chambers, Seysten paused, made a quick investigation, and so passed on to the next. The beams slanting in through the cracks served him as a gauge of time, and they flattened ever more toward the horizontal. Chamber after chamber after chamber. There were chests in some, altars in others, cases of manifestos, triptychs, and fonts in others. But never the chest he sought. And ahead was the lobby where he had entered the building. 3 more chambers were to be searched, then the light would be gone. He came to the first of these, and this was hung with a new curtain. Pushing it aside, he found himself looking into an outside court, full in the long light of the twin suns. A fountain of water trickled down across steps of apple-green jade into a garden as soft and fresh and green as any in the north. And rising in alarm from a couch was a maiden, as vivid and delightful as any in the frescoes. She had short dark hair, a face as pure and delicate as the great white frangipani she wore over her ear. For an instant, Seysten and the maiden stared eye to eye. Then her alarm faded, and she smiled shyly. "Who are you?" Seysten asked in wonder. "Are you a ghost, or do you live here in the dust?" "I am real," she said. "My home is to the south, at the Palram Oasis, and this is the period of solitude to which all maidens of the race submit when aspiring for upper instruction. So without fear may you come beside me, and rest, and drink of fruit wine, and be my companion through the lonely night, for this is my last week of solitude, and I am weary of my own aloneness." Seysten took a step forward, then hesitated. "I must fulfill my mission. I seek the brass coffer containing the crown and shield parchment. Do you know of this?" She shook her head. "It is nowhere in the sumptuar." She rose to her feet, stretching her ivory arms as a kitten stretches. "Abandon your search, and come let me refresh you." Saston looked at her, looked up at the fading light, looked down the corridor to the 2 doors yet remaining. "First I must complete my search. I owe duty to my Lord Glay, who will be nailed under an air sled and sped west unless I bring him aid." The maiden said with a pout, "Go then to your dusty chamber, and go with a dry throat. You will find nothing, and if you persist so stubbornly, I will be gone when you return." "So let it be," said Saston. He turned away, marched down the corridor. The first chamber was bare and dry as a bone. In the second and last, a man's skeleton lay tumbled in a corner. This Saston saw in the last rosy light of the twin suns. There was no brass coffer, no parchment. So Glay must die, and Saston's heart hung heavy. He returned to the chamber where he had found the maiden, but she had departed. The fountain had been stopped, and moisture only filmed the stones. Saston called, "Maiden, where are you? Return, my obligation is at an end." There was no response. Saston shrugged, turned to the lobby and so outdoors, to grope his way through the deserted twilight street to the portal and his air sled. Dobnor Daxat became aware that the big man in the embroidered black cloak was speaking to him. Orienting himself to his surroundings, which were at once familiar and strange, he also became aware that the man's voice was condescending, supercilious. "You are competing in a highly advanced classification," he said. "I marvel at your, confidence." And he eyed Daxat with a gleaming and speculative eye. Daxat looked down at the floor, frowned at the sight of his clothes. He wore a long cloak of black-purple velvet, swinging like a bell around his ankles. His trousers were of scarlet corduroy, tight at the waist, thigh, and calf, with a loose puff of green cloth between calf and ankle. The clothes were his own, obviously. They looked wrong and right at once, as did the carved gold knuckle guards he wore on his hands. The big man in the dark cloak continued speaking, looking at a point over Daxat's head, as if Daxat were non-existent. "Ploktaba has won Imagist honors over the years. Bel Washab was the Corsi victor last month. Tol Morabate is an acknowledged master of the technique. And there is Giselgang of West Ind, who knows no peer in the creation of fire stars, and Pulakt Havjorska, the champion of the island realm. So it becomes a matter of skepticism whether you, new, inexperienced, without a fund of images, can do more than embarrass us all with your mental poverty." Daxat's brain was yet wrestling with his bewilderment, and he could feel no strong resentment at the big man's evident contempt. He said, "Just what is all this? I'm not sure that I understand my position." The man in the black cloak inspected him quizzically. "So, now you commence to experience trepidation. Justly, I assure you." He sighed, waved his hands. "Well, well, young men will be impetuous, and perhaps you have formed images you considered not discreditable. In any event, the public eye will ignore you for the glories of Kloktaba's geometrics and Giselgang's starbursts. Indeed, I counsel you, keep your images small, drab, and confined. You will so avoid the faults of bombast and discord. Now, it is time to go to your Imagicon. This way, then. Remember, grays, browns, lavenders, perhaps a few tones of ochre and rust. Then the spectators will understand that you compete for the schooling alone and do not actively challenge the masters. This way, then." He opened a door and led Dobnor Daxat up a stair and so out into the night. They stood in a great stadium, facing 6 great screens 40 feet high. Behind them in the dark sat tier upon tier of spectators, thousands and thousands, and their sounds came as a soft crush. Daxat turned to see them, but all their faces and their individualities had melted into the entity as a whole. "Here," said the big man. "This is your apparatus. Seat yourself and I will adjust the seratemps." Daxat suffered himself to be placed in a heavy chair, so soft and deep that he felt himself to be floating. Adjustments were made at his head and neck and the bridge of his nose. He felt a sharp prick, a pressure, a throb, and then a soothing warmth. From the distance, a voice called out over the crowd. 2 minutes to gray mist! 2 minutes to gray mist! Attend imagists! 2 minutes to gray mist! The big man stooped over him. Can you see well? Daxat raised himself a trifle. Yes, all is clear. Very well. At gray mist, this little filament will glow. When it dies, then it is your screen, and you must imagine your best. The far voice said, 1 minute to gray mist! The order is Pulag Tabjorska, Tolmorabait, Giselgang, Dobnor Daxat, Ploktaba, and Belwashab. There are no handicaps. All colors and shapes are permitted. Relax, then. Ready your lobes. And now, gray mist! The light glowed on the panel of Daxat's chair, and he saw 5 of the 6 screens light to a pleasant pearl gray, swirling a trifle as if agitated, excited. Only the screen before him remained dull. The big man who stood behind him reached down, prodded. Gray mist, Daxat! Are you deaf and blind? Daxat thought gray mist, and instantly his screen sprang to life, displaying a cloud of silver gray, clean and clear. Humph, he heard the big man snort. Somewhat dull and without interest, but I suppose good enough. See how Kloktaba's rings with hints of passion already, quivers with emotion. And Daxat, noting the screen to his right, saw this to be true. The gray, without actually displaying color, flowed and filmed as if suppressing a vast flood of light. Now, to the far left, on Pulag Tabjorska's screen, color glowed. It was a gambit image, modest and restrained, a green jewel dripping a rain of blue and silver drops which struck a black ground and disappeared in little orange explosions. Then Tolmorabait's screen glowed, a black and white checkerboard with certain of the squares flashing suddenly green, red, blue, and yellow, warm searching colors, pure as shafts from a rainbow. The image disappeared in a flush mingled of rose and blue. Giselgang wrought a circle of yellow which quivered, brought forth a green halo, which in turn bulging, gave rise to a larger band of brilliant black and white. In the center formed a complex kaleidoscopic pattern. The pattern suddenly vanished in a brilliant flash of light. On the screen for an instant or two appeared the identical pattern in a complete new suit of colors. A ripple of sound from the spectators greeted this tour de force. The light on Daxat's panel died. Behind him he felt a prod. Now! Daxat eyed the screen, and his mind was blank of ideas. He ground his teeth. Anything. A picture. He imagined a view across the meadowlands beside the river Melrami. Said the big man behind him. Pleasant. A pleasant fantasy, and rather original. Puzzled, Daxat examined the picture on the screen. So far as he could distinguish, it was an uninspired reproduction of a scene he knew well. Fantasy? Was that what was expected? Very well, he'd produce fantasy. He imagined the meadows glowing, molten, white-hot. The vegetation, the old cairns, slumped into a viscous sieve. The surface smoothed, became a mirror which reflected the copper crags. Behind him, the big man grunted. A little heavy-handed, that last, and thereby you destroyed the charming effect of those unearthly colors and shapes. Daxat slumped back in his chair, frowning, eager for his turn to come again. Meanwhile, Kloktaba created a dainty white blossom with purple stamens on a green stalk. The petals wilted, the stamens discharged a cloud of swirling yellow pollen. Then Belwashab, at the end of the line, painted his screen a luminous underwater green. It rippled, bulged, and a black irregular blot marred the surface. From the center of the blot seeped a trickle of hot gold which quickly meshed and veined the black blot. Such was the first passage. There was a pause of several seconds. Now, breathed the voice behind Daxat. Now the competition begins. On Pulag Tabjorska's screen appeared an angry sea of color, waves of red, green, blue, and ugly mottling. Dramatically, a yellow shape appeared at the lower right, vanquished the chaos. It spread over the screen, the center went lime green. A black shape appeared, split, bowed softly and easily to both sides. Then, turning, the two shapes wandered into the background, twisting, bending with supple grace. Far down a perspective they merged, darted forward like a lance, spread out into a series of lances, formed a slanting pattern of slim black bars. "Superb," hissed the big man. "The timing, so just, so exact." Tall Morreion replied with a fuscous brown field threaded with crimson lines and blots. Vertical green hatching formed at the left, strode across the screen to the right. The brown field pressed forward, bulged through the green bars, pressed hard, broke, and segments flitted forward to leave the screen. On the black background behind the green hatching, which now faded, lay a human brain, pink, pulsing. The brain sprouted 6 insect-like legs, scuttled crabwise back into the distance. Giselgang brought forth one of his firebursts, a small pellet of bright blue exploding in all directions, the tips working and writhing through wonderful patterns in the 5 colors: blue, violet, white, purple, and light green. Dobnor Daxat, rigid as a bar, sat with hands clenched and teeth grinding into teeth. Now! Was not his brain as excellent as those of the far lands? Now! On the screen appeared a tree, conventionalized in greens and blues, and each leaf was a tongue of fire. From these fires wisps of smoke arose on high to form a cloud which worked and swirled, then emptied a cone of rain about the tree. The flames vanished, and in their places appeared star-shaped white flowers. From the cloud came a bolt of lightning, shattering the tree to agonized fragments of glass. Another bolt into the brittle heap, and the screen exploded in a great gout of white, orange, and black. The voice of the big man said doubtfully, "On the whole, well done, but mind my warning, and create more modest images, since—" "Silence!" said Dobnor Daxat in a harsh voice. So the competition went, round after round of spectacles, some sweet as Canmel honey, others as violent as the storms which circle the poles. Color strove with color, patterns evolved and changed, sometimes in glorious cadence, sometimes in the bitter discord necessary to the strength of the image. And Daxat built dream after dream, while his tension vanished, and he forgot all save the racing pictures in his mind and on the screen, and his images became as complex and subtle as those of the masters. "One more passage," said the big man behind Daxat, and now the imagists brought forth the master dreams. Pulak Tabjorska, the growth and decay of a beautiful city; Tall Morreion, a quiet composition of green and white interrupted by a marching army of insects who left a dirty wake, and who were joined in battle by men in painted leather armor and tall hats, armed with short swords and flails. The insects were destroyed and chased off the screen. The dead warriors became bones and faded to twinkling blue dust. Giselgang created 3 fire bursts simultaneously, each different, a gorgeous display. Daxat imagined a smooth pebble, magnified it to a block of marble, chipped it away to create the head of a beautiful maiden. For a moment she stared forth, and varying emotions crossed her face: joy at her sudden existence, pensive thought, and at last fright. Her eyes turned milky opaque blue, the face changed to a laughing sardonic mask, black-cheeked with a fleering mouth. The head tilted, the mouth spat into the air. The head flattened into a black background, the drops of spittle shone like fire, became stars, constellations, and one of these expanded, became a planet with configurations dear to Daxat's heart. The planet hurtled off into darkness. The constellations faded. Dobnor Daxat relaxed. His last image. He sighed, exhausted. The big man in the black cloak removed the harness in brittle silence. At last he asked, "The planet you imagined in that last screening, was that a creation or a remembrance of actuality? It was none of our system here, and it rang with the clarity of truth." Dobnor Daxat stared at him, puzzled, and the words faltered in his throat. "But it is home. This world. Was it not this world?" The big man looked at him strangely, shrugged, turned away. "In a moment now, the winner of the contest will be made known and the jeweled brevet awarded." The day was gusty and overcast. The galley was low and black, manned by the oarsmen of Belaclaw. Ergen stood on the poop, staring across the 2 miles of bitter sea to the coast of Rackland, where he knew the sharp-faced racks stood watching from the headlands. A gout of water erupted a few hundred yards astern. Ergen spoke to the helmsman. "Their guns have better range than we bargained for. Better stand offshore another mile, and we'll take our chances with the current." Even as he spoke, there came a great whistle, and he glimpsed a black, pointed projectile slanting down at him. It struck the waist of the galley, exploded. Timber, bodies, metal flew everywhere, and the galley laid its broken back into the water, doubled up, and sank. Ergen, jumping clear, discarded his sword, casque, and greaves almost as he hit the chill gray water. Gasping from the shock, he swam in circles, bobbing up and down in the chop. Then, finding a length of timber, he clung to it for support. From the shores of Rackland, a longboat put forth and approached, bow churning white foam as it rose and fell across the waves. Ergen turned loose the timber and swam as rapidly as possible from the wreck. Better drowning than capture. There would be more mercy from the famine fish which swarmed the waters than from the pitiless racks. So he swam, but the current took him to the shore, and at last, struggling feebly, he was cast upon a pebbly beach. Here he was discovered by a gang of rack youths and marched to a nearby command post. He was tied and flung into a cart and so conveyed to the city Corsipan. In a gray room he was seated facing an intelligence officer of the rack secret police, a man with the gray skin of a toad, a moist gray mouth, eager, searching eyes. "You are Ergen," said the officer, "emissary to the bargee of Salamdek. What was your mission?" Ergen stared back eye to eye, hoping that a happy and convincing response would find his lips. None came, and the truth would incite an immediate invasion of both Belaclaw and Salamdek by the tall, thin-headed rack soldiers, who wore black uniforms and black boots. Ergen said nothing. The officer leaned forward. "I ask you once more, then you will be taken to the room below." He said, "Room below," as if the words were capitalized, and he said it with soft relish. Ergen, in a cold sweat, for he knew of the rack torturers, said, "I am not Ergen. My name is Ervard. I am an honest trader in pearls." "This is untrue," said the rack. "Your aide was captured, and under the compression pump he blurted up your name with his lungs." "I am Ervard," said Ergen, his bowels quaking. The rack signaled. "Take him to the room below." A man's body, which has developed nerves as outposts against danger, seems especially intended for pain, and cooperates wonderfully with the craft of the torturer. These characteristics of the body had been studied by the rack specialists, and other capabilities of the human nervous system had been blundered upon by accident. It had been found that certain programs of pressure, heat, strain, friction, torque, surge, jerk, sonic and visual shock, vermin, stench, and vileness created cumulative effects, whereas a single method, used to excess, lost its stimulation thereby. All this lore and cleverness was lavished upon Ergen's citadel of nerves, and they inflicted upon him the entire gamut of pain, the sharp twinges, the dull, lasting joint aches which groaned by night, the fiery flashes, the assaults of filth and lechery, together with shocks of occasional tenderness when he would be allowed to glimpse the world he had left. Then back to the room below. But always, "I am Ervard the traitor," and always he tried to goad his mind over the tissue barrier to death, but always the mind hesitated at the last toppling step, and Ergen lived. The racks tortured by routine, so that the expectation, the approach of the hour, brought with it as much torment as the act itself. And then the heavy, unhurried steps outside the cell, the feeble thrashing around to evade, the harsh laughs when they cornered him and carried him forth, and the harsh laughs when 3 hours later they threw him sobbing and whimpering back to the pile of straw that was his bed. "I am Ervard," he said, and trained his mind to believe that this was the truth, so that never would they catch him unaware. "I am Ervard. I am Ervard. I trade in pearls." He tried to strangle himself on straw, but a slave watched always, and this was not permitted. He attempted to die by self-suffocation, and would have been glad to succeed, but always as he sank into blessed numbness, so did his mind relax and his motor nerves take up the mindless business of breathing once more. He ate nothing, but this meant little to the racks, as they injected him full of tonics, sustaining drugs, and stimulants, so that he might always be keyed to the height of his awareness. "I am Urvard," said Ergen, and the racks gritted their teeth angrily. The case was now a challenge. He defied their ingenuity, and they puzzled long and carefully upon refinements and delicacies. New shapes to the iron tools, new types of jerk ropes, new directions for the strains and pressures. Even when it was no longer important whether he was Ergen or Urvard, since war now raged, he was kept and maintained as a problem, an ideal case. So he was guarded and cosseted with even more than usual care, and the rack torturers mulled over their techniques, making changes here, improvements there. Then one day, the Belliclaw galleys landed, and the feather-crested soldiers fought past the walls of Corsipan. The racks surveyed Ergen with regret. "Now we must go, and still you will not submit to us." "I am Urvard," croaked that which lay on the table. "Urvard the traitor." A splintering crash sounded overhead. "We must go," said the racks. "Your people have stormed the city. If you tell the truth, you may live. If you lie, we kill you. So there is your choice, your life for the truth." "The truth?" muttered Ergen. "It is a trick." And then he caught the victory chant of the Belliclaw soldiery. "The truth? Why not? Very well." And he said, "I am Urvard," for now he believed this to be the truth. Galactic Prime was a lean man with reddish-brown hair sparse across a fine arch of skull. His face, undistinguished otherwise, was given power by great dark eyes flickering with a light like fire behind smoke. Physically, he had passed the peak of his youth. His arms and legs were thin and loose-jointed, his head inclined forward as if weighted by the intricate machinery of his brain. Arising from the couch, smiling faintly, he looked across the arcade to the 11 elders. They sat at a table of polished wood, backs to a wall festooned with vines. They were grave men, slow in their motions, and their faces were lined with wisdom and insight. By the ordained system, Prime was the executive of the universe, the elders the deliberative body, invested with certain restrictive powers. "Well?" The chief elder without haste raised his eyes from the computer. "You are the first to arise from the couch." Prime turned to glance up the arcade, still smiling faintly. The others lay variously, some with arms clenched, rigid as bars, others huddled in fetal postures. One had slumped from the couch half to the floor. His eyes were open, staring at remoteness. Prime returned to the chief elder, who watched him with detached curiosity. "Has the optimum been established?" The chief elder consulted the computer. 2637 is the optimum score." Prime waited, but the chief elder said no more. Prime stepped to the alabaster balustrade beyond the couches. He leaned forward, looked out across the vista, miles and miles of sunny haze, with a twinkling sea in the distance. A breeze blew past his face, ruffling the scant russet strands of his hair. He took a deep breath, flexed his fingers and hands, for the memory of the rack torturers was still heavy on his mind. After a moment he swung around, leaned back, resting his elbows upon the balustrade. He glanced once more down the line of couches. There were still no signs of vitality from the candidates. 2637, he muttered. "I venture to estimate my own score at 2590. In the last episode I recall an incomplete retention of personality." 2574, said the chief elder. "The computer judged Bearwald the Halforn's final defiance of the Brand Warriors unprofitable." Prime considered. "The point is well made. Obstinacy serves no purpose unless it advances a predetermined end. It is a flaw I must seek to temper." He looked along the line of elders, from face to face. "You make no enunciations. You are curiously mute." He waited. The chief elder made no response. May I inquire the high score? 2574. Prime nodded. Mine. Yours is the high score, said the chief elder. Prime's smile disappeared. A puzzled line appeared across his brow. In spite of this, you are still reluctant to confirm my second span of authority. There are still doubts among you. Doubts and misgivings, replied the chief elder. Prime's mouth pulled in at the corners, although his brows were still raised in polite inquiry. Your attitude puzzles me. My record is one of selfless service. My intelligence is phenomenal, and in this final test, which I designed to dispel your last doubts, I attained the highest score. I have proved my social intuition and flexibility, my leadership, devotion to duty, imagination, and resolution. In every commensurable aspect, I fulfill best the qualifications for the office I hold. The chief elder looked up and down the line of his fellows. There were none who wished to speak. The chief elder squared himself in his chair, sat back. Our attitude is difficult to represent. Everything is as you say. Your intelligence is beyond dispute. Your character is exemplary. You have served your term with honor and devotion. You have earned our respect, admiration, and gratitude. We realize also that you seek this second term from praiseworthy motives. You regard yourself as the man best able to coordinate the complex business of the galaxy. Prime nodded grimly. But you think otherwise. Our position is perhaps not quite so blunt. Precisely what is your position? Prime gestured along the couches. Look at these men. They are the finest of the galaxy. One man is dead. That one stirring on the third couch has lost his mind. He is a lunatic. The others are sorely shaken. And never forget that this test has been expressly designed to measure the qualities essential to the galactic prime. This test has been of great interest to us, said the chief elder mildly. It has considerably affected our thinking. Prime hesitated, plumbing the unspoken overtones of the words. He came forward, seated himself across from the line of elders. With a narrow glance, he searched the faces of the 11 men, tapped once, twice, 3 times with his fingertips on the polished wood, leaned back in the chair. As I have pointed out, the test has gauged each candidate for the exact qualities essential to the optimum conduct of office, in this fashion. Earth of the 20th century is a planet of intricate conventions. On Earth, the candidate, as Arthur Caversham, is required to use his social intuition, a quality highly important in this galaxy of 2 billion suns. On Belotzi, Bearwald the Halforn is tested for courage and the ability to conduct positive action. At the Dead City Thurlach on Precipi 3, the candidate, as Seiston, is rated for devotion to duty, and as Dobnor Daxat at the Imagicon on staff, his creative conceptions are rated against the most fertile imaginations alive. Finally, as Ergen, on Chankozar, his will, persistence, and ultimate fiber are explored to their extreme limits. Each candidate is placed in the identical set of circumstances by a trick of temporal, dimensional, and cerebroneural meshing, which is rather complicated for the present discussion. Sufficient that each candidate is objectively rated by his achievements, and that the results are commensurable. He paused, looked shrewdly along the line of grave faces. I must emphasize that although I myself designed and arranged the test, I thereby gained no advantage. The mnemonic synapses are entirely disengaged from incident to incident, and only the candidate's basic personality acts. All were tested under precisely the same conditions. In my opinion, the scores registered by the computer indicate an objective and reliable index of the candidate's ability for the highly responsible office of Galactic Executive. The Chief Elder said, "The scores are indeed significant. Then you approve my candidacy?" The Chief Elder smiled. "Not so fast. Admittedly, you are intelligent. Admittedly, you have accomplished much during your term as Prime. But much remains to be done. Do you suggest that another man would have achieved more?" The Chief Elder shrugged. "I have no conceivable way of knowing. I point out your achievements, such as the Glenart civilization, the dawn time on Massilis, the reign of King Karal on Avir, the suppression of the Arkid revolt. There are many such examples. But there are also shortcomings. The totalitarian governments on Earth, the savagery on Belotsi and Chankozar, so pointedly emphasized in your test. Then there is the decadence of the planets in the 1109th cluster, the rise of the priest kings on Fear, and much else. Prime clenched his mouth, and the fires behind his eyes burnt more brightly. The Chief Elder continued, "One of the most remarkable phenomena of the galaxy is the tendency of humanity to absorb and manifest the personality of the Prime. There seems to be a tremendous resonance which vibrates from the brain of the Prime through the minds of man from center to the outer fringes. It is a matter which should be studied, analyzed, and subjected to control. The effect is as if every thought of the Prime is magnified 1,000,000,000-fold, as if every mood sets the tone for 1,000 civilizations. Every facet of his personality reflects in the ethics of 1,000 cultures." Prime said tonelessly, "I have remarked this phenomenon and have thought much on it. Prime's commands are promulgated in such a way as to exert subtle rather than overt influence. Perhaps here is the background of the matter. In any event, the fact of this influence is even more reason to select for the office a man of demonstrated virtue." "Well put," said the Chief Elder. "Your character is indeed beyond reproach. However, we of the Elders are concerned by the rising tide of authoritarianism among the planets of the galaxy. We suspect that this principle of resonance is at work. You are a man of intense and indomitable will, and we feel that your influence has unwittingly prompted an eruption of autarchies." Prime was silent a moment. He looked down the line of couches where the other candidates were recovering awareness. They were men of various races, a pale Northkin of Palast, a stocky red Hawolo, a gray-haired, gray-eyed islander from the Sea Planet, each the outstanding man of the planet of his birth. Those who had returned to consciousness sat quietly, collecting their wits, or lay back on the couch, trying to expunge the test from their minds. There had been a toll taken. One lay dead, another bereft of his wits crouched whimpering beside his couch. The Chief Elder said, "The objectionable aspects of your character are perhaps best exemplified by the test itself." Prime opened his mouth. The Chief Elder held up his hand. "Let me speak. I will try to deal fairly with you. When I am done, you may say your say. I repeat that your basic direction is displayed by the details of the test that you devised. The qualities you measured were those which you considered the most important, that is, those ideals by which you guide your own life. This arrangement, I am sure, was completely unconscious, and hence completely revealing. You conceive the essential characteristics of the Prime to be social intuition, aggressiveness, loyalty, imagination, and dogged persistence. As a man of strong character, you seek to exemplify these ideals in your own conduct. Therefore, it is not at all surprising that in this test, designed by you, with a scoring system calibrated by you, your score should be highest. Let me clarify the idea by an analogy. If the eagle were conducting a test to determine the king of beasts, he would rate all the candidates on their ability to fly. Necessarily, he would win. In this fashion, the mole would consider ability to dig important. By his system of testing, he would inevitably emerge king of beasts. Prime laughed sharply, ran a hand through his sparse red-brown locks. I am neither eagle nor mole. The Chief Elder shook his head. No. You are zealous, dutiful, imaginative, indefatigable. So you have demonstrated, as much by specifying tests for these characteristics as by scoring high in these same tests. But conversely, by the very absence of other tests, you demonstrate deficiencies in your character. And these are? Sympathy, compassion, kindness. The Chief Elder settled back in his chair. Strange. Your predecessor 2 times removed was rich in these qualities. During his term, the great humanitarian systems based on the idea of human brotherhood sprang up across the universe. Another example of resonance. But I digress. Prime said with a sardonic twitch of his mouth. May I ask this? Have you selected the next galactic prime? The Chief Elder nodded. A definite choice has been made. What was his score in the test? By your scoring system, 1780. He did poorly as Arthur Caversham. He tried to explain the advantages of nudity to the policeman. He lacked the ability to concoct an instant subterfuge. He has little of your quick craft. As Arthur Caversham, he found himself naked. He is sincere and straightforward, hence tried to expound the positive motivations for his state, rather than discover the means to evade the penalties. Tell me more about this man, said Prime shortly. As Bearwald the Halforn, he led his band to the hive of the Brands on Mount Medallion, but instead of burning the hive, he called forth to the Queen, begging her to end the useless slaughter. She reached out from the doorway, drew him within, and killed him. He failed, but the computer still rated him highly on his forthright approach. At Thurlatch, his conduct was as irreproachable as yours, and at the Imagicon his performance was adequate. Yours approached the brilliance of the Master Imagists, which is high achievement indeed. The rack tortures are the most trying element of the test. You knew well you could resist limitless pain, therefore you ordained that all other candidates must likewise possess this attribute. The new Prime is sadly deficient here. He is sensitive, and the idea of one man intentionally inflicting pain upon another sickens him. I may add that none of the candidates achieved a perfect count in the last episode. 2 others equaled your score. Prime evinced interest. Which are they? The Chief Elder pointed them out. A tall, hard-muscled man with rock-hewn face standing by the alabaster balustrade gazing moodily out across the sunny distance, and a man of middle age who sat with his legs folded under him, watching a point 3 feet before him with an expression of imperturbable placidity. One is utterly obstinate and hard, said the Chief Elder. He refused to say a single word. The other assumes an outer objectivity when unpleasantness overtakes him. Others among the candidates fared not so well. Mental readjustment and therapy will be necessary in almost all cases. Their eyes went to the witless creature with vacant eyes who padded up and down the aisle, muttering quietly to himself. The tests were by no means valueless, said the Chief Elder. We learned a great deal. By your system of scoring, the competition rated you most high. By other standards which we elders postulated, your place was lower. With a tight mouth, Prime inquired, Who is this paragon of altruism, kindliness, sympathy, and generosity? The lunatic wandered close, fell on his hands and knees, crawled whimpering to the wall. He pressed his face to the cool stone, stared blankly up at Prime. His mouth hung loose, his chin was wet, his eyes rolled apparently free of each other. The Chief Elder smiled in great compassion. He stroked the mad creature's head. This is he. Here is the man we select. The old galactic Prime sat silent, mouth compressed, eyes burning like far volcanoes. At his feet, the new Prime, Lord of 2 billion suns, found a dead leaf, put it into his mouth, and began to chew. Afterward, to the new Prime. Science fiction in the far to medium-distant past concerned itself with scientific processes, or the consequences of some scientific quirk. Often the writers were pretty much ahead of the scientists. They invented any number of things which today are showing up around us. As of today, science is so vast in scope that no writer, unless he makes it his full-time job, can keep up. Unless he confines himself to generalities, the producing writer can make terrible blunders if he tries to deal too intimately with modern science. For instance, if I were to write a story where the gimmick was the behavior of quarks or the various kinds of charm, I'd just be using jargon. It's not much fun doing that. That is just one aspect, point A. Point B is that many stories of the 40s and 50s, some of my own included, often used little-known or misunderstood facts of science to provide the denouement of the story. I remember once using superconductivity in this manner. This isn't a very firm foundation for a story. Readers today are not so interested in these tricks. They're amusing, but they certainly can't provide the basis for an extended work. What a reader wants is to discover a situation with which he can identify. So in this case, that old-type science fiction story, the idea story, falls flat. Jack Vance, 1977. The Secret. Sunbeams slanted through chinks in the wall of the hut. From the lagoon came shouts and splashing of the village children. Rona Tainga at last opened his eyes. He had slept far past his usual hour of arising, far into the morning. He stretched his legs, cupped hands behind his head, stared absently up at the ceiling of thatch. In actuality, he had awakened at the usual hour, to drift off again into a dreaming doze, a habit to which lately he had become prone. Only lately. Inga frowned and sat up with a jerk. What did this mean? Was it a sign? Perhaps he should inquire from Takti Tai. But it was also ridiculous. He had slept late for the most ordinary of reasons. He enjoyed lazing and drowsing and dreaming. On the mat beside him were crumpled flowers, where my Mio had lain. Inga gathered the blossoms and laid them on the shelf which held his scant possessions. An enchanting creature, this my Mio. She laughed no more and no less than other girls. Her eyes were like other eyes, her mouth like all mouths. But her quaint and charming mannerisms made her absolutely unique, the single my Mio in all the universe. Inga had loved many maidens. All in some way were singular, but my Mio was a creature delightfully, exquisitely apart from the others. There was considerable difference in their ages. My Mio only recently had become a woman. Even now from a distance she might be mistaken for a boy, while Inga was older by at least 5 or 6 seasons. He was not quite sure. It mattered little in any event. It mattered very little, he told himself again, quite emphatically. This was his village, his island. He had no desire to leave. Ever. The children came up the beach from the lagoon. 2 or 3 darted under his hut, swinging on one of the poles, chanting nonsense words. The hut trembled. The outcry jarred upon Inga's nerves. He shouted in irritation. The children became instantly silent, in awe and astonishment, and trotted away, looking over their shoulders. Inga frowned. For the second time this morning he felt dissatisfied with himself. He would gain an unenviable reputation if he kept on in such a fashion. What had come over him? He was the same Inga that he was yesterday, except for the fact that a day had elapsed and he was a day older. He went out on the porch before his hut, stretched in the sunlight. To right and left were 40 or 50 other such huts as his own, with intervening trees. Ahead lay the lagoon, blue and sparkling in the sunlight. Inga jumped to the ground, walked to the lagoon, swam, dived far down among the glittering pebbles and ocean growths which covered the lagoon floor. Emerging, he felt relaxed and at peace. Once more himself, Rona Tainga, as he had always been, and always would be. Squatting on his porch, he breakfasted on fruit and cold-baked fish from last night's feast and considered the day ahead. There was no urgency, no duty to fulfill, no need to satisfy. He could join the party of young bucks now on their way into the forest, hoping to snare fowl. He could fashion a brooch of carved shell and guana nut for my Mio. He could lounge and gossip. He could fish. Or he could visit his best friend Takti Tai, who was building a boat. Inga rose to his feet. He would fish. He walked along the beach to his canoe, checked equipment, pushed off, paddled across the lagoon to the opening in the reef. The winds blew to the west as always. Leaving the lagoon, Inga turned a swift glance downwind, an almost furtive glance, then bent his neck into the wind and paddled east. Within the hour he had caught 6 fine fish and drifted back along the reef to the lagoon entrance. Everyone was swimming when he returned. Maidens, young men, children. My Mio paddled to the canoe, hooked her arms over the gunwales, grinned up at him, water glistening on her cheeks. Rona Tainga, did you catch fish, or am I bad luck? See for yourself. She looked. 5, no, 6. All fat silverfins. I am good luck. May I sleep often in your hut? So long as I catch fish the following day. She dropped back into the water, splashed him, sank out of sight. Through the undulating surface, Inga could see her slender brown form skimming off across the bottom. He beached the canoe, wrapped the fish in big sepia leaves, and stored them in a cool cistern, then ran down to the lagoon to join the swimming. Later, he and Mio sat in the shade, she plaiting a decorative cord of colored bark, which later she would weave into a basket, he leaning back, looking across the water. Artlessly, Mio chattered, of the new song Amatalalau had composed, of the odd fish she had seen while swimming underwater, of the change which had come over Taktitai since he had started building his boat. Inga made an absent-minded sound, but said nothing. "We have formed a band," Mio confided. "There are 6 of us, Ipa, Tuiti, Halisaiano, Zoma, Oyungo, and myself. We have pledged never to leave the island. Never, never, never. There is too much joy here. Never will we sail west, never. Whatever the secret, we do not wish to know." Inga smiled, a rather wistful smile. "There is much wisdom in the pledge you have made." She stroked his arm. "Why do you not join us in our pledge? True, we are 6 girls, but a pledge is a pledge." "True. Do you want to sail west?" "No." Mio excitedly rose to her knees. "I will call together the band, and all of us, all together, we will recite the pledge again. Never will we leave our island. And to think, you are the oldest of all the village." "Taktitai is older," said Inga. "But Taktitai is building his boat. He hardly counts anymore." "Viona is as old as I. Almost as old." "Do you know something? Whenever Viona goes out to fish, he always looks to the west. He wonders." "Everyone wonders." "Not I." Mio jumped to her feet. "Not I. Not any of the band. Never, 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 never will we leave the island. We have pledged ourselves." She reached down, patted Inga's cheek, ran off to where a group of her friends were sharing a basket of fruit. Inga sat quietly for 5 minutes. Then he made an impatient gesture, rose, and walked along the shore to the platform where Taktitai worked on his boat. This was a catamaran with a broad deck, a shelter of woven withe thatched with seepy leaf, a stout mast. In silence, Inga helped Taktitai shape the mast, scraping a tall, well-seasoned Pasiautui sapling with sharp shells. Inga presently paused, laid aside the shell. He said, "Long ago there were 4 of us. You, me, Akara, and Zan. Remember?" Taktitai continued to scrape. "Of course I remember. One night we sat on the beach around a fire, the 4 of us. Remember?" Taktitai nodded. "We pledged never to leave the island. We swore never to weaken. We spilled blood to seal the pact. Never would we sail west." "I remember." "Now you sail," said Inga. "I will be the last of the group." Taktitai paused in his scraping, looked at Inga, as if he would speak, then bent once more over the mast. Inga presently returned up the beach to his hut, where, squatting on the porch, he carved at the brooch for Mio. A youth came to sit beside him. Inga, who had no particular wish for companionship, continued with his carving, but the youth, absorbed in his own problems, failed to notice. "Advise me, Ronata Inga. You are the oldest of the village and very sage." Inga raised his eyebrows, then scowled, but said nothing. "I love Halisaiano. I long for her desperately, but she laughs at me and runs off to throw her arms about the neck of Hopu. What should I do?" "The situation is quite simple," said Inga. "She prefers Hopu. You need merely select another girl. What of Talauio? She is pretty and affectionate, and seems to like you." The youth vented a sigh. "Very well, I will do as you suggest. After all, one girl is much like another." He departed, unaware of the sardonic look Inga directed at his back. He asked himself, why do they come to me for advice? I am only 2 or 3, or at most 4 or 5 seasons their senior. It is as if they think me the fount and source of all sagacity. During the evening, a baby was born. The mother was Ome ni Io, who for almost a season had slept in Inga's hut. Since it was a boy child, she named it Inga ta Ome. There was a naming ceremony at which Inga presided. The singing and dancing lasted until late, and if it were not for the fact that the child was his own, with his name, Inga would have crept off early to his hut. He had attended many naming ceremonies. A week later, Tokti sailed west, and there was a ceremony of a different sort. Everyone came to the beach to touch the hull of the boat and bless it with water. Tears ran freely down all cheeks, including Tokti's. For the last time he looked around the lagoon, into the faces of those he would be leaving. Then he turned, signaled. The young men pushed the boat away from the beach, then jumping into the water, towed it across the lagoon, guided it out into the ocean. Tokti cut brails, tightened halyards. The big square sail billowed in the wind. The boat surged west. Tokti stood on the platform, gave a final flourish of the hand, and those on the beach waved farewell. The boat moved out into the afternoon, and when the sun sank, it could be seen no more. During the evening meal, the talk was quiet. Everyone stared into the fire. Mai Mio finally jumped to her feet. "Not I," she chanted. "Not I. Ever, ever, ever." "Nor I," shouted Amatala Lao, who of all the youths was the most proficient musician. He reached for the guitar which he had carved from a black soa-gum trunk, struck chords, began to sing. Inga watched quietly. He was now the oldest on the island, and it seemed as if the others were treating him with a new respect. Ridiculous. What nonsense. So little older was he that it made no difference whatever. But he noticed that Mai Mio was laughing attentive to Amatala Lao, who responded to the flirtation with great gallantry. Inga watched with a heavy feeling around the heart, and presently went off to his hut. That night, for the first time in weeks, Mai Mio did not sleep beside him. No matter, Inga told himself. One girl is much like another. The following day, he wandered up the beach to the platform where Tokti had built his boat. The area was clean and tidy, and tools were hung carefully in a nearby shed. In the forest beyond grew fine macara trees, from which the staunchest hulls were fashioned. Inga turned away. He took his canoe out to catch fish, and leaving the lagoon, looked to the west. There was nothing to see but empty horizon, precisely like the horizon to east, to north, and to south, except that the western horizon concealed the secret. The rest of the day he felt uneasy. During the evening meal, he looked from face to face. None were the faces of his dear friends. They all had built their boats and had sailed. His friends had departed. His friends knew the secret. The next morning, without making a conscious decision, Inga sharpened the tools and felled 2 fine macara trees. He was not precisely building a boat, so he assured himself, but it did no harm for wood to season. Nevertheless, the following day he trimmed the trees, cut the trunks to length, and the next day assembled all the young men to help carry the trunks to the platform. No one seemed surprised. Everyone knew that Rona Tainga was building his boat. Mai Mio had now frankly taken up with Amatala Lao, and as Inga worked on his boat, he watched them play in the water, not without a lump of bitterness in his throat. Yes, he told himself, it would be pleasure indeed to join his true friends, the youths and maidens he had known since he dropped his milk name, whom he had sported with, who now were departed, and for whom he felt an aching loneliness. Diligently he hollowed the hulls, burning, scraping, chiseling. Then the platform was secured, the little shelter woven and thatched to protect him from rain. He scraped a mast from a flawless Pasiautui sapling, stepped and stayed it. He gathered bast, wove a coarse but sturdy sail, hung it to stretch and season. Then he began to provision the boat. He gathered nut meats, dried fruit, smoked fish wrapped in sepi leaf. He filled blowfish bladders with water. How long was the trip to the west? No one knew. Best not to go hungry, best to stock the boat well. Once down the wind, there was no turning back. One day he was ready. It was a day much like all the other days of his life. The sun shone warm and bright. The lagoon glittered and rippled up and down the beach in little gushes of play surf. Rona Tainga's throat felt tense and stiff. He could hardly trust his voice. The young folk came to line the beach. All blessed the boat with water. Inga gazed into each face, then along the line of huts, the trees, the beaches, the scenes he loved with such intensity. Already they seemed remote. Tears were coursing his cheeks. He held up his hand, turned away. He felt the boat leave the beach, float free on the water. Swimmers thrust him out into the ocean. For the last time he turned to look back at the village, fighting a sudden maddening urge to jump from the boat, to swim back to the village. He hoisted the sail, the wind thrust deep into the hollow. Water surged under the hulls, and he was coasting west, with the island astern. Up the blue swells, down into the long troughs, the wake gurgling, the bow rising and falling. The long afternoon waned and became golden. Sunset burned and ebbed and became a halcyon dusk. The stars appeared, and Inga, sitting silently by his rudder, held the sail full to the wind. At midnight he lowered the sail and slept, the boat drifting quietly. In the morning he was completely alone, the horizons blank. He raised the sail and scudded west, and so passed the day, and the next, and others. And Inga became thankful that he had provisioned the boat with generosity. On the 6th day, he seemed to notice that a chill had come into the wind. On the 8th day, he sailed under a high overcast, the like of which he had never seen before. The ocean changed from blue to gray and presently took on a green tinge. Now the water was cold. The wind blew with great force, bellying his bast sail, and Inga huddled in the shelter to avoid the harsh spray. On the morning of the 9th day, he thought to see a dim dark shape loom ahead, which at noon became a line of tall cliffs with surf beating against jagged rocks, roaring back and forth across coarse shingle. In mid-afternoon he ran his boat up on one of the shingle beaches, jumped gingerly ashore. Shivering in the whooping gusts, he took stock of the situation. There was no living thing to be seen along the foreshore but 3 or 4 gray gulls. 100 yards to his right lay a battered hulk of another boat, and beyond was a tangle of wood and fiber which might have been still another. Inga carried ashore what provisions remained, bundled them together, and by a faint trail climbed the cliffs. He came out on an expanse of rolling gray-green downs. 2 or 3 miles inland rose a line of low hills, toward which the trail seemed to lead. Inga looked right and left. Again there was no living creature in sight other than gulls. Shouldering his bundle, he set forth along the trail. Nearing the hills, he came upon a hut of turf and stone, beside a patch of cultivated soil. A man and a woman worked in the field. Inga peered closer. What manner of creatures were these? They resembled human beings. They had arms and legs and faces. But how seamed and seared and gray they were! How shrunken were their hands! How they bent and hobbled as they worked! He walked quickly by, and they did not appear to notice him. Now Inga hastened, as the end of the day was drawing on and the hills loomed before him. The trail led along a valley grown with gnarled oak and low purple-green shrubs, then slanted up the hillside through a stony gap, where the wind generated whistling musical sounds. From the gap, Inga looked out over a flat valley. He saw copses of low trees, plots of tilled land, a group of huts. Slowly he walked down the trail. In a nearby field, a man raised his head. Inga paused, thinking to recognize him. Was this not Omata Akara, who had sailed west 10 or 12 seasons back? It seemed impossible. This man was fat. The hair had almost departed his head. His cheeks hung loose at the jawline. No, this could not be lithe Omata Akara. Hurriedly Inga turned away, and presently entered the village. Before a nearby hut stood one whom he recognized with joy. "Takti Tai!" Takti Tai nodded. "Ronata Inga. I knew you'd be coming soon." "I'm delighted to see you. But let us leave this terrible place. Let us return to the island." Takti Tai smiled a little, shook his head. Inga protested heatedly. "Don't tell me you prefer this dismal land. Come, my boat is still seaworthy. If somehow we can back it off the beach, gain the open sea—" The wind sang down over the mountains, strummed through the trees. Inga's words died in his throat. It was clearly impossible to work the boat off the foreshore. "Not only the wind," said Takti Tai. "We could not go back now. We know the secret." Inga stared in wonderment. The secret? Not I. Come. Now you will learn. Takti Tai took him through the village to a structure of stone, with a high-gabled roof shingled with slate. Enter, and you will know the secret. Hesitantly, Rona Ta Inga entered the stone structure. On a stone table lay a still figure surrounded by 6 tall candles. Inga stared at the shrunken white face, at the white sheet which lay motionless over the narrow chest. Who is this? A man? How thin he is. Does he sleep? Why do you show me such a thing? This is the secret, said Takti Tai. It is called death. Afterward to the secret. An interesting footnote to my connection with Worlds Beyond concerns The Secret, the second story I sold Damon Knight. When Worlds Beyond folded, it carried with it into oblivion the still unpublished story, which thereupon mysteriously vanished and was seen no more. About 5 years later, I rewrote the story, using the same title. Again, The Secret disappeared, somewhere after leaving Scott Meredith's office, but before finding a market. I have searched high and low for carbons to these stories without success. Both versions have vanished without a trace. I can surmise only that I brushed upon an elemental verity, most truly secret indeed, and that one or another of the upper forces saw fit to expunge the dangerous knowledge before it gained currency. I will not attempt a third version. I value my life and sanity, and can take a hint. Jack Vance, 1976. The Moon Moth. The houseboat had been built to the most exacting standards of Sirenese craftsmanship, which is to say, as close to the absolute as human eye could detect. The planking of waxy dark wood showed no joints. The fastenings were platinum rivets countersunk and polished flat. In style, the boat was massive, broad-beamed, steady as the shore itself, without ponderosity or slackness of line. The bow bulged like a swan's breast, the stem rising high, then crooking forward to support an iron lantern. The doors were carved from slabs of a mottled black-green wood. The windows were many-sectioned, paned with squares of mica, stained rose, blue, pale green, and violet. The bow was given to service facilities and quarters for the slaves. Amidships were a pair of sleeping cabins, a dining saloon, and a parlor saloon, opening upon an observation deck at the stern. Such was Edward Thistle's houseboat, but ownership brought him neither pleasure nor pride. The houseboat had become shabby. The carpeting had lost its pile. The carved screens were chipped. The iron lantern at the bow sagged with rust. 70 years ago, the first owner, on accepting the boat, had honored the builder and had been likewise honored. The transaction, for the process represented a great deal more than simple giving and taking, had augmented the prestige of both. That time was far gone. The houseboat now commanded no prestige whatever. Edward Thistle, resident on Cyrene only 3 months, recognized the lack but could do nothing about it. This particular houseboat was the best he could get. He sat on the rear deck practicing the ganga, a zither-like instrument not much larger than his hand. 100 yards inshore, surf defined a strip of white beach. Beyond rose jungle, with the silhouette of craggy black hills against the sky. Morreion shone hazy and white overhead, as if through a tangle of spider web. The face of the ocean pooled and puddled with mother-of-pearl luster. The scene had become familiar, though not as boring, as the ganga, at which he had worked 2 hours, twanging out the Sirenese scales, forming chords, traversing simple progressions. Now he put down the ganga for the zachinko, this a small sound box studded with keys, played with the right hand. Pressure on the keys forced air through reeds in the keys themselves, producing a concertina-like tone. Thistle ran off a dozen quick scales, making very few mistakes. Of the 6 instruments he had set himself to learn, the zachinko had proved the least refractory, with the exception, of course, of the hymerkin, that clacking, slapping, clattering device of wood and stone used exclusively with the slaves. Thistle practiced another 10 minutes, then put aside the zachinko. He flexed his arms, wrung his aching fingers. Every waking moment since his arrival had been given to the instruments. the Hymerkin, the Ganga, the Zachinko, the Kiv, the Strapan, the Gomapard. He had practiced scales in 19 keys and 4 modes, chords without number, intervals never imagined on the home planets. Trills, arpeggios, slurs, click stops and nasalization, damping and augmentation of overtones, vibratos and wolf tones, concavities and convexities. He practiced with a dogged, deadly diligence, in which his original concept of music as a source of pleasure had long become lost. Looking over the instruments, Thistle resisted an urge to fling all 6 into the Titanic. He rose to his feet, went forward through the parlor saloon, the dining saloon, along a corridor past the galley, and came out on the foredeck. He bent over the rail, peered down into the underwater pens where Toby and Rex, the slaves, were harnessing the dreyfish for the weekly trip to Fan, 8 miles north. The youngest fish, either playful or captious, ducked and plunged. Its streaming black muzzle broke water, and Thistle, looking into its face, felt a peculiar qualm. The fish wore no mask. Thistle laughed uneasily, fingering his own mask, the Moon Moth. No question about it. He was becoming acclimated to Cyrene. A significant stage had been reached when the naked face of a fish caused him shock. The fish were finally harnessed. Toby and Rex climbed aboard, red bodies glistening, black cloth masks clinging to their faces. Ignoring Thistle, they stowed the pen, hoisted anchor. The dreyfish strained, the harness tautened, the houseboat moved north. Returning to the afterdeck, Thistle took up the Strapan, this a circular sound box 8 inches in diameter. 46 wires radiated from a central hub to the circumference where they connected to either a bell or a tinkle bar. When plucked, the bells rang, the bars chimed. When strummed, the instrument gave off a twanging, jingling sound. When played with competence, the pleasantly acid dissonances produced an expressive effect. In an unskilled hand, the results were less felicitous, and might even approach random noise. The Strapan was Thistle's weakest instrument, and he practiced with concentration during the entire trip north. In due course, the houseboat approached the floating city. The dreyfish were curbed, the houseboat warped to a mooring. Along the dock, a line of idlers weighed and gauged every aspect of the houseboat, the slaves, and Thistle himself, according to Cyrene's habit. Thistle, not yet accustomed to such penetrating inspection, found the scrutiny unsettling, all the more so for the immobility of the masks. Self-consciously adjusting his own Moon Moth, he climbed the ladder to the dock. A slave rose from where he had been squatting, touched knuckles to the black cloth at his forehead, and sang on a 3-tone phrase of interrogation. "The Moon Moth before me possibly expresses the identity of Sir Edward Thistle." Thistle tapped the Hymerkin which hung at his belt and sang, "I am Sir Thistle." "I have been honored by a trust," sang the slave. 3 days from dawn to dusk I have waited on the dock. 3 nights from dusk to dawn I have crouched on a raft below this same dock, listening to the feet of the nightmen. At last I behold the mask of Sir Thistle." Thistle evoked an impatient clatter from the Hymerkin. "What is the nature of this trust?" "I carry a message, Sir Thistle. It is intended for you." Thistle held out his left hand, playing the Hymerkin with his right. "Give me the message." "Instantly, Sir Thistle." The message bore a heavy superscription. "Emergency communication. Rush." Thistle ripped open the envelope. The message was signed by Castle Cromartin, chief executive of the Interworld Policies Board, and after the formal salutation read, "Absolutely urgent, the following orders be executed. Aboard Carina Cruzeiro, destination Fan, date of arrival January 10 UT, is notorious assassin Haxo Angmark. Meet landing with adequate authority, effect detention and incarceration of this man. These instructions must be successfully implemented. Failure is unacceptable. Attention! Haxo Angmark is superlatively dangerous. Kill him without hesitation at any show of resistance." Thistle considered the message with dismay. In coming to Fan as consular representative, he had expected nothing like this. He felt neither inclination nor competence in the matter of dealing with dangerous assassins. Thoughtfully, he rubbed the fuzzy gray cheek of his mask. The situation was not completely dark. Esteban Rolver, director of the spaceport, would doubtless cooperate, and perhaps furnish a platoon of slaves. Or hopefully, Thistle reread the message. January 10, Universal Time. He consulted a conversion calendar. Today, 40th in the season of bitter nectar. Thistle ran his finger down the column, stopped. January 10. Today. A distant rumble caught his attention. Dropping from the mist came a dull shape, the lighter returning from contact with the Carina Cruzeiro. Thistle once more reread the note, raised his head, studied the descending lighter. Aboard would be Haxo Angmark. In 5 minutes he would emerge upon the soil of Cyrene. Landing formalities would detain him possibly 20 minutes. The landing field lay a mile and a half distant, joined to Fan by a winding path through the hills. Thistle turned to the slave. "When did this message arrive?" The slave leaned forward uncomprehendingly. Thistle reiterated his question, singing to the clack of the Hymerkin. "This message, you have enjoyed the honor of its custody how long?" The slave sang, "Long days have I waited on the wharf, retreating only to the raft at the onset of dusk. Now my vigil is rewarded. I behold Ser Thistle." Thistle turned away, walked furiously up the dock. Ineffective, inefficient Cyrenese. Why had they not delivered the message to his houseboat? 25 minutes. 22 now. At the esplanade, Thistle stopped, looked right, left, hoping for a miracle, some sort of air transport to whisk him to the spaceport, where with Rolver's aid, Haxo Angmark might still be detained. Or better yet, a second message canceling the first. Something, anything. But air cars were not to be found on Cyrene, and no second message appeared. Across the esplanade rose a meager row of permanent structures, built of stone and iron and so proof against the efforts of the nightmen. A hostler occupied one of these structures, and as Thistle watched, a man in a splendid pearl and silver mask emerged, riding one of the lizard-like mounts of Cyrene. Thistle sprang forward. There was still time. With luck, he might yet intercept Haxo Angmark. He hurried across the esplanade. Before the line of stalls stood the hostler, inspecting his stock with solicitude, occasionally burnishing a scale or whisking away an insect. There were 5 of the beasts in prime condition, each as tall as a man's shoulder, with massive legs, thick bodies, heavy wedge-shaped heads. From their forefangs, which had been artificially lengthened and curved into near circles, gold rings depended. Their scales had been stained in diaper pattern, purple and green, orange and black, red and blue, brown and pink, yellow and silver. Thistle came to a breathless halt in front of the hostler. He reached for his kiv, then hesitated. Footnote: Kiv, 5 banks of resilient metal strips, 14 to the bank, played by touching, twisting, twanging. End of footnote. Could this be considered a casual personal encounter? The Zachinko, perhaps? But the statement of his needs hardly seemed to demand the formal approach. Better the kiv after all. He struck a chord, but by error found himself stroking the ganga. Beneath his mask, Thistle grinned apologetically. His relationship with this hostler was by no means on an intimate basis. He hoped that the hostler was of sanguine disposition, and in any event, the urgency of the occasion allowed no time to select an exactly appropriate instrument. He struck a second chord, and playing as well as agitation, breathlessness, and lack of skill allowed, sang out a request. "Sir Hostler, I have immediate need of a swift mount. Allow me to select from your herd." The hostler wore a mask of considerable complexity which Thistle could not identify. A construction of varnished brown cloth, pleated gray leather, and high on the forehead 2 large green and scarlet globes, minutely segmented like insect eyes. He inspected Thistle a long moment, then, rather ostentatiously selecting his stimmick, executed a brilliant progression of trills and rounds, of an import Thistle failed to grasp. Footnote: Stimmick. 3 flute-like tubes equipped with plungers. Thumb and forefinger squeeze a bag to force air across the mouthpieces. The second, third, and fourth little fingers manipulate the slide. The stimmick is an instrument well adapted to the sentiments of cool withdrawal, or even disapproval. End of footnote. The hostler sang, "Sir Moon Moth, I fear that my steeds are unsuitable to a person of your distinction." Thistle earnestly twanged at the ganga. "By no means. They all seem adequate. I am in great haste and will gladly accept any of the group." The hostler played a brittle cascading crescendo. "Sir Moon Moth," he sang, "the steeds are ill and dirty. I am flattered that you consider them adequate to your use. I cannot accept the merit you offer me. And," here switching instruments, he struck a cool tinkle from his krodatch, "somehow I fail to recognize the boon companion and co-craftsman who accosts me so familiarly with his ganga." Footnote: krodatch, a small square sound box strung with resined gut. The musician scratches the strings with his fingernail, or strokes them with his fingertips, to produce a variety of quietly formal sounds. The krodatch is also used as an instrument of insult. End of footnote. The implication was clear. Thistle would receive no mount. He turned, set off at a run for the landing field. Behind him sounded a clatter of the hostler's hymerkin. Whether directed toward the hostler's slaves or toward himself, Thistle did not pause to learn. The previous consular representative of the home planets on Cyrene had been killed at Zundar. Masked as a tavern bravo, he had accosted a girl beribboned for the equinoctial attitudes, a solecism for which he had been instantly beheaded by a red demiurge, a sun sprite, and a magic hornet. Edward Thistle, recently graduated from the Institute, had been named his successor and allowed 3 days to prepare himself. Normally of a contemplative, even cautious disposition, Thistle had regarded the appointment as a challenge. He learned the Cyrenese language by subcerebral techniques and found it uncomplicated. Then, in the Journal of Universal Anthropology, he read, "The population of the Titanic littoral is highly individualistic, possibly in response to a bountiful environment which puts no premium upon group activity. The language, reflecting this trait, expresses the individual's mood and his emotional attitude toward a given situation. Factual information is regarded as a secondary concomitant. Moreover, the language is sung, characteristically to the accompaniment of a small instrument. As a result, there is great difficulty in ascertaining fact from a native of Fan, or the forbidden city Zundar. One will be regaled with elegant arias and demonstrations of astonishing virtuosity upon one or another of the numerous musical instruments. The visitor to this fascinating world, unless he cares to be treated with the most consummate contempt, must therefore learn to express himself after the approved local fashion." Thistle made a note in his memorandum book, "Procure a small musical instrument, together with directions as to use." He read on. "There is everywhere and at all times a plenitude, not to say a superfluity, of food, and the climate is benign. With a fund of racial energy and a great deal of leisure time, the population occupies itself with intricacy in all things, intricate craftsmanship, such as the carved panels which adorn the houseboats, intricate symbolism, as exemplified in the masks worn by everyone, the intricate half-musical language which admirably expresses subtle moods and emotions, and above all the fantastic intricacy of interpersonal relationships. Prestige, face, mana, repute, glory. The Cyrenese word is strach. Every man has his characteristic strach, which determines whether, when he needs a houseboat, he will be urged to avail himself of a floating palace, rich with gems, alabaster lanterns, peacock faience, and carved wood, or grudgingly permitted an abandoned shack on a raft. There is no medium of exchange on Cyrene. The single and sole currency is strach." Thistle rubbed his chin and read further. "Masks are worn at all times, in accordance with the philosophy that a man should not be compelled to use a similitude foisted upon him by factors beyond his control, that he should be at liberty to choose that semblance most consonant with his strach. In the civilized areas of Cyrene, which is to say the Titanic littoral, a man literally never shows his face. It is his basic secret. Gambling, by this token, is unknown on Cyrene. It would be catastrophic to Cyrenese self-respect to gain advantage by means other than the exercise of strach. The word luck has no counterpart in the Cyrenese language." Thistle made another note. "Get mask. Museum? Drama guild?" He finished the article, hastened forth to complete his preparations, and the next day embarked aboard the Robert Astrogard for the first leg of the passage to Cyrene. The lighter settled upon the Cyrenese spaceport, a topaz disk isolated among the black, green, and purple hills. The lighter grounded, and Edward Thistle stepped forth. He was met by Esteban Rolver, the local agent for Spaceways. Rolver threw up his hands, stepped back. "Your mask," he cried huskily. "Where is your mask?" Thistle held it up rather self-consciously. "I wasn't sure—" "Put it on," said Rolver, turning away. He himself wore a fabrication of dull green scales, blue lacquered wood. Black quills protruded at the cheeks, and under his chin hung a black and white checked pom-pom, the total effect creating a sense of sardonic supple personality. Thistle adjusted the mask to his face, undecided whether to make a joke about the situation or to maintain a reserve suitable to the dignity of his post. "Are you masked?" Rolver inquired over his shoulder. Thistle replied in the affirmative, and Rolver turned. The mask hid the expression of his face, but his hand unconsciously flicked a set of keys strapped to his thigh. The instrument sounded a trill of shock and polite consternation. "You can't wear that mask," sang Rolver. "In fact, where did you get it?" "It's copied from a mask owned by the Polypolis Museum," declared Thistle stiffly. "I'm sure it's authentic." Rolver nodded, his own mask more sardonic seeming than ever. "It's authentic enough. It's a variant of the type known as the Sea Dragon Conqueror, and is worn on ceremonial occasions by persons of enormous prestige, princes, heroes, master craftsmen, great musicians." "I wasn't aware." Rolver made a gesture of languid understanding. "It's something you'll learn in due course. Notice my mask. Today I'm wearing a tarn bird. Persons of minimal prestige, such as you, I, any other outworlder, wear this sort of thing." "Odd," said Thistle, as they started across the field toward a low concrete blockhouse. "I assumed that a person wore whatever he liked." "Certainly," said Rolver. "Wear any mask you like, if you can make it stick. This tarn bird, for instance. I wear it to indicate that I presume nothing. I make no claims to wisdom, ferocity, versatility, musicianship, truculence, or any of a dozen other Cyrenese virtues." "For the sake of argument," said Thistle, "what would happen if I walked through the streets of Zundar in this mask?" Rolver laughed, a muffled sound behind his mask. "If you walked along the docks of Zundar, there are no streets. In any mask, you'd be killed within the hour. That's what happened to Benko, your predecessor. He didn't know how to act. None of us Outworlders know how to act. In Fan we're tolerated, so long as we keep our place. But you couldn't even walk around Fan in that regalia you're sporting now. Somebody wearing a fire snake or a thunder goblin, masks you understand, would step up to you. He'd play his Krodatch, and if you failed to challenge his audacity with a passage on the Skaranyi, a devilish instrument, he'd play his Hymerkin, the instrument we use with the slaves." Footnote: Skaranyi, a miniature bagpipe, the sack squeezed between thumb and palm, the four fingers controlling the stops along four tubes. End of footnote. "That's the ultimate expression of contempt. Or he might ring his dueling gong and attack you then and there." "I had no idea that people here were quite so irascible," said Thistle in a subdued voice. Rolver shrugged and swung open the massive steel door into his office. "Certain acts may not be committed on the concourse at Polypolis without incurring criticism." "Yes, that's quite true," said Thistle. He looked around the office. "Why the security? The concrete, the steel?" "Protection against the savages," said Rolver. "They come down from the mountains at night, steal what's available, kill anyone they find ashore." He went to a closet, brought forth a mask. "Here, use this Moon Moth. It won't get you in trouble." Thistle unenthusiastically inspected the mask. It was constructed of mouse-colored fur. There was a tuft of hair at each side of the mouth hole, a pair of feather-like antennae at the forehead. White lace flaps dangled beside the temples, and under the eyes hung a series of red folds, creating an effect at once lugubrious and comic. Thistle asked, "Does this mask signify any degree of prestige?" "Not a great deal." After all, I'm consular representative, said Thistle. I represent the home planets, 100 billion people. If the home planets want their representative to wear a Sea Dragon Conqueror mask, they'd better send out a Sea Dragon Conqueror type of man. I see, said Thistle in a subdued voice. Well, if I must. Rolver politely averted his gaze while Thistle doffed the Sea Dragon Conqueror and slipped the more modest Moon Moth over his head. I suppose I can find something just a bit more suitable in one of the shops, Thistle said. I'm told a person simply goes in and takes what he needs, correct? Rolver surveyed Thistle critically. That mask, temporarily at least, is perfectly suitable. And it's rather important not to take anything from the shops until you know the stock value of the article you want. The owner loses prestige if a person of low stock makes free with his best work. Thistle shook his head in exasperation. Nothing of this was explained to me. I knew of the masks, of course, and the painstaking integrity of the craftsman, but this insistence on prestige, stock, whatever the word is, no matter, said Rolver. After a year or two, you'll begin to learn your way around. I suppose you speak the language? Oh, indeed, certainly. And what instruments do you play? Well, I was given to understand that any small instrument was adequate, or that I could merely sing. Very inaccurate. Only slaves sing without accompaniment. I suggest that you learn the following instruments as quickly as possible. The Hymerkin for your slaves, the ganga for conversation between intimates, or one a trifle lower than yourself in stock, the kiv for casual polite intercourse, the zachinko for more formal dealings, the strapan or the krodach for your social inferiors, in your case, should you wish to insult someone, the gomapard or the double kamenthil for ceremonials. Footnote: Gomapard, one of the few electric instruments used on Cyrene. An oscillator produces an oboe-like tone which is modulated, choked, vibrated, raised, and lowered in pitch by 4 keys. End of footnote. Footnote: Double kamenthil, an instrument similar to the ganga, except the tones are produced by twisting and inclining a disc of resined leather against one or more of the 46 strings. End of footnote. He considered a moment. The krebarin, the water lute, and the slow bow are highly useful also, but perhaps you'd better learn the other instruments first. They should provide at least a rudimentary means of communication. Aren't you exaggerating? Suggested Thistle. Or joking? Rolver laughed his saturnine laugh. Not at all. First of all, you'll need a houseboat, and then you'll want slaves. Rolver took Thistle from the landing field to the docks of Fan, a walk of an hour and a half along a pleasant path under enormous trees loaded with fruit, cereal pods, sacks of sugary sap. At the moment, said Rolver, there are only 4 outworlders in Fan, counting yourself. I'll take you to Wellibus, our commercial factor. I think he's got an old houseboat he might let you use. Cornelie Wellibus had resided 15 years in Fan, acquiring sufficient stock to wear his south wind mask with authority. This consisted of a blue disc inlaid with cabochons of lapis lazuli, surrounded by an aureole of shimmering snakeskin. Hardier and more cordial than Rolver, he not only provided Thistle with a houseboat, but also a score of various musical instruments and a pair of slaves. Embarrassed by the largesse, Thistle stammered something about payment, but Wellibus cut him off with an expansive gesture. My dear fellow, this is Cyrene. Such trifles cost nothing. But a houseboat. Wellibus played a courtly little flourish on his kiv. I'll be frank, Sir Thistle. The boat is old and a trifle shabby. I can't afford to use it. My status would suffer. A graceful melody accompanied his words. Status as yet need not concern you. You require merely shelter, comfort, and safety from the nightmen. Nightmen? The cannibals who roam the shore after dark. Oh, yes. Sir Rolver mentioned them. Horrible things. We won't discuss them. A shuddering little trill issued from his kiv. Now, as to slaves. He tapped the blue disc of his mask with a thoughtful forefinger. Rex and Toby should serve you well. He raised his voice, played a swift clatter on the Hymerkin. Avan esk strobu! A female slave appeared wearing a dozen tight bands of pink cloth and a dainty black mask sparkling with mother-of-pearl sequins. Vasku ets Rex I Toby. Rex and Toby appeared, wearing loose masks of black cloth, russet jerkins. Wellibus addressed them with a resonant clatter of Hymerkin, enjoining them to the service of their new master, on pain of return to their native islands. They prostrated themselves, sang pledges of servitude to Thistle in soft husky voices. Thistle laughed nervously and essayed a sentence in the Sirenese language. "Go to the houseboat, clean it well, bring aboard food." Toby and Rex stared blankly through the holes in their masks. Wellibus repeated the orders with Hymerkin accompaniment. The slaves bowed and departed. Thistle surveyed the musical instruments with dismay. "I haven't the slightest idea how to go about learning these things." Wellibus turned to Rolver. "What about Kershaw? Could he be persuaded to give Sir Thistle some basic instruction?" Rolver nodded judicially. "Kershaw might undertake the job." Thistle asked, "Who is Kershaw?" "The fourth of our little group of expatriates," replied Wellibus. "An anthropologist. You've read Zundar the Splendid, Rituals of Cyrene, The Faceless Folk? No? A pity. All excellent works. Kershaw is high in prestige, and I believe visits Zundar from time to time. Wears a cave owl, sometimes a star wanderer, or even a wise arbiter." "He's taken to an equatorial serpent," said Rolver. "The variant with the gilt tusks." "Indeed," marveled Wellibus. "Well, I must say he's earned it. A fine fellow, good chap indeed." And he strummed his zachinko thoughtfully. 3 months passed. Under the tutelage of Matthew Kershaw, Thistle practiced the Hymerkin, the Ganga, the Strapan, the Kiv, the Gomapard, and the zachinko. The others could wait, said Kershaw, until Thistle had mastered the 6 basic instruments. He lent Thistle recordings of noteworthy Sirenese conversing in various moods and to various accompaniments, so that Thistle might learn the melodic conventions currently in vogue, and perfect himself in the niceties of intonation, the various rhythms, cross rhythms, compound rhythms, implied rhythms, and suppressed rhythms. Kershaw professed to find Sirenese music a fascinating study, and Thistle admitted that it was a subject not readily exhausted. The quarter-tone tuning of the instruments admitted the use of 24 tonalities, which, multiplied by the 5 modes in general use, resulted in 120 separate scales. Kershaw, however, advised that Thistle primarily concentrate on learning each instrument in its fundamental tonality, using only 2 of the modes. With no immediate business at Fan except the weekly visits to Matthew Kershaw, Thistle took his houseboat 8 miles south and moored it in the lee of a rocky promontory. Here, if it had not been for the incessant practicing, Thistle lived an idyllic life. The sea was calm and crystal clear. The beach, ringed by the gray, green, and purple foliage of the forest, lay close at hand if he wanted to stretch his legs. Toby and Rex occupied a pair of cubicles forward. Thistle had the after cabins to himself. From time to time he toyed with the idea of a third slave, possibly a young female, to contribute an element of charm and gaiety to the menage, but Kershaw advised against the step, fearing that the intensity of Thistle's concentration might somehow be diminished. Thistle acquiesced and devoted himself to the study of the 6 instruments. The days passed quickly. Thistle never became bored with the pageantry of dawn and sunset, the white clouds and blue sea of noon, the night sky blazing with the 29 stars of cluster SI-1715. The weekly trip to Fan broke the tedium. Toby and Rex foraged for food. Thistle visited the luxurious houseboat of Matthew Kershaw for instruction and advice. Then, 3 months after Thistle's arrival, came the message completely disorganizing the routine. Haxo Angmark, assassin, agent provocateur, ruthless and crafty criminal, had come to Cyrene. "Effect detention and incarceration of this man," read the orders. "Attention. Haxo Angmark is superlatively dangerous. Kill without hesitation." Thistle was not in the best of condition. He trotted 50 yards until his breath came in gasps, then walked. through low hills crowned with white bamboo and black tree ferns, across meadows yellow with grass nuts, through orchards and wild vineyards. 20 minutes passed, 25 minutes passed, 25 minutes. With a heavy sensation in his stomach, Thistle knew that he was too late. Haxo Angmark had landed, and might be traversing this very road toward Fan. But along the way, Thistle met only 4 persons: a boy-child in a mock-fierce Alk Islander mask, 2 young women wearing the red bird and the green bird, a man masked as a forest goblin. Coming upon the man, Thistle stopped short. Could this be Angmark? Thistle essayed a stratagem. He went boldly to the man, stared into the hideous mask. "Angmark," he called in the language of the home planets, "you are under arrest." The forest goblin stared uncomprehendingly, then started forward along the track. Thistle put himself in the way. He reached for his ganga, then recalling the hostler's reaction, instead struck a chord on the zachinko. "You travel the road from the spaceport," he sang. "What have you seen there?" The forest goblin grasped his hand bugle, an instrument used to deride opponents on the field of battle, to summon animals, or occasionally to evince a rough and ready truculence. "Where I travel and what I see are the concerns solely of myself. Stand back or I walk upon your face." He marched forward, and had not Thistle leapt aside, the forest goblin might well have made good his threat. Thistle stood gazing after the retreating back. Angmark? Not likely, with so sure a touch on the hand bugle. Thistle hesitated, then turned and continued on his way. Arriving at the spaceport, he went directly to the office. The heavy doors stood ajar. As Thistle approached, a man appeared in the doorway. He wore a mask of dull green scales, mica plates, blue lacquered wood, and black quills. The Tarn Bird. "Sir Rolver," Thistle called out anxiously. "Who came down from the Carina Cruzeiro?" Rolver studied Thistle a long moment. "Why do you ask?" "Why do I ask?" demanded Thistle. "You must have seen the spacegram I received from Castle Cromartin." "Oh yes," said Rolver. "Of course, naturally." "It was delivered only half an hour ago," said Thistle bitterly. "I rushed out as fast as I could. Where is Angmark?" "In Fan, I assume," said Rolver. Thistle cursed softly. "Why didn't you delay him?" Rolver shrugged. "I had neither authority, inclination, nor the capability to stop him." Thistle fought back his annoyance. In a voice of studied calm, he said, "On the way, I passed a man in rather a ghastly mask, saucer eyes, red wattles." "A forest goblin," said Rolver. "Angmark brought the mask with him." "But he played the hand bugle," Thistle protested. "How could Angmark—" "He's well acquainted with Cyrene. He spent 5 years here in Fan." Thistle grunted in annoyance. Cromartin made no mention of this. "It's common knowledge," said Rolver with a shrug. "He was commercial representative before Wellibus took over." "Were he and Wellibus acquainted?" Rolver laughed shortly. "Naturally. But don't suspect poor Wellibus of anything more venal than juggling his accounts. I assure you he's no consort of assassins." "Speaking of assassins," said Thistle, "do you have a weapon I might borrow?" Rolver inspected him in wonder. "You came out here to take Angmark bare-handed?" "I had no choice," said Thistle. "When Cromartin gives orders, he expects results. In any event, you were here with your slaves." "Don't count on me for help," Rolver said testily. "I wear the Tarn Bird and make no pretensions of valor. But I can lend you a power pistol. I haven't used it recently. I won't guarantee its charge." Rolver went into the office and a moment later returned with the gun. "What will you do now?" Thistle shook his head wearily. "I'll try to find Angmark and Fan. Or might he head for Zundar?" Rolver considered. "Angmark might be able to survive in Zundar, but he'd want to brush up on his musicianship. I imagine he'll stay in Fan a few days." "But how can I find him? Where should I look?" "That I can't say," replied Rolver. "You might be safer not finding him. Angmark is a dangerous man." Thistle returned to Fan the way he had come. Where the path swung down from the hills into the esplanade, a thick-walled pied-de-terre building had been constructed. The door was carved from a solid black plank. The windows were guarded by infoliated bands of iron. This was the office of Cornelie Wellibus, commercial factor, importer, and exporter. Thistle found Wellibus sitting at his ease on the tiled veranda, wearing a modest adaptation of the Waldemar mask. He seemed lost in thought and might or might not have recognized Thistle's Moon Moth. In any event, he gave no signal of greeting. Thistle approached the porch. "Good morning, Sir Wellibus." Wellibus nodded abstractedly and said in a flat voice, plucking at his krodatch, "Good morning." Thistle was rather taken aback. This was hardly the instrument to use toward a friend and fellow outworlder, even if he did wear the Moon Moth. Thistle said coldly, "May I ask how long you have been sitting here?" Wellibus considered half a minute, and now when he spoke he accompanied himself on the more cordial Crebarin. But the recollection of the krodatch cord still rankled in Thistle's mind. "I've been here 15 or 20 minutes. Why do you ask?" "I wonder if you notice a forest goblin pass." Wellibus nodded. "He went on down the esplanade, turned into that first mask shop, I believe." Thistle hissed between his teeth. This would naturally be Angmar's first move. "I'll never find him once he changes masks," he muttered. "Who is this forest goblin?" asked Wellibus, with no more than casual interest. Thistle could see no reason to conceal the name. "A notorious criminal, Haxo Angmar." "Haxo Angmar?" croaked Wellibus, leaning back in his chair. "You're sure he's here?" "Reasonably sure." Wellibus rubbed his shaking hands together. "This is bad news. Bad news indeed. He's an unscrupulous scoundrel." "You knew him well?" "As well as anyone." Wellibus was now accompanying himself with the Kiv. "He held the post I now occupy. I came out as an inspector and found that he was embezzling some 4,000 UMIs a month. I'm sure he feels no great gratitude toward me." Wellibus glanced nervously up the esplanade. "I hope you catch him." "I'm doing my best." "He went into the mask shop, you say?" "I'm sure of it." Thistle turned away. As he went down the path, he heard the black plank door thud shut behind him. He walked down the esplanade to the mask-maker's shop, paused outside as if admiring the display. 100 miniature masks, carved from rare woods and minerals, dressed with emerald flakes, spiderweb silk, wasp wings, petrified fish scales, and the like. The shop was empty except for the mask-maker, a gnarled, knotty man in a yellow robe, wearing a deceptively simple universal expert mask, fabricated from over 2,000 bits of articulated wood. Thistle considered what he would say, how he would accompany himself, then entered. The mask-maker, noting the Moon Moth and Thistle's diffident manner, continued with his work. Thistle, selecting the easiest of his instruments, stroked his strapan, possibly not the most felicitous choice, for it conveyed a certain degree of condescension. Thistle tried to counteract this flavor by singing in warm, almost effusive tones, shaking the strapan whimsically when he struck a wrong note. A stranger is an interesting person to deal with. His habits are unfamiliar. He excites curiosity. Not 20 minutes ago, a stranger entered this fascinating shop to exchange his drab forest goblin for one of the remarkable and adventurous creations assembled on the premises. The mask-maker turned Thistle a side glance, and without words he played a progression of chords on an instrument Thistle had never seen before, a flexible sack gripped in the palm with 3 short tubes leading between the fingers. When the tubes were squeezed almost shut and air forced through the slit, an oboe-like tone ensued. To Thistle's developing ear, the instrument seemed difficult, the mask-maker expert, and the music conveyed a profound sense of disinterest. Thistle tried again, laboriously manipulating the strapan. He sang, "To an outworlder on a foreign planet, the voice of one from his home is like water to a wilting plant. A person who could unite 2 such persons might find satisfaction in such an act of mercy." The mask-maker casually fingered his own strapan, and drew forth a set of rippling scales, his fingers moving faster than the eyes could follow. He sang in the formal style. An artist values his moments of concentration. He does not care to spend time exchanging banalities with persons of at best average prestige. Thistle attempted to insert a counter-melody, but the mask-maker struck a new set of complex chords whose portent evaded Thistle's understanding, and continued. Into the shop comes a person who evidently has picked up for the first time an instrument of unparalleled complication, for the execution of his music is open to criticism. He sings of homesickness and longing for the sight of others like himself. He dissembles his enormous strach behind a moon moth, for he plays the strapan to a master craftsman and sings in a voice of contemptuous raillery. The refined and creative artist ignores the provocation. He plays a polite instrument, remains non-committal, and trusts that the stranger will tire of his sport and depart. Thistle took up his kiv. The noble mask-maker completely misunderstands me. He was interrupted by staccato rasping of the mask-maker's strapan. The stranger now sees fit to ridicule the artist's comprehension. Thistle scratched furiously at his strapan. To protect myself from the heat, I wander into a small and unpretentious mask shop. The artisan, though still distracted by the novelty of his tools, gives promise of development. He works zealously to perfect his skill, so much so that he refuses to converse with strangers, no matter what their need. The mask-maker carefully laid down his carving tool. He rose to his feet, went behind a screen, and shortly returned wearing a mask of gold and iron, with simulated flames licking up from the scalp. In one hand he carried a scaranyi, in the other a scimitar. He struck off a brilliant series of wild tones, and sang, "Even the most accomplished artist can augment his strach by killing sea monsters, nightmen, and importunate idlers. Such an occasion is at hand. The artist delays his attack exactly 10 seconds because the offender wears a moon moth." He twirled his scimitar, spun it in the air. Thistle desperately pounded the strapan. Did a forest goblin enter the shop? Did he depart with a new mask? 5 seconds have elapsed, sang the mask-maker in steady, ominous rhythm. Thistle departed in frustrated rage. He crossed the square, stood looking up and down the esplanade. Hundreds of men and women sauntered along the docks, or stood on the decks of their houseboats, each wearing a mask chosen to express his mood, prestige, and special attributes, and everywhere sounded the twitter of musical instruments. Thistle stood at a loss. The forest goblin had disappeared. Haxo Angmark walked at liberty in Fan, and Thistle had failed the urgent instructions of Castle Cromartin. Behind him sounded the casual notes of a kiv. Sir Moon Moth Thistle, you stand engrossed in thought. Thistle turned, to find beside him a cave owl in a somber cloak of black and gray. Thistle recognized the mask, which symbolized erudition and patient exploration of abstract ideas. Matthew Kershaw had worn it on the occasion of their meeting a week before. "Good morning, Sir Kershaw," muttered Thistle. "And how are the studies coming? Have you mastered the C-sharp plus scale on the Gomapard? As I recall, you were finding those inverse intervals puzzling." "I've worked on them," said Thistle in a gloomy voice. "However, since I'll probably be recalled to Polypolis, it may be all time wasted." "Eh? What's this?" Thistle explained the situation in regard to Haxo Angmark. Kershaw nodded gravely. "I recall Angmark. Not a gracious personality, but an excellent musician, with quick fingers and a real talent for new instruments." Thoughtfully, he twisted the goatee of his cave owl mask. "What are your plans?" "They're non-existent," said Thistle, playing a doleful phrase on the kiv. "I haven't any idea what masks he'll be wearing, and if I don't know what he looks like, how can I find him?" Kershaw tugged at his goatee. "In the old days he favored the exo-Cambion cycle, and I believe he used an entire set of nether denizens. Now, of course, his tastes may have changed." "Exactly," Thistle complained. "He might be 20 feet away and I'd never know it." He glanced bitterly across the esplanade toward the mask-maker's shop. "No one will tell me anything. I doubt if they care that a murderer is walking their docks." "Quite correct," Kershaw agreed. Sirenese standards are different from ours. They have no sense of responsibility, declared Thistle. I doubt if they'd throw a rope to a drowning man. It's true that they dislike interference, Kershaw agreed. They emphasize individual responsibility and self-sufficiency. Interesting, said Thistle. But I'm still in the dark about Angmark. Kershaw surveyed him gravely. And should you locate Angmark, what will you do then? I'll carry out the orders of my superior, said Thistle doggedly. Angmark is a dangerous man, mused Kershaw. He's got a number of advantages over you. I can't take that into account. It's my duty to send him back to Polypolis. He's probably safe, since I haven't the remotest idea how to find him. Kershaw reflected. An Outworlder can't hide behind a mask, not from the Sirenese at least. There are 4 of us here at Fan, Rolver, Wellibus, you, and me. If another Outworlder tries to set up housekeeping, the news will get around in short order. What if he heads for Zundar? Kershaw shrugged. I doubt if he'd dare. On the other hand, Kershaw paused, then, noting Thistle's sudden inattention, turned to follow Thistle's gaze. A man in a forest goblin mask came swaggering toward them along the esplanade. Kershaw laid a restraining hand on Thistle's arm, but Thistle stepped out into the path of the forest goblin, his borrowed gun ready. Haxo Angmark, he cried. Don't make a move or I'll kill you. You're under arrest. Are you sure this is Angmark? Asked Kershaw in a worried voice. I'll find out, said Thistle. Angmark, turn around. Hold up your hands. The forest goblin stood rigid with surprise and puzzlement. He reached to his Zachinko, played an interrogatory arpeggio, and sang, Why do you molest me, Moon Moth? Kershaw stepped forward and played a placatory phrase on his slowbow. I fear that a case of confused identity exists, Sir Forest Goblin. Sir Moon Moth seeks an Outworlder in a forest goblin mask. The forest goblin's music became irritated, and he suddenly switched to his stomach. He asserts that I am an Outworlder? Let him prove his case, or he has my retaliation to face. Kershaw glanced in embarrassment around the crowd which had gathered, and once more struck up an ingratiating melody. I am positive that Sir Moon Moth, the forest goblin interrupted with a fanfare of Skaranyi tones. Let him demonstrate his case or prepare for the flow of blood. Thistle said, Very well, I'll prove my case. He stepped forward, grasped the forest goblin's mask. Let's see your face. That'll demonstrate your identity. The forest goblin sprang back in amazement. The crowd gasped, then set up an ominous strumming and toning of various instruments. The forest goblin reached to the nape of his neck, jerked the cord to his dual gong, and with his other hand snatched forth his scimitar. Kershaw stepped forward, playing the slowbow with great agitation. Thistle, now abashed, moved aside, conscious of the ugly sound of the crowd. Kershaw sang explanations and apologies. The forest goblin answered. Kershaw spoke over his shoulder to Thistle. Run for it, or you'll be killed. Hurry! Thistle hesitated. The forest goblin put up his hand to thrust Kershaw aside. Run! Screamed Kershaw. To Wellibus's office. Lock yourself in! Thistle took to his heels. The forest goblin pursued him a few yards, then stamped his feet, sent after him a set of raucous and derisive blasts of the hand bugle, while the crowd produced a contemptuous counterpoint of clacking Hymerkins. There was no further pursuit. Instead of taking refuge in the import-export office, Thistle turned aside and, after cautious reconnaissance, proceeded to the dock where his houseboat was moored. The hour was not far short of dusk when he finally returned aboard. Toby and Rex squatted on the forward deck, surrounded by the provisions they had brought back, reed baskets of fruit and cereal, blue glass jugs containing wine, oil, and pungent sap, 3 young pigs in a wicker pen. They were cracking nuts between their teeth, spitting the shells over the side. They looked up at Thistle, and it seemed that they rose to their feet with a new casualness. Toby muttered something under his breath. Rex smothered a chuckle. Thistle clacked his Heimerkin angrily. He sang, "Take the boat offshore. Tonight we remain at Fan." In the privacy of his cabin, he removed the Moon Moth, stared into a mirror at his almost unfamiliar features. He picked up the Moon Moth, examined the detested lineaments, the furry gray skin, the blue spines, the ridiculous lace flaps. Hardly a dignified presence for the consular representative of the home planets. If, in fact, he still held the position when Cromartin learned of Angmar's winning free. Thistle flung himself into a chair, stared moodily into space. Today he'd suffered a series of setbacks, but he wasn't defeated yet, not by any means. Tomorrow he'd visit Matthew Kershaw. They'd discuss how best to locate Angmar. As Kershaw had pointed out, another outworld establishment could not be camouflaged. Haxo Angmar's identity would soon become evident. Also, tomorrow he must procure another mask. Nothing extreme or vainglorious, but a mask which expressed a modicum of dignity and self-respect. At this moment, one of the slaves tapped on the door panel, and Thistle hastily pulled the hated Moon Moth back over his head. Early next morning, before the dawn light had left the sky, the slaves sculled the houseboat back to that section of the dock set aside for the use of outworlders. Neither Rolver nor Wellibus nor Kershaw had yet arrived, and Thistle waited impatiently. An hour passed, and Wellibus brought his boat to the dock. Not wishing to speak to Wellibus, Thistle remained inside his cabin. A few moments later, Rolver's boat likewise pulled in alongside the dock. Through the window, Thistle saw Rolver, wearing his usual tarnbert, climb to the dock. Here he was met by a man in a yellow-tufted sand tiger mask, who played a formal accompaniment on his gomapard to whatever message he brought Rolver. Rolver seemed surprised and disturbed. After a moment's thought, he manipulated his own gomapard, and as he sang, he indicated Thistle's houseboat. Then, bowing, he went on his way. The man in the sand tiger mask climbed with rather heavy dignity to the float and rapped on the bulwark of Thistle's houseboat. Thistle presented himself. Syrenese etiquette did not demand that he invite a casual visitor aboard, so he merely struck an interrogation on his Zachinko. The sand tiger played his gomapard and sang, "Dawn over the Bay of Fan is customarily a splendid occasion. The sky is white with yellow and green colors. When Morreion rises, the mists burn and writhe like flames. He who sings derives a greater enjoyment from the hour when the floating corpse of an outworlder does not appear to mar the serenity of the view." Thistle's Zachinko gave off a startled interrogation almost of its own accord. The sand tiger bowed with dignity. "The singer acknowledges no peer in steadfastness of disposition. However, he does not care to be plagued by the antics of a dissatisfied ghost. He therefore has ordered his slaves to attach a thong to the ankle of the corpse, and while we have conversed, they have linked the corpse to the stern of your houseboat. You will wish to administer whatever rites are prescribed in the outworld. He who sings wishes you a good morning, and now departs." Thistle rushed to the stern of his houseboat. There, near naked and maskless, floated the body of a mature man, supported by air trapped in his pantaloons. Thistle studied the dead face, which seemed characterless and vapid, perhaps in direct consequence of the mask-wearing habit. The body appeared of medium stature and weight, and Thistle estimated the age as between 45 and 50. The hair was nondescript brown, the features bloated by the water. There was nothing to indicate how the man had died. This must be Haxo Angmar, thought Thistle. Who else could it be? Matthew Kershaw? Why not? Thistle asked himself uneasily. Rolver and Wellibus had already disembarked and gone about their business. He searched across the bay to locate Kershaw's houseboat and discovered it already tying up to the dock. Even as he watched, Kershaw jumped ashore, wearing his cave owl mask. He seemed in an abstracted mood, for he passed Thistle's houseboat without lifting his eyes from the dock. Thistle turned back to the corpse. Angmar, then, beyond a doubt. Had not 3 men disembarked from the houseboats of Rolver, Wellibus, and Kershaw, wearing masks characteristic of these men? Obviously the corpse of Angmar. The easy solution refused to sit quiet in Thistle's mind. Kershaw had pointed out that another outworlder would be quickly identified. How else could Angmark maintain himself unless he... Thistle brushed the thought aside. The corpse was obviously Angmark. And yet... Thistle summoned his slaves, gave orders that a suitable container be brought to the dock, that the corpse be transferred therein, and conveyed to a suitable place of repose. The slaves showed no enthusiasm for the task, and Thistle was forced to thunder forcefully, if not skillfully, on the Hymerkin to emphasize his orders. He walked along the dock, turned up the esplanade, passed the office of Cornelie Wellibus, and set out along the pleasant little lane to the landing field. When he arrived, he found that Rolver had not yet made an appearance. An overslave, given status by a yellow rosette on his black cloth mask, asked how he might be of service. Thistle stated that he wished to dispatch a message to Polypolis. There was no difficulty here, declared the slave. If Thistle would set forth his message in clear block print, it would be dispatched immediately. Thistle wrote, Outworlder found dead, possibly Angmark. Age 48, medium physique, brown hair. Other means of identification lacking. Await acknowledgement and/or instructions. He addressed the message to Castel Cromartin at Polypolis and handed it to the overslave. A moment later, he heard the characteristic sputter of trans-space discharge. An hour passed. Rolver made no appearance. Thistle paced restlessly back and forth in front of the office. There was no telling how long he would have to wait. Trans-space transmission time varied unpredictably. Sometimes the message snapped through in microseconds, sometimes it wandered through unknowable regions for hours, and there were several authenticated examples of messages being received before they had been transmitted. Another half-hour passed, and Rolver finally arrived, wearing his customary tarnbird. Coincidentally, Thistle heard the hiss of the incoming message. Rolver seemed surprised to see Thistle. What brings you out so early? Thistle explained. It concerns the body which you referred to me this morning. I'm communicating with my superiors about it. Rolver raised his head and listened to the sound of the incoming message. You seem to be getting an answer. I'd better attend to it. Why bother? Asked Thistle. Your slave seems efficient. It's my job, declared Rolver. I'm responsible for the accurate transmission and receipt of all spacegrams. I'll come with you, said Thistle. I've always wanted to watch the operation of the equipment. I'm afraid that's irregular, said Rolver. He went to the door which led into the inner compartment. I'll have your message in a moment. Thistle protested, but Rolver ignored him and went into the inner office. 5 minutes later, he reappeared, carrying a small yellow envelope. Not too good news, he announced with unconvincing commiseration. Thistle glumly opened the envelope. The message read, Body not Angmark. Angmark has black hair. Why did you not meet landing? Serious infraction. Highly dissatisfied. Return to Polypolis next opportunity. Castel Cromartin. Thistle put the message in his pocket. Incidentally, may I inquire the color of your hair? Rolver played a surprised little trill on his kiv. I'm quite blonde. Why do you ask? Mere curiosity. Rolver played another run on the kiv. Now I understand. My dear fellow, what a suspicious nature you have. Look. He turned and parted the folds of his mask at the nape of his neck. Thistle saw that Rolver was blonde indeed. Are you reassured? Asked Rolver jocularly. Oh, indeed, said Thistle. Incidentally, have you another mask you could lend me? I'm sick of this Moon Moth. I'm afraid not, said Rolver. But you need merely go into a mask-maker's shop and make a selection. Yes, of course, said Thistle. He took his leave of Rolver and returned along the trail to Fan. Passing Wellibus's office, he hesitated, then turned in. Today, Wellibus wore a dazzling confection of green glass prisms and silver beads, a mask Thistle had never seen before. Wellibus greeted him cautiously to the accompaniment of a kiv. Good morning, Sir Moon Moth. I won't take too much of your time, said Thistle. But I have a rather personal question to put to you. What color is your hair? Wellibus hesitated a fraction of a second, then turned his back, lifted the flap of his mask. Thistle saw heavy black ringlets. "Does that answer your question?" inquired Wellibus. "Completely," said Thistle. He crossed the esplanade, went out on the dock to Kershaw's houseboat. Kershaw greeted him without enthusiasm, and invited him aboard with a resigned wave of the hand. "A question I'd like to ask," said Thistle. "What color is your hair?" Kershaw laughed woefully. "What little remains is black. Why do you ask?" "Curiosity." Come, said Kershaw with an unaccustomed bluffness. "There's more to it than that." Thistle, feeling the need of counsel, admitted as much. "Here's the situation. A dead outworlder was found in the harbor this morning. His hair was brown. I'm not entirely certain, but the chances are, let me see, yes, 2 out of 3 that Angmar's hair is black." Kershaw pulled at the cave owl's goatee. "How do you arrive at that probability?" "The information came to me through Rolver's hands. He has blonde hair. If Angmar has assumed Rolver's identity, he would naturally alter the information which came to me this morning. Both you and Wellibus admit to black hair." Said Kershaw. "Let me see if I follow your line of reasoning. You feel that Haxo Angmar has killed either Rolver, Wellibus, or myself and assumed the dead man's identity, right?" Thistle looked at him in surprise. "You yourself emphasized that Angmar could not set up another outworld establishment without revealing himself. Don't you remember?" "Oh, certainly. To continue, Rolver delivered a message to you stating that Angmar was dark and announced himself to be blonde." "Yes. Can you verify this? I mean for the old Rolver?" "No," said Kershaw sadly. "I've seen neither Rolver nor Wellibus without their masks." "If Rolver is not Angmar," Thistle mused, "if Angmar indeed has black hair, then both you and Wellibus come under suspicion." "Very interesting," said Kershaw. He examined Thistle warily. "For that matter, you yourself might be Angmar. What color is your hair?" "Brown," said Thistle curtly. He lifted the gray fur of the Moon Moth mask at the back of his head. "But you might be deceiving me as to the text of the message," Kershaw put forward. "I'm not," said Thistle wearily. "You can check with Rolver if you care to." Kershaw shook his head. "Unnecessary. I believe you. But another matter. What of voices? You've heard all of us before and after Angmar arrived. Isn't there some indication there?" "No. I'm so alert for any evidence of change that you all sound rather different, and the masks muffle your voices." Kershaw tugged the goatee. "I don't see any immediate solution to the problem." He chuckled. "In any event, need there be? Before Angmar's advent, there were Rolver, Wellibus, Kershaw, and Thistle. Now, for all practical purposes, there are still Rolver, Wellibus, Kershaw, and Thistle. Who is to say that the new member may not be an improvement upon the old?" "An interesting thought," agreed Thistle. "But it so happens that I have a personal interest in identifying Angmar. My career is at stake." "I see," murmured Kershaw. "The situation then becomes an issue between yourself and Angmar." "You won't help me?" "Not actively. I've become pervaded with Sirenese individualism. I think you'll find that Rolver and Wellibus will respond similarly." He sighed. "All of us have been here too long." Thistle stood deep in thought. Kershaw waited patiently a moment, then said, "Do you have any further questions?" "No," said Thistle. "I have merely a favor to ask you." "I'll oblige if I possibly can," Kershaw replied courteously. "Give me, or lend me, one of your slaves, for a week or 2. Kershaw played an exclamation of amusement on the ganga. "I hardly like to part with my slaves. They know me and my ways. As soon as I catch Angmar, you'll have him back." "Very well," said Kershaw. He rattled a summons on his Hymerkin, and a slave appeared. "Anthony," sang Kershaw, "you are to go with Ser Thistle and serve him for a short period." The slave bowed without pleasure. Thistle took Anthony to his houseboat and questioned him at length, noting certain of the responses upon a chart. He then enjoined Anthony to say nothing of what had passed, and consigned him to the care of Toby and Rex. He gave further instructions to move the houseboat away from the dock and allow no one aboard until his return. He set forth once more along the way to the landing field, and found Rolver at a lunch of spiced fish, shredded bark of the salad tree, and a bowl of native currants. Rolver clapped an order on the Hymerkin, and a slave set a place for Thistle. "And how are the investigations proceeding?" "I'd hardly like to claim any progress," said Thistle. "I assume that I can count on your help?" Rolver laughed briefly. "You have my good wishes." "More concretely," said Thistle, "I'd like to borrow a slave from you, temporarily." Rolver paused in his eating. "Whatever for?" "I'd rather not explain," said Thistle, "but you can be sure that I make no idle request." Without graciousness, Rolver summoned a slave and consigned him to Thistle's service. On the way back to his houseboat, Thistle stopped at Wellibus's office. Wellibus looked up from his work. "Good afternoon, Sir Thistle." Thistle came directly to the point. "Sir Wellibus, will you lend me a slave for a few days?" Wellibus hesitated, then shrugged. "Why not?" He clacked his Hymerkin. A slave appeared. "Is he satisfactory? Or would you prefer a young female?" He chuckled, rather offensively to Thistle's way of thinking. "He'll do very well. I'll return him in a few days." "No hurry." Wellibus made an easy gesture and returned to his work. Thistle continued to his houseboat, where he separately interviewed each of his 2 new slaves and made notes upon his chart. Dusk came soft over the Titanic Ocean. Toby and Rex sculled the houseboat away from the dock, out across the silken waters. Thistle sat on the deck, listening to the sound of soft voices, the flutter and tinkle of musical instruments. Lights from the floating houseboats glowed yellow and wan watermelon red. The shore was dark. The nightmen would presently come slinking to paw through refuse and stare jealously across the water. In 9 days, the Buenaventura came past Cyrene on its regular schedule. Thistle had his orders to return to Polypolis. In 9 days, could he locate Haxo-Angmark? 9 days weren't too many, Thistle decided, but they might possibly be enough. 2 days passed, and 3 and 4 and 5. Every day Thistle went ashore and at least once a day visited Rolver, Wellibus, and Kershaw. Each reacted differently to his presence. Rolver was sardonic and irritable, Wellibus formal and at least superficially affable, Kershaw mild and suave, but ostentatiously impersonal and detached in his conversation. Thistle remained equally bland to Rolver's dour jibes, Wellibus's jocundity, Kershaw's withdrawal, and every day, returning to his houseboat, he made marks on his chart. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th day came and passed. Rolver, with rather brutal directness, inquired if Thistle wished to arrange for passage on the Buenaventura. Thistle considered, and said, "Yes, you had better reserve passage for one." "Back to the world of faces," shuddered Rolver. "Faces. Everywhere pallid, fish-eyed faces. Mouths like pulp, noses knotted and punctured, flat, flabby faces. I don't think I could stand it after living here. Luckily, you haven't become a real Sirenese." "But I won't be going back," said Thistle. "I thought you wanted me to reserve passage." "I do. For Haxo-Angmark. He'll be returning to Polypolis in the brig." "Well, well," said Rolver. "So you've picked him out?" "Of course," said Thistle. "Haven't you?" Rolver shrugged. "He's either Wellibus or Kershaw, that's as close as I can make it. So long as he wears his mask and calls himself either Wellibus or Kershaw, it means nothing to me." "It means a great deal to me," said Thistle. "What time tomorrow does the lighter go up?" 11:22 sharp. If Haxo-Angmark's leaving, tell him to be on time." "He'll be here," said Thistle. He made his usual call upon Wellibus and Kershaw. Then, returning to his houseboat, put 3 final marks on his chart. The evidence was here, plain and convincing. Not absolutely incontrovertible evidence, but enough to warrant a definite move. He checked over his gun. Tomorrow, the day of decision. He could afford no errors. The day dawned bright white, the sky like the inside of an oyster shell. Morreion rose through iridescent mists. Toby and Rex sculled the houseboat to the dock. The remaining 3 outworld houseboats floated somnolently on the slow swells. One boat Thistle watched in particular, that whose owner Haxo Angmark had killed and dropped into the harbor. This boat presently moved toward the shore, and Haxo Angmark himself stood on the front deck, wearing a mask Thistle had never seen before, a construction of scarlet feathers, black glass, and spiked green hair. Thistle was forced to admire his poise. A clever scheme, cleverly planned and executed, but marred by an insurmountable difficulty. Angmark returned within. The houseboat reached the dock. Slaves flung out mooring lines, lowered the gangplank. Thistle, his gun ready in the pocket flap of his robes, walked down the dock, went aboard. He pushed open the door to the saloon. The man at the table raised his red, black, and green mask in surprise. Thistle said, "Angmark, please don't argue or make any—" Something hard and heavy tackled him from behind. He was flung to the floor, his gun wrested expertly away. Behind him the Hymerkin clattered. A voice sang, "Bind the fool's arms!" The man sitting at the table rose to his feet, removed the red, black, and green mask to reveal the black cloth of a slave. Thistle twisted his head. Over him stood Haxo Angmark, wearing a mask Thistle recognized as a dragon tamer, fabricated from black metal, with a knife-blade nose, socketed eyelids, and 3 crests running back over the scalp. The mask's expression was unreadable, but Angmark's voice was triumphant. "I trapped you very easily." "So you did," said Thistle. The slave finished knotting his wrists together. A clatter of Angmark's Hymerkin sent him away. "Get to your feet," said Angmark. "Sit in that chair." "What are we waiting for?" inquired Thistle. "2 of our fellows still remain out on the water. We won't need them for what I have in mind." "Which is?" "You'll learn in due course," said Angmark. "We have an hour or so on our hands." Thistle tested his bonds. They were undoubtedly secure. Angmark seated himself. "How did you fix on me? I admit to being curious." Come, he chided as Thistle sat silently. "Can't you recognize that I have defeated you? Don't make affairs unpleasant for yourself." Thistle shrugged. "I operated on a basic principle. A man can mask his face, but he can't mask his personality." "Aha," said Angmark. "Interesting. Proceed." "I borrowed a slave from you and the other 2 outworlders, and I questioned them carefully. What masks had their masters worn during the month before your arrival? I prepared a chart and plotted their responses. Rolver wore the Tarnbird about 80% of the time, the remaining 20% divided between the sophist abstraction and the black intricate. Wellibus had a taste for the heroes of Khan Dachan cycle. He wore the Chalakun, the Prince Intrepid, the Sea Vane most of the time, 6 days out of 8. The other 2 days he wore his South Wind or his gay companion. Kershaw, more conservative, preferred the Cave Owl, the Star Wanderer, and 2 or 3 other masks he wore at odd intervals. As I say, I acquired this information from possibly its most accurate source, the slaves. My next step was to keep watch upon the 3 of you. Every day I noted what masks you wore and compared it with my chart. Rolver wore his Tarnbird 6 times, his black intricate twice. Kershaw wore his Cave Owl 5 times, his Star Wanderer once, his Quincunx once, and his Ideal of Perfection once. Wellibus wore the Emerald Mountain twice, the Triple Phoenix 3 times, the Prince Intrepid once, and the Shark God twice. Angmark nodded thoughtfully. I see my error. I selected from Wellibus's masks, but to my own taste, and as you point out, I revealed myself. But only to you. He rose and went to the window. Kershaw and Rolver are now coming ashore. They'll soon be past and about their business, though I doubt if they'd interfere in any case. They've both become good Sirenese." Thistle waited in silence. 10 minutes passed. Then Angmark reached to a shelf and picked up a knife. He looked at Thistle. "Stand up." Thistle slowly rose to his feet. Angmark approached from the side, reached out, lifted the Moon Moth from Thistle's head. Thistle gasped and made a vain attempt to seize it. Too late. His face was bare and naked. Angmark turned away, removed his own mask, donned the Moon Moth. He struck a call on his Hymerkin. 2 slaves entered, stopped in shock at the sight of Thistle. Angmark played a brisk tattoo, sang, "Carry this man up to the dock." "Angmark," cried Thistle, "I'm maskless." The slaves seized him and, in spite of Thistle's desperate struggles, conveyed him out on the deck, along the float and up on the dock. Angmark fixed a rope around Thistle's neck. He said, "You are now Haxo Angmark, and I am Edward Thistle. Wellibus is dead. You shall soon be dead. I can handle your job without difficulty. I'll play musical instruments like a nightman and sing like a crow. I'll wear the Moon Moth till it rots, and then I'll get another. The report will go to Polypolis. Haxo Angmark is dead. Everything will be serene." Thistle barely heard. "You can't do this," he whispered. "My mask! My face!" A large woman in a blue and pink flower mask walked down the dock. She saw Thistle and emitted a piercing shriek, flung herself prone on the dock. "Come along," said Angmark brightly. He tugged at the rope and pulled Thistle down the dock. A man in a pirate captain mask coming up from his houseboat stood rigid in amazement. Angmark played the Zachinko and sang, "Behold the notorious criminal Haxo Angmark. Through all the outer worlds his name is reviled. Now he is captured and led in shame to his death. Behold Haxo Angmark." They turned into the esplanade. A child screamed in fright. A man called hoarsely. Thistle stumbled. Tears tumbled from his eyes. He could see only disorganized shapes and colors. Angmark's voice belled out richly, "Everyone behold, the criminal of the outworlds, Haxo Angmark. Approach and observe his execution." Thistle feebly cried out, "I'm not Angmark. I'm Edward Thistle. He's Angmark." But no one listened to him. There were only cries of dismay, shock, disgust at the sight of his face. He called to Angmark, "Give me my mask, a slave cloth." Angmark sang jubilantly, "In shame he lived, in maskless shame he dies." A forest goblin stood before Angmark. "Moon Moth, we meet once more." Angmark sang, "Stand aside, friend goblin. I must execute this criminal. In shame he lived, in shame he dies." A crowd had formed around the group. Masks stared in morbid titillation at Thistle. The forest goblin jerked the rope from Angmark's hand, threw it to the ground. The crowd roared. Voices cried, "No duel! No duel! Execute the monster!" A cloth was thrown over Thistle's head. Thistle awaited the thrust of a blade, but instead his bonds were cut. Hastily he adjusted the cloth, hiding his face, peering between the folds. 4 men clutched Haxo Angmark. The forest goblin confronted him, playing the Skaranyi. "A week ago you reached to divest me of my mask. You have now achieved your perverse aim." "But he is a criminal," cried Angmark. "He is notorious, infamous." "What are his misdeeds?" sang the forest goblin. "He has murdered, betrayed. He has wrecked ships. He has tortured, blackmailed, robbed, sold children into slavery. He has—" The forest goblin stopped him. "Your religious differences are of no importance. We can vouch, however, for your present crimes." The hostler stepped forward. He sang fiercely, "This insolent Moon Moth 9 days ago sought to preempt my choicest mount." Another man pushed close. He wore a universal expert and sang, "I am a master mask maker. I recognize this Moon Moth outworlder. Only recently he entered my shop and derided my skill. He deserves death." "Death to the outworld monster!" cried the crowd. A wave of men surged forward. Steel blades rose and fell. The deed was done. Thistle watched, unable to move. The forest goblin approached, and playing the stimmick, sang sternly, "For you we have pity, but also contempt. A true man would never suffer such indignities." Thistle took a deep breath. He reached to his belt and found his zachinko. He sang, "My friend, you malign me. Can you not appreciate true courage? Would you prefer to die in combat or walk maskless along the esplanade?" The forest goblin sang, "There is only one answer. First I would die in combat. I could not bear such shame." Thistle sang, "I had such a choice. I could fight with my hands tied and so die, or I could suffer shame, and through this shame conquer my enemy. You admit that you lack sufficient strength to achieve this deed. I have proved myself a hero of bravery. I ask, who here has courage to do what I have done?" "Courage?" demanded the forest goblin. "I fear nothing, up to and beyond death at the hands of the nightmen." "Then answer." The forest goblin stood back. He played his double kementhil. "Bravery indeed, if such were your motives." The hostler struck a series of subdued gomapard chords and sang, "Not a man among us would dare what this maskless man has done." The crowd muttered approval. The mask-maker approached Thistle, obsequiously stroking his double kementhil. "Pray, Lord Hero, step into my nearby shop. Exchange this vile rag for a mask befitting your quality." Another mask-maker sang, "Before you choose, Lord Hero, examine my magnificent creations." A man in a bright sky-bird mask approached Thistle reverently. "I have only just completed a sumptuous houseboat. 17 years of toil have gone into its fabrication. Grant me the good fortune of accepting and using this splendid craft. Aboard waiting to serve you are alert slaves and pleasant maidens. There is ample wine in storage and soft silken carpets on the decks." "Thank you," said Thistle, striking the zachinko with vigor and confidence. "I accept with pleasure. But first, a mask." The mask-maker struck an interrogative trill on the gomapard. "Would the Lord Hero consider a sea dragon conqueror beneath his dignity?" "By no means," said Thistle. "I consider it suitable and satisfactory. We shall go now to examine it." Afterward to the Moon Moth. The symbolic adjuncts used to enlarge the human personality are of course numerous. Clothes comprise a most important category of these symbols, and sometimes when people are gathered together it is amusing to examine garments, unobtrusively of course, and to reflect that each article has been selected with solicitous care with the intention of creating some particular effect. Despite the symbolic power of clothes, men and women are judged, by and large, by circumstances more difficult to control: posture, accent, voice timbre, the shape and color of their bodies, and most significant of all, their faces. Voices can be modulated. Diets and exercise, theoretically at least, force the body into socially acceptable contours. What can be done to the face? Enormous effort has been expended in this direction. Jowls are hoisted, eyebrows attached or eliminated, noses cropped, dehooked, dehumped. The hair is tormented into 1,000 styles, puffed, teased, wet, dried, hung this way or that, all to formulate a fashionable image. Nonetheless, all pretenses are transparent. Nature fakery yields to the critical eye. No matter what our inclinations, whether or not we like our faces, we are forced to live with them, and to accept whatever favor, censure, or derision we willy-nilly incur. Except those intricate and intelligent folk of the world Cyrene, whose unorthodox social habits are considered in the preceding pages. Jack Vance, 1976. The Bagful of Dreams. The river Isk, departing Lumarth, wandered in wide curves across the plain of red flowers, bearing generally south. For 6 halcyon days, Cudgel sailed his skiff down the brimming river, stopping by night at one or another of the riverbank inns. On the 7th day, the river swung to the west, and passed by erratic sweeps and reaches through that land of rock spires and forested hillocks known as the Caim Purpur. The wind blew, if at all, in unpredictable gusts, and Cudgel, dropping the sail, was content to drift with the current, guiding the craft with an occasional stroke of the oars. The villages of the plain were left behind. The region was uninhabited. In view of the crumbled tombs along the shore, the groves of cypress and yew, the quiet conversations to be overheard by night, Cudgel was pleased to be afloat rather than afoot, and drifted out of the Caim Purpur with great relief. At the village troon, the river emptied into the Tsombol marsh, and Cudgel sold the skiff for 10 terces. To repair his fortunes, he took employment with the town butcher, performing the more distasteful tasks attendant upon the trade. However, the pay was adequate, and Cudgel steeled himself to his undignified duties. He worked to such good effect that he was called upon to prepare the feast served at an important religious festival. Through oversight, or stress of circumstance, Cudgel used 2 sacred beasts in the preparation of his special ragout. Halfway through the banquet, the mistake was discovered, and once again Cudgel left town under a cloud. After hiding all night behind the abattoir to evade the hysterical mobs, Cudgel set off at best speed across the Tsombol marsh. The road went by an indirect route, swinging around bogs and stagnant ponds, veering to follow the bed of an ancient highway, in effect doubling the length of the journey. A wind from the north blew the sky clear of all obscurity, so that the landscape showed in remarkable clarity. Cudgel took no pleasure in the view, especially when, looking ahead, he spied a far Pelgrane cruising down the wind. As the afternoon advanced, the wind abated, leaving an unnatural stillness across the marsh. From behind tussocks, water wefkins called out to Cudgel, using the sweet voices of unhappy maidens. "Cudgel, oh Cudgel, why do you travel in haste? Come to my bower and comb my beautiful hair." And, "Cudgel, oh Cudgel, where do you go? Take me with you to share your joyous adventures." And, "Cudgel, beloved Cudgel, the day is dying, the year is at an end. Come visit me behind the tussock, and we will console each other without constraint." Cudgel only walked the faster, anxious to discover shelter for the night. As the sun trembled at the edge of Tsombol marsh, Cudgel came upon a small inn, secluded under 5 dire oaks. He gratefully took lodging for the night, and the innkeeper served a fair supper of stewed herbs, spitted reed birds, seed cake, and thick burdock beer. As Cudgel ate, the innkeeper stood by with hands on hips. "I see by your conduct that you are a gentleman of high place. Still you hop across Tsombol marsh on foot like a bumpkin. I am puzzled by the incongruity." "It is easily explained," said Cudgel. "I consider myself the single honest man in a world of rogues and blackguards, present company excepted. In these conditions it is hard to accumulate wealth." The innkeeper pulled at his chin and turned away. When he came to serve Cudgel a dessert of currant cake, he paused long enough to say, "Your difficulties have aroused my sympathy. Tonight I will reflect on the matter." The innkeeper was as good as his word. In the morning, after Cudgel had finished his breakfast, the innkeeper took him into the stable yard and displayed a large dun-colored beast with powerful hind legs and a tufted tail, already bridled and saddled for riding. "This is the least I can do for you," said the innkeeper. "I will sell this beast at a nominal figure. Agreed, it lacks elegance, and in fact is a hybrid of Downgen Filacari. Still, it moves with an easy stride, it feeds upon inexpensive wastes, and is notorious for its stubborn loyalty." Cudgel moved politely away. "I appreciate your altruism, but for such a creature any price whatever is excessive. Notice the sores at the base of its tail, the eczema along its back, and unless I am mistaken, it lacks an eye. Also, its odor is not all it might be." "Trifles," declared the innkeeper. "Do you want a dependable steed to carry you across the plain of standing stones, or an adjunct to your vanity? The beast becomes your property for a mere 30 terces. Cudgel jumped back in shock. "When a fine Cambalese Wariot sells for 20? My dear fellow, your generosity outreaches my ability to pay." The innkeeper's face expressed only patience. Here, in the middle of Tsombol marsh, You will buy not even the smell of a dead wariot." "Let us discard euphemism," said Cudgel. "Your price is an outrage." For an instant, the innkeeper's face lost its genial cast, and he spoke in a grumbling voice. "Every person to whom I sell this steed takes the same advantage of my kindliness." Cudgel was puzzled by the remark. Nevertheless, sensing irresolution, he pressed his advantage. "In spite of a dozen misgivings, I offer a generous 12 terces." "Done!" cried the innkeeper, almost before Cudgel had finished speaking. "I repeat, you will discover this beast to be totally loyal, even beyond your expectations." Cudgel paid over 12 terces and gingerly mounted the creature. The landlord gave him a benign farewell. "May you enjoy a safe and comfortable journey." Cudgel replied in like fashion, "May your enterprises prosper." In order to make a brave departure, Cudgel tried to rein the beast up and around in a caracole, but it merely squatted low to the ground, then padded out upon the road. Cudgel rode a mile in comfort, and another, and taking all with all, was favorably impressed with his acquisition. "No question but what the beast walks on soft feet. Now let us discover if it will canter at speed." He shook out the reins. The beast set off down the road, its gait a unique prancing strut, with tail arched and head held high. Cudgel kicked his heels into the creature's heaving flanks. "Faster, then! Let us test your mettle!" The beast sprang forward with great energy, and the breeze blew Cudgel's cloak flapping behind his shoulders. A massive dire oak stood beside a bend in the road, an object which the beast seemed to identify as a landmark. It increased its pace, only to stop short and elevate its hindquarters, thus projecting Cudgel into the ditch. When he managed to stagger back up on the road, he discovered the beast cavorting across the marsh, in the general direction of the inn. "A loyal creature indeed," grumbled Cudgel. "It is unswervingly faithful to the comfort of its barn." He found his green velvet cap, clapped it back upon his head, and once more trudged south along the road. During the late afternoon, Cudgel came to a village of a dozen mud huts populated by a squat, long-armed folk, distinguished by great shocks of whitewashed hair. Cudgel gauged the height of the sun, then examined the terrain ahead, which extended in a dreary succession of tussock and pond to the edge of vision. Putting aside all qualms, he approached the largest and most pretentious of the huts. The master of the house sat on a bench to the side, whitewashing the hair of one of his children into radiating tufts like the petals of a white chrysanthemum, while other urchins played nearby in the mud. "Good afternoon," said Cudgel. "Are you able to provide me food and lodging for the night? I naturally intend adequate payment." "I will feel privileged to do so," replied the householder. "This is the most commodious hut of Samsetiska, and I am known for my fund of anecdotes. Do you care to inspect the premises?" "I would be pleased to rest an hour in my chamber before indulging myself in a hot bath." His host blew out his cheeks, and wiping the whitewash from his hands, beckoned Cudgel into the hut. He pointed to a heap of reeds at the side of the room. "There is your bed. Recline for as long as you like. As for a bath, the ponds of the swamp are infested with threlcoids and wireworms, and cannot be recommended." "In that case I must do without," said Cudgel. "However, I have not eaten since breakfast, and I am willing to take my evening meal as soon as possible." "My spouse has gone trapping in the swamp," said his host. "It is premature to discuss supper until we learn what she has gleaned from her toil." In due course, the woman returned carrying a sack and a wicker basket. She built up a fire and prepared the evening meal, while Erwig the householder brought forth a two-string guitar and entertained Cudgel with ballads of the region. At last the woman called Cudgel and Erwig into the hut, where she served bowls of gruel, dishes of fried moss and ganyons, with slices of coarse black bread. After the meal, Erwig thrust his spouse and children out into the night, explaining, "What we have to say is unsuitable for unsophisticated ears. Cudgel is an important traveler and does not wish to measure his every word." Bringing out an earthenware jug, Erwig poured 2 tots of arrack, one of which he placed before Cudgel, then disposed himself for conversation. "Whence came you, and where are you bound?" Cudgel tasted the arrack, which scorched the entire interior of his glottal cavity. I am native to Almery, to which I now return. Urwig scratched his head in perplexity. I cannot divine why you go so far afield only to retrace your steps. Certain enemies worked mischief upon me, said Cudgel. Upon my return, I intend an appropriate revenge. Such acts soothe the spirit like no others, agreed Urwig. An immediate obstacle is the plain of standing stones, by reason of asms which haunt the area. I might add that pelgrane are also common. Cudgel gave his sword a nervous twitch. What is the distance to the plain of standing stones? 4 miles south, the ground rises and the plain begins. The track proceeds from sarsen to sarsen for a distance of 15 miles. A stout-hearted traveler will cross the plain in 4 to 5 hours, assuming that he is not delayed or devoured. The town Quirniff lies another 2 hours beyond. An inch of foreknowledge is worth 10 miles of afterthought. Well spoken, cried Urwig, swallowing a gulp of arrack. My own opinion to an exactitude. Cudgel, you are astute. And in this regard, may I inquire your opinion of Quirniff? The folk are peculiar in many ways, said Urwig. They preen themselves upon the gentility of their habits, yet they refuse to whitewash their hair, and they are slack in their religious observances. For instance, they make obeisance to divine Wiulio with the right hand, not on the buttock, but on the abdomen, which we here consider a slipshod practice. What are your own views? The rite should be conducted as you describe, said Cudgel. No other method carries weight. Urwig refilled Cudgel's glass. I consider this an important endorsement of our views. The door opened, and Urwig's spouse looked into the hut. The night is dark. A bitter wind blows from the north, and a black beast prowls at the edge of the marsh. Stand among the shadows. Divine Wiulio protects his own. It is unthinkable that you and your brats should annoy our guest. The woman grudgingly closed the door and returned into the night. Urwig pulled himself forward on his stool and swallowed a quantity of arrack. The folk of Quirniff, as I say, are strange enough, but their ruler, Duke Orbel, surpasses them in every category. He devotes himself to the study of marvels and prodigies, and every jackleg magician with 2 spells in his head is feted and celebrated and treated to the best of the city. Most odd, declared Cudgel. Again the door opened, and the woman looked into the hut. Urwig put down his glass and frowned over his shoulder. What is it this time? The beast is now moving among the huts. For all we know, it may also worship Wiulio. Urwig attempted argument, but the woman's face became obdurate. Your guest might as well forego his niceties now as later, since we all, in any event, must sleep on the same heap of reeds. She opened wide the door and commanded her urchins into the hut. Urwig, assured that no further conversation was possible, threw himself down upon the reeds, and Cudgel followed soon after. In the morning, Cudgel breakfasted on ash cake and herb tea, and prepared to take his departure. Urwig accompanied him to the road. You have made a favorable impression upon me, and I will assist you across the plain of standing stones. At the first opportunity, take up a pebble the size of your fist and make the trigrammatic sign upon it. If you are attacked, hold high the pebble and cry out, Stand aside, I carry a sacred object. At the first sarsen, deposit the stone and select another from the pile, again make the sign and carry it to the second sarsen, and so across the plain. So much is clear, said Cudgel. But perhaps you should show me the most powerful version of the sign, and thus refresh my memory. Urwig scratched a mark in the dirt. Simple, precise, correct. The folk of Quirniff omit this loop and scrawl in every which direction. Slackness once again, said Cudgel. So then, Cudgel, farewell. The next time you pass, be certain to halt at my hut. My crock of arrack has a loose stopper. I would not forego the pleasure for 1,000 terces. And now, as to my indebtedness, Urwig held up his hand. I accept no terces from my guests. He jerked, and his eyes bulged as his spouse came up and prodded him in the ribs. Ah, well, said Urwig. Give the woman a terce or two. It will cheer her as she performs her tasks." Cudgel paid over 5 terces, to the woman's enormous satisfaction, and so departed the village. After 4 miles, the road angled up to a gray plain studded at intervals with 12-foot pillars of gray stone. Cudgel found a large pebble, and placing his right hand on his buttock, made a profound salute to the object. He scratched upon it a sign somewhat similar to that drawn for him by Urwig, and intoned, "I commend this pebble to the attention of Wiulio. I request that it protect me across this dismal plain." He scrutinized the landscape, but aside from the sarsens and the long black shadows laid by the red morning sun, he discovered nothing worthy of attention, and thankfully set off along the track. He had traveled no more than 100 yards, when he felt a presence, and whirling about, discovered an asm of 8 fangs almost on his heels. Cudgel held high the pebble and cried out, "Away with you! I carry a sacred object, and I do not care to be molested." The asm spoke in a soft, blurred voice. "Wrong. You carry an ordinary pebble. I watched, and you scamped the right. Flee if you wish. I need the exercise." The asm advanced. Cudgel threw the stone with all his force. It struck the black forehead between the bristling antennae, and the asm fell flat. Before it could rise, Cudgel had severed its head. He started to proceed, then turned back and took up the stone. Who knows who guided the throw so accurately? Wiulio deserves the benefit of the doubt. At the first sarsen he exchanged stones as Urwig had recommended, and this time he made the trigrammatic sign with care and precision. Without interference, he crossed to the next sarsen and so continued across the plain. The sun made its way to the zenith, rested a period, then descended into the west. Cudgel marched unmolested from sarsen to sarsen. On several occasions he noted Pelgrane sliding across the sky, and each time flung himself flat to avoid attention. The plain of standing stones ended at the brink of a scarp overlooking a wide valley. With safety close at hand, Cudgel relaxed his vigilance, only to be startled by a scream of triumph from the sky. He darted a horrified glance over his shoulder, then plunged over the edge of the scarp into a ravine, where he dodged among rocks and pressed himself into the shadows. Down swooped the Pelgrane, past and beyond Cudgel's hiding place. Warbling in joy, it alighted at the base of the scarp, to evoke instant outcries and curses from a human throat. Keeping to concealment, Cudgel descended the slope, to discover that the Pelgrane now pursued a portly black-haired man in a suit of black and white diaper. This person at last took nimble refuge behind a thick boled olifar tree, and the Pelgrane chased him first one way, then another, clashing its fangs and snatching with its clawed hands. For all his rotundity, the man showed remarkable deftness of foot, and the Pelgrane began to scream in frustration. It halted to glare through the crotch of the tree and snap out with its long maw. On a whimsical impulse, Cudgel stole out upon a shelf of rock. Then, selecting an appropriate moment, he jumped to land with both feet on the creature's head, forcing the neck down into the crotch of the olifar tree. He called out to the startled man, "Quick, fetch a stout cord. We will bind this winged horror in place." The man in the black and white diaper cried out, "Why show mercy? It must be killed, and instantly. Move your foot so that I may hack away its head." "Not so fast," said Cudgel. "For all its faults, it is a valuable specimen by which I hope to profit." Profit? The idea had not occurred to the portly gentleman. "I must assert my prior claim. I was just about to stun the beast when you interfered." Cudgel said, "In that case, I will take my weight off the creature's neck and go my way." The man in the black and white suit made an irritable gesture. "Certain persons will go to any extreme merely to score a rhetorical point. Hold fast, then. I have a suitable cord over yonder." The two men dropped a branch over the Pelgrane's head and bound it securely in place. The portly gentleman, who had introduced himself as Iolo the Dream-Taker, asked, "Exactly what value do you place upon this horrid creature, and why?" Cudgel said, "It has come to my attention that Orbal, Duke of Ombalik, is an amateur of oddities. Surely he would pay well for such a monster, perhaps as much as 100 terces." "Your theories are sound," Iolo admitted. Are you sure that the bonds are secure? As Cudgel tested the ropes, he noticed an ornament consisting of a blue glass egg on a golden chain attached to the creature's crest. As he removed the object, Iolo's hand darted out, but Cudgel shouldered him aside. He disengaged the amulet, but Iolo caught hold of the chain, and the two glared eye to eye. "Release your grip upon my property," said Cudgel in an icy voice. Iolo protested vigorously. "The object is mine since I saw it first." "Nonsense. I took it from the crest, and you tried to snatch it from my hand." Iolo stamped his foot. "I will not be domineered." He sought to wrest the blue egg from Cudgel's grasp. Cudgel lost his grip, and the object was thrown against the hillside, where it broke in a bright blue explosion to create a hole into the hillside. Instantly, a golden-gray tentacle thrust forth and seized Cudgel's leg. Iolo sprang back, and from a safe distance, watched Cudgel's efforts to avoid being drawn into the hole. Cudgel saved himself at the last moment by clinging to a stump. He called out, "Iolo, make haste! Fetch a cord and tie the tentacle to this stump, otherwise it will drag me into the hill." Iolo folded his arms and spoke in a measured voice. "Avarice has brought this plight upon you. It may be a divine judgment, and I am reluctant to interfere." "What? When you fought tooth and nail to wrench the object from my hand?" Iolo frowned and pursed his lips. "In any case, I own a single rope, that which ties my pelgrane." "Kill the pelgrane," panted Cudgel. "Put the cord to its most urgent use." "You yourself valued this pelgrane at 100 terces. The worth of the rope is 10 terces. "Very well," said Cudgel through gritted teeth. 10 terces for the rope, but I cannot pay 100 terces for a dead pelgrane, since I carry only 45. "So be it. Pay over the 45 terces. What surety can you offer for the remainder?" Cudgel managed to toss over his purse of terces. He displayed the opal ear bangle which Iolo promptly demanded, but which Cudgel refused to relinquish until the tentacle had been tied to the stump. With poor grace, Iolo hacked the head off the pelgrane, then brought over the rope and secured the tentacle to the stump, thus easing the strain upon Cudgel's leg. "The ear bangle, if you please," said Iolo, and he poised his knife significantly near the rope. Cudgel tossed over the jewel. "There you have it, all my wealth. Now please free me from this tentacle." "I am a cautious man," said Iolo. "I must consider the matter from several perspectives." He set about making camp for the night. Cudgel called out a plaintive appeal. "Do you remember how I rescued you from the pelgrane?" "Indeed I do. An important philosophical question has thereby been raised. You disturbed a stasis, and now a tentacle grips your leg, which is, in a sense, the new stasis. I will reflect carefully upon the matter." Cudgel argued to no avail. Iolo built up a campfire over which he cooked a stew of herbs and grasses, which he ate with half a cold fowl and draughts of wine from a leather bottle. Leaning back against a tree, he gave his attention to Orgel. "No doubt you are on your way back to Duke Orbel's grand exposition of marvels." "I am a traveler, no more," said Cudgel. "What is this grand exposition?" Iolo gave Cudgel a pitying glance for his stupidity. "Each year Duke Orbel presides over a competition of wonder workers. This year the prize is 1,000 terces, which I intend to win with my Bagful of Dreams." "Your Bagful of Dreams I assume to be a jocularity, or something on the order of a romantic metaphor?" "Nothing of the sort," declared Iolo in scorn. "A kaleidoscopic projection? A program of impersonations? A hallucinatory gas?" "None of these. I carry with me a number of pure unadulterated dreams, coalesced and crystallized." From his satchel, Iolo brought a sack of soft brown leather, from which he took an object resembling a pale blue snowflake an inch in diameter. He held it up into the firelight where Cudgel could admire its fleeting lusters. "I will ply Duke Orbel with my dreams, and how can I fail to win over all other contestants?" "Your chances would seem to be good. How do you gather these dreams?" The process is secret. Still, I can describe the general procedure. I live beside Lake Lelt in the land of De Passant. On calm nights, the surface of the water thickens to a film which reflects the stars as small globules of shine. By using a suitable cantrap, I am able to lift up impalpable threads composed of pure starlight and water skein. I weave this thread into nets, and then I go forth in search of dreams. I hide under valances and in the leaves of outdoor bowers. I crouch on roofs. I wander through sleeping houses. Always I am ready to net the dreams as they drift past. Each morning I carry these wonderful wisps to my laboratory, and there I sort them out and work my processes. In due course I achieve a crystal of 100 dreams, and with these confections I hope to enthrall Duke Orbal. I would offer congratulations were it not for this tentacle gripping my leg, said Cudgel. That is a generous emotion, said Iolo. He fed several logs into the fire, chanted a spell of protection against creatures of the night, and composed himself for sleep. An hour passed. Cudgel tried by various means to ease the grip of the tentacle, without success, nor could he draw his sword or bring spatterlight from his pouch. At last he sat back and considered new approaches to the solution of his problem. By dint of stretching and straining he obtained a twig, with which he dragged close a long dead branch, which allowed him to reach another of equal length. Tying the two together with a string from his pouch, he contrived a pole exactly long enough to reach Iolo's recumbent form. Working with care, Cudgel drew Iolo's satchel across the ground, finally to within reach of his fingers. First he brought out Iolo's wallet, to find 200 terces, which he transferred to his own purse. Next, the opal ear bangle, which he dropped into the pocket of his shirt, then the bagful of dreams. The satchel contained nothing more of value, save that portion of cold fowl which Iolo had reserved for his breakfast, and the leather bottle of wine, both of which Cudgel put aside for his own use. He returned the satchel to where he had found it, then separated the branches and tossed them aside. Lacking a better hiding place for the bagful of dreams, Cudgel tied the string to the bag and lowered it into the mysterious hole. He ate the fowl and drank the wine, then made himself as comfortable as possible. The night wore on. Cudgel heard the plaintive call of a night-jar and also the moan of a six-legged sham at some distance. In due course the sky glowed purple and the sun appeared. Iolo roused himself, yawned, ran his fingers through his tousled hair, blew up the fire, and gave Cudgel a civil greeting. "And how passed the night?" "As well as could be expected. It is useless, after all, to complain against inexorable reality." "Exactly so. I have given considerable thought to your case, and I have arrived at a decision which will please you. This is my plan. I shall proceed into Queernef, and there drive a hard bargain for the ear bangle. After satisfying your account, I will return and pay over to you whatever sums may be in excess." Cudgel suggested an alternative scheme. "Let us go into Queernef together. Then you will be spared the inconvenience of a return trip." Iolo shook his head. "My plan must prevail." He went to the satchel for his breakfast, and so discovered the loss of his property. He uttered a plangent cry and stared at Cudgel. "My terces! My dreams! They are gone! All gone! How do you account for this?" "Very simply. At approximately 4 minutes after midnight, a robber came from the forest and made off with the contents of your satchel." Iolo tore at his beard with the fingers of both hands. "My precious dreams! Why did you not cry out in alarm?" Cudgel scratched his head. "In all candor, I did not dare disturb the stasis." Iolo jumped to his feet and looked through the forest in all directions. He turned back to Cudgel. "What sort of man was this robber?" "In certain respects, he seemed a kindly man. After taking possession of your belongings, he presented me with half a cold fowl and a bottle of wine, which I consumed with gratitude." "You consumed my breakfast!" Cudgel shrugged. "I could not be sure of this, and in fact I did not inquire. We held a brief conversation, and I learned that, like ourselves, he is bound for Queernef and the exposition of marvels." Ah, aha! Would you recognize this person were you to see him again? Without a doubt. Iolo became instantly energetic. Let us see as to this tentacle. Perhaps we can pry it loose. He seized the tip of the golden-gray member and, bracing himself, worked to lift it from Kujul's leg. For several minutes he toiled, kicking and prying, paying no heed to Kujul's cries of pain. Finally the tentacle relaxed, and Kujul crawled to safety. With great caution, Iolo approached the hole and peered down into the depths. I see only a glimmer of far lights. The hole is mysterious. What is this bit of string which leads into the hole? I tied a rock to the string and tried to plumb the bottom of the hole, Kujul explained. It amounts to nothing. Iolo tugged at the string, which first yielded, then resisted, then broke, and Iolo was left looking at the frayed end. Odd. The string is corroded, as if through contact with some acrid substance. Most peculiar, said Kujul. Iolo threw the string back into the hole. Come, we can waste no more time. Let us hasten into Quernif and seek out the scoundrel who stole my valuables. The road left the forest and passed through a district of fields and orchards. Peasants looked up in wonder as the two passed by, the portly Iolo dressed in black and white diaper, and the lank Kujul with a black cloak hanging from his spare shoulders, and a fine dark green cap gracing his saturnine visage. Along the way, Iolo put ever more searching questions in regard to the robber. Kujul had lost interest in the subject and gave back ambiguous, even contradictory answers, and Iolo's questions became ever more searching. Upon entering Quernif, Kujul noticed an inn which seemed to offer comfortable accommodation. He told Iolo, Here our paths diverge, since I plan to stop at the inn yonder. The Five Owls? It is the dearest inn of Quernif. How will you pay your account? Kujul made a confident gesture. Is not 1,000 terces the grand prize at the exposition? Certainly, but what marvel do you plan to display? I warn you, the Duke has no patience with charlatans. I am not a man who tells all he knows, said Kujul. I will disclose none of my plans at this moment. But what of the robber? Cried Iolo. Were we not to search Quernif high and low? The Five Owls is as good a vantage as any, since the robber will surely visit the common room to boast of his exploits and squander your terces on drink. Meanwhile, I wish you easy roofs and convenient dreams. Kujul bowed politely and took his leave of Iolo. At the Five Owls, Kujul selected a suitable chamber, where he refreshed himself and ordered his attire. Then, repairing to the common room, he made a leisurely meal upon the best the house could provide. The innkeeper stopped by to make sure that all was in order, and Kujul complimented him upon his table. In fact, all taken with all, Quernif must be considered a place favored by the elements. The prospect is pleasant, the air is bracing, and Duke Orbal would seem to be an indulgent ruler. The innkeeper gave a somewhat non-committal assent. As you indicate, Duke Orbal is never exasperated, truculent, suspicious, nor harsh, unless in his wisdom he feels so inclined, whereupon all mildness is put aside in the interests of justice. Glance up to the crest of the hill. What do you see? 4 tubes, or standpipes, approximately 30 yards tall and 1 yard in diameter. Your eye is accurate. Into these tubes are dropped insubordinate members of society, without regard for who stands below or who may be coming after. Hence, while you may converse with Duke Orbal or even venture a modest pleasantry, never ignore his commands. Criminals, of course, are given short shrift. Kujul, from habit, looked uneasily over his shoulder. Such strictures will hardly apply to me, a stranger in town. The innkeeper gave a skeptical grunt. I assume that you came to witness the exposition of marvels. Quite so. I may even try for the grand prize. In this regard, can you recommend a dependable hostler? Certainly. The innkeeper provided explicit directions. I also wish to hire a gang of strong and willing workers, said Kujul. Where may these be recruited? The innkeeper pointed across the square to a dingy tavern. In the yard of the Howling Dog, all the riffraff in town take counsel together. Here you will find workers sufficient to your purposes. While I visit the hostler, Be good enough to send a boy across to hire 12 of these sturdy fellows. As you wish. At the hostler's, Cudgel rented a large 6-wheeled wagon and a team of strong farlocks. When he returned with the wagon to the Five Owls, he found waiting a workforce of 12 individuals of miscellaneous sort, including a man not only senile but also lacking a leg. Another, in the throes of intoxication, fought away imaginary insects. Cudgel discharged these two on the spot. The group also included Iolo the Dreamtaker, who scrutinized Cudgel with the liveliest suspicion. Cudgel asked, "My dear fellow, what do you do in such sordid company?" "I take employment so that I may eat," said Iolo. "May I ask how you came by the funds to pay for so much skilled labor? Also, I notice that from your ear hangs that gem which only last night was my property." "It is the second of a pair," said Cudgel. "As you know, the robber took the first along with your other valuables." Iolo curled his lip. "I am more than ever anxious to meet this quixotic robber who takes my gem but leaves you in possession of yours." "He was indeed a remarkable person. I believe that I glimpsed him not an hour ago, riding hard out of town." Iolo again curled his lip. "What do you propose to do with this wagon?" "If you care to earn a wage, you will soon find out for yourself." Cudgel drove the wagon and the gang of workers out of Quernif along the road to the mysterious hole, where he found all as before. He ordered trenches dug into the hillside, crating was installed, after which that block of soil surrounding and including the hole, the stump, and the tentacle was dragged up on the bed of the wagon. During the middle stages of the project, Iolo's manner changed. He began calling orders to the workmen and addressed Cudgel with cordiality. "A noble idea, Cudgel. We shall profit greatly." Cudgel raised his eyebrows. "I hope indeed to win the grand prize. Your wage, however, will be relatively modest, even scant, unless you work more briskly." "What?" stormed Iolo. "Surely you agree that this hole is half my property." "I agree to nothing of the sort. Say no more of the matter, or you will be discharged on the spot." Grumbling and fuming, Iolo returned to work. In due course, Cudgel conveyed the block of soil, with the hole, stump, and tentacle, back to Quernif. Along the way, he purchased an old tarpaulin with which he concealed the hole, the better to magnify the eventual effect of his display. At the site of the Grand Exposition, Cudgel slid his exhibit off the wagon and into the shelter of a pavilion, after which he paid off his men, to the dissatisfaction of those who had cultivated extravagant hopes. Cudgel refused to listen to complaints. "The pay is sufficient. If it were 10 times as much, every last terce would still end up in the till at the Howling Dog." "One moment," cried Iolo. "You and I must arrive at an understanding." Cudgel merely jumped up on the wagon and drove it back to the hostelry. Some of the men pursued him a few steps, others threw stones, without effect. On the following day, trumpets and gongs announced the formal opening of the exposition. Duke Orbal arrived at the plaza wearing a splendid robe of magenta plush trimmed with white feathers, and a hat of pale blue velvet 3 feet in diameter, with silver tassels around the brim and a cockade of silver puff. Mounting a rostrum, Duke Orbal addressed the crowd. "As all know, I am considered an eccentric, what with my enthusiasm for marvels and prodigies. But after all, when the preoccupation is analyzed, is it all so absurd? Think back across the eons to the times of the Vapurials, the Green and Purple College, the mighty magicians among whose number we include Amberlin, the second Chedul of Porphyrincus, Morreion, Calanctus the Calm, and of course the great Fandal. These were the days of power, and they are not likely to return except in nostalgic recollection. Hence this, my grand exposition of marvels, and withal, a pale recollection of the way things were. Still, all taken with all, I see by my schedule that we have a stimulating program, and no doubt I will find difficulty in awarding the grand prize." Duke Orbal glanced at a paper. "We will inspect Zaraflam's nimble squadrons, Bazard's unlikely musicians, Zalops and his compendium of universal knowledge. Iolo will offer his Bagful of Dreams, and finally Cudgel will present for our amazement that to which he gives the tantalizing title Nowhere. A most provocative program. And now, without further ado, we will proceed to evaluate Zaraflam's nimble squadrons. The crowd surged around the first pavilion, and Zaraflam brought forth his nimble squadrons, a parade of cockroaches smartly turned out in red, white, and black uniforms. The sergeants brandished cutlasses, the foot soldiers carried muskets, the squadrons marched and countermarched in intricate evolutions. "Halt!" bawled Zaraflam. The cockroaches stopped short. "Present arms!" The cockroaches obeyed. "Fire a salute in honor of Duke Orbal!" The sergeants raised their cutlasses, the footmen elevated their muskets. Down came the cutlasses, the muskets exploded, emitting little puffs of white smoke. "Excellent!" declared Duke Orbal. "Zaraflam, I commend your painstaking accuracy." "1,000 thanks, Your Grace. Have I won the grand prize?" "It is still too early to predict. Now to Bazard and his unlikely musicians." The spectators moved on to the second pavilion, where Bazard presently appeared, his face woebegone. "Your Grace and noble citizens of Quernif, my unlikely musicians were fish from the Cantic Sea, and I felt sure of the grand prize when I brought them to Quernif. However, during the night, a leak drained the tank dry. The fish are dead, and their music is lost forever. I still wish to remain in contention for the prize, hence I will simulate the songs of my former troupe. Please adjudicate the music on this basis." Duke Orbal made an austere sign. "Impossible. Bazard's exhibit is hereby declared invalid. We now move on to Zalops and his remarkable compendium." Zalops stepped forward from his pavilion. "Your Grace, ladies and gentlemen of Quernif, my entry at this exposition is truly remarkable. However, unlike Zaraflam and Bazard, I can take no personal credit for its existence. By trade, I am a ransacker of ancient tombs, where the risks are great and rewards few. By great good luck, I chanced upon that crypt where several eons ago the sorcerer Zinkzin was laid to rest. From this dungeon I rescued the volume, which I now display to your astounded eyes." Zalops whisked away a cloth to reveal a great book bound in black leather. "On command, this volume must reveal information of any and every sort. It knows each trivial detail, from the time the stars first caught fire to the present date. Ask, you shall be answered." "Remarkable," declared Duke Orbal. "Present before us the lost ode of Surmi." "Certainly," said the book in a rasping voice. It threw back its covers to reveal a page covered with crabbed and interlocked characters. Duke Orbal put a perplexed question. "This is beyond my comprehension. You may furnish a translation." "The request is denied," said the book. "Such poetry is too sweet for ordinary ears." Duke Orbal glanced at Zalops, who spoke quickly to the book. "Show us scenes from eons past." "As you like. Reverting to the 19th eon of the 52nd cycle, I display a view across Lynxfade Valley, toward Kolgut's Tower of Frozen Blood." "The detail is both notable and exact," declared Duke Orbal. "I am curious to gaze upon the semblance of Kolgut himself." "Nothing could be easier. Here is the terrace of the temple at Tanutra. Kolgut stands beside the flowering whale bush. In the chair sits the Empress Noxon, now in her 140th year. She has tasted no water in her entire lifetime, and eats only bitter blossom, with occasionally a morsel of boiled eel." "Bah!" said Duke Orbal. "A most hideous old creature. Who are those gentlemen ranked behind her?" "They constitute her retinue of lovers. Every month one of their number is executed, and a new stalwart is recruited to take his place. Competition is keen to win the affectionate regard of the Empress." "Bah!" muttered Duke Orbal. "Show us rather a beautiful court lady of the Yellow Age." The book spoke a petulant syllable in an unknown language. The page turned to reveal a travertine promenade beside a low river. "This view reveals to good advantage the topiary of the time. Notice here, and here." With a luminous arrow, the book indicated a row of massive trees clipped into globular shapes. "Those are irex, the sap of which may be used as an effective vermifuge. The species is now extinct. Along the concourse you will observe a multitude of persons. Those with black stockings and long white beards are Alulian slaves, whose ancestors arrived from far Canopus. They are also extinct. In the middle distance stands a beautiful woman named Jiao Jaro. She is indicated by a red dot over her head, although her face is turned toward the river. "This is hardly satisfactory," grumbled Duke Orbal. "Zalops, can you not control the perversity of your exhibit?" "I fear not, your grace." Duke Orbal gave a sniff of displeasure. "A final question. Who among the folk now residing in Quernif presents the greatest threat to the welfare of my realm?" "I am a repository of information, not an oracle," stated the book. "However, I will remark that among those present stands a fox-faced vagabond with a crafty expression, whose habits would bring a blush to the cheeks of the Empress Noxon herself. His name—" Kujal leapt forward and pointed across the plaza. "The robber! There he goes now! Summon the constables! Sound the gong!" While everyone turned to look, Kujal slammed shut the book and dug his knuckles into the cover. The book grunted in annoyance. Duke Orbal turned back with a frown of perplexity. "I saw no robber." "In that case I was surely mistaken. But yonder waits Iolo with his famous Bagful of Dreams." The Duke moved on to Iolo's pavilion, followed by the enthralled onlookers. Duke Orbal said, "Iolo the Dream-Taker, your fame has preceded you all the distance from De Passant. I hereby tender you an official welcome." Iolo answered in an anguished voice, "Your Grace, I have sorry news to relate. For the whole of 1 year I prepared for this day, hoping to win the grand prize. The blast of midnight winds, the outrage of householders, the terrifying attentions of ghosts, shrees, roof-runners, and firmins, all of these have caused me discomfort. I have roamed the dark hours in pursuit of my dreams. I have lurked beside dormers, crawled through attics, hovered over couches. I have suffered scratches and contusions, but never have I counted the cost if through my enterprise I were able to capture some particularly choice specimen. Each dream trapped in my net I carefully examined. For every dream cherished and saved I released a dozen, and finally from my store of superlatives I fashioned my wonderful crystals, and these I brought down the long road from De Passant. Then, only last night, under the most mysterious circumstances, my precious goods were stolen by a robber only Kujal claims to have seen. I now point out that the dreams, whether near or far, represent marvels of truly superlative quality, and I feel that a careful description of the items—" Duke Orbal held up his hand. "I must reiterate the judgment rendered upon Bizarre. A stringent rule stipulates that neither imaginary nor purported marvels qualify for the competition. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to adjudicate your dreams on another occasion. Now we must pass on to Kujal's pavilion and investigate his provocative nowhere." Kujal stepped up on the dais before his exhibit. "Your Grace, I present for your inspection a legitimate marvel, not a straggle of insects, not a pedantic almanac, but an authentic miracle." Kujal whisked away the cloth. "Behold!" The Duke made a puzzled sound. "A pile of dirt? A stump? What is that odd-looking member emerging from the hole?" "Your Grace, I have here an opening into an unknown space, with the arm one of its denizens. Inspect this tentacle. It pulses with the life of another cosmos. Notice the golden luster of the dorsal surface, the green and lavender of these encrustations. On the underside you will discover 3 colors of a sort never before seen." With a nonplussed expression, Duke Orbal pulled at his chin. "This is all very well, but where is the rest of the creature? You present not a marvel, but the fraction of a marvel. I can make no judgment on the basis of a tail, or a hindquarters, or a proboscis, whatever the member may be. Additionally, you claim that the whole enters a far cosmos. Still, I see only a hole, resembling nothing so much as the den of a wizen imp." Iolo thrust himself forward. "May I venture an opinion? As I reflect upon events, I have become convinced that Kujal himself stole my dreams." "Your remarks interest no one," said Kujal. "Kindly hold your tongue while I continue my demonstration." Iolo was not to be subdued so easily. He turned to Duke Orbal and cried in a poignant voice, "Hear me out, if you will. I am convinced that the robber is no more than a figment of Kujul's imagination. He took my dreams and hid them, and where else but in the hole itself? For evidence, I cite that length of string which leads into the hole." Duke Orbal inspected Kujul with a frown. "Are these charges true? Answer exactly, since all can be verified." Kujul chose his words with care. "I can only affirm what I myself know. Conceivably, the robber hid Iolo's dreams in the hole while I was otherwise occupied. For what purpose? Who can say?" Duke Orbal asked in a gentle voice, "Has anyone thought to search the hole for this elusive bag of dreams?" Kujul gave an indifferent shrug. "Iolo may enter now and search to his heart's content." "You claim this hole," retorted Iolo. "It therefore becomes your duty to protect the public." For several minutes, an animated argument took place, until Duke Orbal intervened. "Both parties have raised persuasive points. I feel, however, that I must rule against Kujul. I therefore decree that he search his premises for the missing dreams and recover them if possible." Kujul disputed the decision with such vigor that Duke Orbal turned to glance along the skyline, whereupon Kujul moderated his position. "The judgment of your grace of course must prevail, and if I must, I will cast about for Iolo's lost dreams, although his theories are clearly absurd." "Please do so at once." Kujul obtained a long pole, to which he attached a grapple. Gingerly thrusting his contrivance into the hole, he raked back and forth, but succeeded only in stimulating the tentacle, which thrashed from side to side. Iolo suddenly cried out in excitement, "I notice a remarkable fact. The block of earth is at most 6 feet in breadth, yet Kujul plunged into the hole a pole 12 feet in length. What trickery does he practice now?" Kujul replied in even tones, "I promised Duke Orbal a marvel and a wonderment, and I believe that I have done so." Duke Orbal nodded gravely. "Well said, Kujul. Your exhibit is provocative. Still, you offer us only a tantalizing glimpse, a bottomless hole, a length of tentacle, a strange color, a far-off light, to the effect that your exhibit seems somewhat makeshift and impromptu. Contrast, if you will, the precision of Zaraflam's cockroaches." He held up his hand as Kujul started to protest. "You display a hole, admitted, and a fine hole it is, but how does this hole differ from any other? Can I in justice award the prize on such a basis?" "The matter may be resolved in a manner to satisfy us all," said Kujul. "Let Iolo enter the hole, to assure himself that his dreams are indeed elsewhere. Then, on his return, he will bear witness to the truly marvelous nature of my exhibit." Iolo made an instant protest. "Kujul claims the exhibit. Let him make the exploration." Duke Orbal raised his hand for silence. "I pronounce a decree to the effect that Kujul must immediately enter his exhibit in search of Iolo's properties, and likewise make a careful study of the environment, for the benefit of us all." "Your Grace," protested Kujul, "this is no simple matter. The tentacle almost fills the hole." "I see sufficient room for an agile man to slide past." "Your Grace, to be candid, I do not care to enter the hole, by reason of extreme fear." Duke Orbal again glanced up at the tubes which stood in a row along the skyline. He spoke over his shoulder to a burly man in a maroon and black uniform. "Which of the tubes is most suitable for use at this time?" "The second tube from the right, Your Grace, is only 1/4 occupied." Kujul declared in a trembling voice, "I fear, but I have conquered my fear. I will seek Iolo's lost dreams." "Excellent," said Duke Orbal with a tight-lipped grin. "Please do not delay. My patience wears thin." Kujul tentatively thrust a leg into the hole, but the motion of the tentacle caused him to snatch it out again. Duke Orbal muttered a few words to his constable, who brought up a winch. The tentacle was hauled forth from the hole a good 5 yards. Duke Orbal instructed Kujul, "Straddle the tentacle, seize it with hands and legs, and it will draw you back through the hole." In desperation, Kujul clambered upon the tentacle. The tension of the winch was relaxed, and Kujul was pulled into the hole. The light of earth curled away from the opening and made no entrance. Kujul was plunged into a condition of near-total darkness, where, however, by some paradoxical condition, He was able to sense the scope of his new environment in detail. He stood on a surface at once flat yet rough, with rises and dips and hummocks like the face of a windy sea. The black spongy stuff underfoot showed small cavities and tunnels in which Kujal sensed the motion of innumerable near-invisible points of light. Where the sponge rose high, the crest curled over like breaking surf, or stood ragged and crusty. In either case, the fringes glowed red, pale blue, and several colors Kujal had never before observed. No horizon could be detected, and the local concepts of distance, proportion, and size were not germane to Kujal's understanding. Overhead hung dead nothingness. The single feature of note, a large disk the color of rain, floated at the zenith, an object so dim as to be almost invisible. At an indeterminate distance, a mile, 10 miles, 100 yards, a hummock of some bulk overlooked the entire panorama. On closer inspection, Kujal saw this hummock to be a prodigious mound of gelatinous flesh, inside which floated a globular organ apparently analogous to an eye. From the base of this creature, 100 tentacles extended far and wide across the black sponge. One of these tentacles passed near Kujal's feet, through the intracosmic gap, and out upon the soil of Earth. Kujal discovered Iolo's sack of dreams, not 3 feet distant. The black sponge, bruised by the impact, had welled a liquid which had dissolved a hole in the leather, allowing the star-shaped dreams to spill out upon the sponge. In groping with the pole, Kujal had damaged a growth of brown pulps. The resulting exudation had dripped upon the dreams, and when Kujal picked up one of the fragile flakes, he saw that its edges glowed with eerie fringes of color. The combination of oozes which had permeated the object caused his fingers to itch and tingle. A score of small luminous nodes swarmed around his head, and a soft voice addressed him by name. "Kujal, what a pleasure that you have come to visit us. What is your opinion of our pleasant land?" Kujal looked about in wonder. How could a denizen of this place know his name? At a distance of 10 yards, he noticed a small hummock of plasm not unlike the monstrous bulk with the floating eye. Luminous nodes circled his head, and the voice sounded in his ears. "You are perplexed, but remember, here we do things differently. We transfer our thoughts in small modules. If you look closely, you will see them speeding through the fluxion. Dainty little animalcules eager to unload their weight of enlightenment. There, notice. Directly before your eyes hovers an excellent example. It is a thought of your own regarding which you are dubious. Hence it hesitates and awaits your decision." "What if I speak?" asked Kujal. "Will this not facilitate matters?" "To the contrary. Sound is considered offensive, and everyone deplores the slightest murmur." "This is all very well," grumbled Kujal, "but silence, please. Send forth animalcules only." Kujal dispatched a whole host of luminous purports. "I will do my best. Perhaps you can inform me how far this land extends?" "Not with certainty. At times I send forth animalcules to explore the far places. They report an infinite landscape similar to that which you see." "Duke Orbal of Ombalik has commanded me to gather information, and he will be interested in your remarks. Are valuable substances to be found here?" "To a certain extent. There is procidel and dipheny, and an occasional coruscation of zamanders." "My first concern, of course, is to collect information for Duke Orbal, and I must also rescue Iolo's dreams. Still, I would be pleased to acquire a valuable trinket or two, if only to remind myself of our pleasant association." "Understandable. I sympathize with your objectives." "In that case, how may I obtain a quantity of such substances?" "Easily. Simply send off animalcules to gather up your requirements." The creature emitted a whole host of pale plasms which darted away in all directions, and presently returned with several dozen small spheres sparkling with a frosty blue light. "Here are zamanders of the first water," said the creature. "Accept them with my compliments." Kujal placed the gems in his pouch. "This is a most convenient system for gaining wealth. I also wish to obtain a certain amount of dipheny." "Send forth animalcules. Why exert yourself needlessly?" "We think along similar lines." Cudgel dispatched several hundred animalcules, which presently returned with 20 small ingots of the precious metal. Cudgel examined his pouch. I still have room for a quantity of procidel. With your permission, I will send out the requisite animalcules. I would not dream of interfering, asserted the creature. The animalcules sped forth, and before long returned with sufficient procidel to fill Cudgel's pouch. The creature said thoughtfully, This is at least half of Uthaw's treasure. However, he appears not to have noticed its absence. Uthaw? Inquired Cudgel. Do you refer to yonder monstrous hulk? Yes, that is Uthaw, who sometimes is both coarse and irascible. Uthaw's eye rolled toward Cudgel and bulged through the outer membrane. A tide of animalcules arrived, pulsing with significance. I notice that Cudgel has stolen my treasure, which I denounce as a breach of hospitality. In retribution, he must dig 22 zamanders from below the shivering trillos. He must then sift 8 pounds of prime procidel from the dust of time. Finally, he must scrape 8 acres of diphany bloom from the face of the high disk. Cudgel sent forth animalcules. Lord Uthaw, the penalty is harsh, but just. A moment while I go to fetch the necessary tools. He gathered up the dreams and sprang to the aperture. Seizing the tentacle, he cried through the hole, Pull the tentacle! Work the winch! I have rescued the dreams! The tentacle convulsed and thrashed, effectively blocking the opening. Cudgel turned and, putting his fingers to his mouth, emitted a piercing whistle. Uthaw's eye rolled upward, and the tentacle fell limp. The winch heaved at the tentacle, and Cudgel was drawn back through the hole. Uthaw, recovering his senses, jerked his tentacle so violently that the rope snapped, the winch was sent flying, and several persons were swept from their feet. Uthaw jerked back his tentacle, and the hole immediately closed. Cudgel cast the sack of dream flakes contemptuously at the feet of Iolo. There you are, ingrate! Take your vapid hallucinations and go your way. Let us hear no more of you. Cudgel turned to Duke Orbal. I am now able to render a report upon the other cosmos. The ground is composed of a black sponge-like substance and flickers with 1,000,000,000,000 infinitesimal glimmers. My research discovered no limits to the extent of the land. A pale disk, barely visible, covers 1/4 of the sky. The denizens are, first and foremost, an ill-natured hulk named Uthaw, and others more or less similar. No sound is allowed, and meaning is conveyed by animalcules, which also procure the necessities of life. In essence, these are my discoveries, and now, with utmost respect, I claim the grand prize of 1,000 terces. From behind his back, Cudgel heard Iolo's mocking laughter. Duke Orbal shook his head. My dear Cudgel, what you suggest is impossible. To what exhibit do you refer? The box full of dirt yonder? It lacks all pretensions to singularity. But you saw the hole. With your winch you pulled the tentacle. In accordance with your orders, I entered the hole and explored the region. True enough, but hole and tentacle are both vanished. I do not for a moment suggest mendacity, but your report is not easily verified. I can hardly award honors to an entity so fugitive as the memory of a non-existent hole. I fear that on this occasion I must pass you by. The prize will be awarded to Zaraflam and his remarkable cockroaches. A moment, Your Grace, Iolo called out. Remember, I am entered in the competition. At last I am able to display my products. Here is a particularly choice item, distilled from 100 dreams captured early in the morning from a bevy of beautiful maidens asleep in a bower of fragrant vines. Very well, said Duke Orbal. I will delay the award until I test the quality of your visions. What is the procedure? Must I compose myself for slumber? Not at all. The ingestion of the dream during waking hours produces not a hallucination, but a mood, a sensibility fresh, new, and sweet, an allurement of the faculties, an indescribable exhilaration. Still, why should you not be comfortable as you test my dreams? You there, fetch a couch. And you, a cushion for his Grace's noble head. You, be good enough to take his Grace's hat. Cudgel saw no profit in remaining. He moved to the outskirts of the throng. Iolo brought forth his dream, and for a moment seemed puzzled by the ooze still adhering to the object, then decided to ignore the matter, and paid no further heed, except to rub his fingers as if after contact with some viscid substance. Making a series of grand gestures, Iolo approached the great chair where Duke Orbal sat at his ease. "I will arrange the dream for its most convenient ingestion," said Iolo. "I place a quantity into each ear. I insert a trifle up each nostril. I arrange the balance under your Grace's illustrious tongue. Now, if your Grace will relax, in half a minute the quintessence of 100 exquisite dreams will be made known." Duke Orbal became rigid. His fingers clenched the arms of the chair. His back arched, and his eyes bulged from their sockets. He turned over backward, then rolled, jerked, jumped, and bounded about the plaza before the amazed eyes of his subjects. Iolo called out in a brassy voice, "Where is Kujal? Fetch that scoundrel Kujal!" But Kujal had already departed Quirniff, and was nowhere to be found. Afterward, to the Bagful of Dreams. The less a writer discusses his work, and himself, the better. The master chef slaughters no chickens in the dining room, the doctor writes prescriptions in Latin, the magician hides his hinges, mirrors, and trapdoors with the utmost care. Recently I read of a surgeon who, after performing a complicated abortion, displayed to the ex-mother the fetus in a jar of formaldehyde. The woman went into hysterics and sued him, and I believe collected. No writer has yet been hauled into court on similar grounds, but the day may arrive. Jack Vance, 1975. The Mitr. A rocky headland made a lee for the bay and the wide empty beach. The water barely rose and fell. A high overcast grayed the sky, stilled the air. The bay shone with a dull luster, like old pewter. Dunes bordered the beach, breaking into a nearby forest of pitchy black-green cypress. The forest was holding its own, matting down the drifts with whiskery roots. Among the dunes were ruins, glass walls ground milky by salt breeze and sand. In the center of these walls a human being had brought grass and ribbonweed for her bed. Her name was Mitr, or so the Beatles called her. For want of any other, she had taken the word for a name. The name, the grass bed, a length of brown cloth stolen from the Beatles were her only possessions. Possibly her belongings might be said to include a moldering heap of bones which lay 100 yards back in the forest. They interested her strongly, and she vaguely remembered a connection with herself. In the old days, when her arms and legs had been short and round, she had not marked the rather grotesque correspondence of form. Now she had lengthened, and the resemblance was plain. Eye-holes like her eyes, a mouth like her own, teeth, jaw, skull, shoulders, ribs, legs, feet. From time to time she would wander back into the forest and stand wondering, though of late she had not been regular in her visits. Today was dreary and gray. She felt bored, uneasy, and after some thought decided that she was hungry. Wandering out on the dunes, she listlessly ate a number of grass pods. Perhaps she was not hungry after all. She walked down to the beach, stood looking out across the bay. A damp wind flapped the brown cloth, rumpled her hair. Perhaps it would rain. She looked anxiously at the sky. Rain made her wet and miserable. She could always take shelter among the rocks of the headland, but sometimes it was better to be wet. She wandered down along the beach, caught and ate a small shellfish. There was little satisfaction in the salty flesh. Apparently she was not hungry. She picked up a sharp stick and drew a straight line in the damp sand, 50 feet, 100 feet long. She stopped, looked back over her work with pleasure. She walked back, drawing another line parallel to the first, a hand's breadth distant. Very interesting effect. Fired by sudden enthusiasm, she drew more lines up and down the beach until she had created an extensive grate of parallel lines. She looked over her work with satisfaction. Making such marks on the smooth sand was pleasant and interesting. Some other time she would do it again, and perhaps use curving lines or cross-hatching. But enough for now. She dropped the stick. The feeling of hunger that was not hunger came over her again. She caught a sand locust but threw it away without eating it. She began to run at full speed along the beach. This was better, the flash of her legs below her, the air clean in her lungs. Panting, she came to a halt, flung herself down in the sand. Presently, she caught her breath, sat up. She wanted to run some more, but felt a trifle languid. She grimaced, jerked uneasily. Maybe she should visit the beetles over the headland. Perhaps the old gray creature called T3T would speak to her. Tentatively, she rose to her feet and started back along the beach. The plan gave her no real pleasure. T3T had little of interest to say. He answered no questions, but recited interminable data concerned with the colony, how many grubs would be allowed to mature, how many pounds of spider eggs had been taken to storage, the condition of his mandibles, antennae, eyes. She hesitated, but after a moment went on. Better T3T than no one, better the sound of a voice than the monotonous crash of gray surf. And perhaps he might say something interesting. On occasions, his conversation went far afield, and then Mitr listened with absorption. The mountains are ruled by wild lizards, and beyond are the Mercaloid Macanvikis, who live under the ground with only fuming chimneys and slag runs to tell of activity below. The beetles live along the shore, and of the Mitr only one remains by Old Glass City, the last of the Mitr. She had not quite understood, since the flux and stream of time, the concepts of before and after, meant nothing to her. The universe was static. Day followed day, not in a series, but as a duplication. T3T had droned on. Beyond the mountains is endless desert, then endless ice, then endless waste, then a land of seething fire, then the great water, and once more the land of life, the rule and domain of the beetles, where every solstice a new acre of leaf mulch is chewed and laid. And then there had been an hour dealing with beetle fungi culture. Mitr wandered along the beach. She passed the beautiful grate she had scratched in the damask sand, past her glass walls, climbed the first shelves of black rock. She stopped, listened. A sound? She hesitated, then went on. There was a rush of many feet. A long brown and black beetle sprang upon her, pressed her against the rocks. She fought feebly, but the forefeet pinned her shoulders, arched her back. The beetle pressed his proboscis to her neck, punctured her skin. She stood limp, staring into his red eyes while he drank. He finished, released her. The wound closed of itself, smarted and ached. The beetle climbed up over the rocks. Mitr sat for an hour regaining her strength. The thought of listening to T3T now gave her no pleasure. She wandered listlessly back along the beach, ate a few bits of seaweed and a small fish which had been trapped in a tide pool. She walked to the water's edge and stared out past the headland to the horizon. She wanted to cry out, to yell, something of the same urge which had driven her to run so swiftly along the beach. She raised her voice, called, a long musical note. The damp, mild breeze seemed to muffle the sound. She turned away, discouraged. She wandered down the shore to the little stream of fresh water. Here she drank and ate some of the blackberries that grew in rank thickets. She jerked upright, raised her head. A vast high sound filled the sky, seemed part of all the air. She stood rigid, then craned her neck, searching the overcast, legs half bent for flight. A long black skyfish dropped into view, snorting puffs of fire. Terrified, she backed into the blackberry bushes. The brambles tore her legs, brought her to awareness. She dodged into the forest, crouched under a leaning cypress trunk. The skyfish dropped with astounding rapidity, lowered to the beach, settled with a quiet final belch and sigh. Mitr watched in frozen fascination. Never had she known of such a thing. Never would she walk the beach again without watching the heavens. The skyfish opened. She saw the glint of metal, glass. From the interior jumped 3 creatures. Her head moved forward in wonder. They were something like herself, but large, red, burly. Strange, frightening things. They made a great deal of noise, talking in hoarse, rough voices. One of them saw the glass walls, and for a space they examined the ruins with great interest. The brown and black beetle which had drank her blood chose this moment to scuttle down the rocks to the beach. One of the newcomers set up a loud halloo, and the beetle, bewildered and resentful, ran back up toward the rocks. The stranger held a shiny thing in his hand. It spat a lance of fire, and the beetle burst into 1,000 incandescent pieces. The three cried out in loud voices, laughing. Mitr shrank back under the tree trunk, making herself as small as possible. One of the strangers noticed the place on the beach where she had drawn her grating. He called his companions, and they looked with every display of attention, studying her footprints with extreme interest. One of them made a comment which caused the others to break into loud laughter. Then they all turned and searched up and down the beach. They were seeking her, thought Mitr. She crouched so far under the trunk that the bark bruised her flesh. Presently their interest waned, and they went back to the skyfish. One of them brought forth a long black tube which he took down to the edge of the surf and threw far out into the leaden water. The tube stiffened, pulsed, made sucking sounds. The skyfish was thirsty and was drinking through his proboscis, thought Mitr. The three strangers now walked along the beach toward the freshwater stream. Mitr watched their approach with apprehension. Were they following her tracks? Her hands were sweating, her skin tingled. They stopped at the water's edge, drank, only a few paces away. Mitr could see them plainly. They had bright copper hair and little hair wisps around their mouths. They wore shining red carapaces around their chests, gray cloth on their legs, metal foot wrappings. They were much like herself, but somehow different. Bigger, harder, more energetic. They were cruel, too. They had burnt the brown and black beetle. Mitr watched them fascinatedly. Where was their home? Were there others like them, like her, in the sky? She shifted her position. The foliage crackled. Tingles of excitement and fear ran along her back. Had they heard? She peered out, ready to flee. No, they were walking back down the beach toward the skyfish. Mitr jumped up from under the tree trunk, stood watching from behind the foliage. Plainly they cared little that another like themselves lived nearby. She became angry. Now she wanted to chide them and order them off her beach. She held back. It would be foolish to show herself. They might easily throw a lance of flame to burn her as they had the beetle. In any event, they were rough and brutal. Strange creatures. She stole through the forest, flitting from trunk to trunk, falling flat when necessary until she had approached the skyfish as closely as shelter allowed. The strangers were standing close around the base of the monster and showed no further disposition to explore. The tube into the bay grew limp. They pulled it back into the skyfish. Did that mean that they were about to leave? Good. They had no right on her beach. They had committed an outrage, landing so arrogantly and killing one of her beetles. She almost stepped forward to upbraid them, then remembered how rough and hard and cruel they were, and held back with a tingling skin. Stand quietly. Presently they will go, and you will be left in possession of your beach. She moved restlessly. Rough red brutes. Don't move or they will see you. And then? She shivered. They were making preparations for leaving. A lump came into her throat. They had seen her tracks and had never bothered to search. They could have found her so easily. She had hid herself almost in plain sight. And now she was closer than ever. If she moved forward only a step, then they would see her. Skin tingling, she moved a trifle out from behind the tree trunk. Just a little bit. Then she jumped back, heart thudding. Had they seen her? With a sudden fluttering access of fright, she hoped not. What would they do? She looked cautiously around the trunk. One of the strangers was staring in a puzzled manner, as if he might have glimpsed movement. Even now he didn't see her. He looked straight into her eyes. She heard him call out. Then she was fleeing through the forest. He charged after her, and after him came the other two, battering down the undergrowth. They left her, bruised and bleeding, in a bed of ferns, and marched back through the forest toward the beach, laughing and talking in their rough hoarse voices. She lay quiet for a while. Their voices grew faint. She rose to her feet, staggered, limped after them. A great glare lit the sky. Through the trees, she saw the skyfish thunder up, higher, higher, higher. It vanished through the overcast. There was silence along the beach, only the endless mutter of the surf. She walked down to the water's edge, where the tide was coming in. The overcast was graying with evening. She looked for many minutes into the sky, listening. No sound. The damp wind blew in her face, ruffling her hair. She sighed, turned back toward the ruined glass walls with tears on her cheeks. The tide was washing up over the grate of straight lines she had drawn so carefully in the sand. Another few minutes, and it would be entirely gone. Afterward to the Mitr. I think everything I've ever read contributes to the background from which I write. For instance, when I was awfully young, I read all the Oz books. They were an enormous influence on me. And then there were the Edward Stratemeyer Fiction Factory writers. Howard R. Garris and other writers had a pseudonym of Roy Rockwood, and they wrote different kinds of science fiction stories. Later, I loved P.G. Wodehouse. I thought he was a marvelous writer. I still do to this day. I think he hasn't been appreciated enough for his magnificent creativity and his beautiful writing. Oh, they laugh at him, but they don't take him seriously because he seems frivolous. He did what he set out to do, and he did it beautifully. Then there was a writer called Geoffrey Farnall, who wrote in the early 20s. He wrote magnificent adventure stories, which I read in my teens, I guess. I was fascinated by their mastery of atmosphere and pace, excitement and daring-do. He's dated a little bit. He's kind of sentimental in his attitudes towards ladies and old people. He's very courtly. Those are two men that I admire. Then there was Clark Ashton Smith, who wrote for Weird Tales and who had a wild imagination. He wasn't a very talented writer, but his imagination was wonderful. Also Edgar Rice Burroughs. I don't think he had any influence on my writing at all, but I loved his work when I was young. Burroughs could generate atmosphere, especially the Barsoom books. These are just the tip of the iceberg, because I read and read and read. I read everything. Jack Vance, 2002. Morreion. 1. The Archvolt Zexamides, digging gentian roots in Weir Wood, became warm with exertion. He doffed his cloak and returned to work, but the glint of blue scales was noticed by Herarch the Harbinger and the Diabolist Shrew. Approaching by stealth, they leapt forth to confront the creature. Then, flinging a pair of nooses about the supple neck, they held him where he could do no mischief. After great effort, 100 threats and as many lunges, twists, and charges on the part of Zexamides, the magicians dragged him to the castle of Ildefons, where other magicians of the region gathered in high excitement. In times past, Ildefons had served the magicians as preceptor, and he now took charge of the proceedings. He first inquired the Archvolt's name. "I am Zexamides, as well you know, old Ildefons." "Yes," said Ildefons. "I recognize you now, though my last view was your backside, as we sent you fleeting back to Jank. Do you realize that you have incurred death by returning?" "Not so, Ildefons, since I am no longer an Archvolt of Jank. I am an immigrant of Earth. I declare myself reverted to the estate of a man. Even my fellows hold me in low esteem." "Well and good," said Ildefons. "However, the ban was and is explicit. Where do you now house yourself?" The question was casual, and Zexamides made an equally bland response. "I come, I go. I savor the sweet airs of Earth, so different from the chemical vapors of Jank." Ildefons was not to be put off. "What appurtenances did you bring? Specifically, how many Ioun stones?" "Let us talk of other matters," suggested Zexamides. "I now wish to join your local coterie, and as a future comrade to all present, I find these nooses humiliating." The short-tempered Hertiance bellowed, "Enough impudence! What of the Ioun stones?" "I carry a few such trinkets," replied Zexamides with dignity. "Where are they?" Zexamides addressed himself to Ildefons. "Before I respond, may I inquire your ultimate intentions?" Ildefons pulled at his white beard and raised his eyes to the chandelier. "Your fate will hinge upon many factors. I suggest that you produce the Ioun stones. They are hidden under the floorboards of my cottage, said Zexamides in a sulky voice. Which is situated where? At the far edge of Weir Wood. Rialto the Marvelous leapt to his feet. All wait here. I will verify the truth of the statement. The sorcerer Gilgad held up both arms. Not so fast. I know the region exactly. I will go. Ildefons spoke in a neutral voice. I hereby appoint a committee to consist of Rialto, Gilgad, Moon the Mage, Herdiance, Kilgus, Owl of the Opals, and Barbanicos. This group will go to the cottage and bring back all contraband. The proceedings are adjourned until your return. 2. The adjuncts of Zexamides were in due course set forth on a sideboard in Ildefons's great hall, including 32 Ioun stones, spheres, ellipsoids, spindles, each approximately the size of a small plum, each displaying inner curtains of pale fire. A net prevented them from drifting off like dream bubbles. We now have a basis for further investigation, said Ildefons. Zexamides, exactly what is the source of these potent adjuncts? Zexamides jerked his tall black plumes in surprise, either real or simulated. He was yet constrained by the two nooses. Haze of weary water held one rope, Barbanicos the other, to ensure that Zexamides could touch neither. Zexamides inquired, What of the indomitable Morreion? Did he not reveal his knowledge? Ildefons frowned in puzzlement. Morreion? I had almost forgotten the name. What were the circumstances? Herarch the Harbinger, who knew lore of 20 eons, stated, After the Archvolts were defeated, a contract was made. The Archvolts were given their lives, and in turn agreed to divulge the source of the Ioun stones. The noble Morreion was ordered forth to learn the secret, and was never heard from since. He was instructed in all the procedures, declared Zexamides. If you wish to learn, seek out Morreion. Ildefons asked, Why did he not return? I cannot say. Does anyone else wish to learn the source of the stones? I will gladly demonstrate the procedure once again. For a moment no one spoke. Then Ildefons suggested, Gilgad, what of you? Zexamides has made an interesting proposal. Gilgad licked his thin brown lips. First, I wish a verbal description of the process. By all means, said Zexamides. Allow me to consult a document. He stepped toward the sideboard, drawing Hayes and Barbanicos together. Then he leaped back. With the slack thus engendered, he grasped Barbanicos and exuded a galvanic impulse. Sparks flew from Barbanicos's ears. He jumped into the air and fell down in a faint. Zexamides snatched the rope from Hayes, and before anyone could prevent him, he fled from the great hall. After him! Bawled Ildefons. He must not escape! The magicians gave chase to the fleet Archvolt. Across the Scom hills, past Weir Wood, ran Zexamides. Like hounds after a fox came the magicians. Zexamides entered Weir Wood and doubled back, but the magicians suspected a trick and were not deceived. Leaving the forest, Zexamides approached Rialto's manse and took cover beside the aviary. The birdwomen set up an alarm, and old Funk, Rialto's servitor, hobbled forth to investigate. Gilgad now spied Zexamides and exerted his instantaneous electric effort, a tremendous many-pronged dazzle which not only shivered Zexamides, but destroyed Rialto's aviary, shattered his antique waypost, and sent poor old Funk dancing across the sward on stilts of crackling blue light. 3. A linden leaf clung to the front door of Rialto's manse, pinned by a thorn. A prank of the wind, thought Rialto, and brushed it aside. His new servant Puris, however, picked it up, and in a hoarse grumbling voice, read, Nothing threatens Morreion. What is this regarding Morreion? Demanded Rialto. Taking the leaf, he inspected the minute silver characters. A gratuitous reassurance. A second time he discarded the leaf and gave Puris his final instructions. At midday prepare a meal for the minuscules. Gruel and tea will suffice. At sunset serve out the thrush pâté. Next, I wish you to scour the tile of the great hall. Use no sand, which grinds at the luster of the glaze. Thereafter, clear the south sward of debris. You may use the Aeolus, but take care. Blow only down the yellow reed. The black reed summons a gale, and we have had devastation enough. Set about the aviary. Salvage all useful material. If you find corpses, deal with them appropriately. Is so much clear? Quiros, a man spare and loose-jointed, with a bony face and lank black hair, gave a dour nod. Except for a single matter. When I have accomplished all this, what else? Rialto, drawing on his cloth of gold gauntlets, glanced sidewise at his servant. Stupidity? Zeal? Churlish sarcasm? Quiros's visage offered no clue. Rialto spoke in an even voice. Upon completion of these tasks, your time is your own. Do not tamper with the magical engines. Do not, for your life, consult the portfolios, the librams, or the compendiary. In due course, I may instruct you in a few minor dints. Until then, be cautious. I will indeed. Rialto adjusted his six-tiered black satin hat, donned his cloak with that flourish which had earned him his sobriquet the Marvelous. I go to visit Ildefonse. When I pass the outer gate, impose the boundary curse. Under no circumstances lift it until I signal. Expect me at sunset. Sooner if all goes well. Making no effort to interpret Quiros's grunt, Rialto sauntered to the north portal, averting his eyes from the wreckage of his wonderful aviary. Barely had he passed the portal by, when Quiros activated the curse, prompting Rialto to jump hastily forward. Rialto adjusted the set of his hat. The ineptitude of Quiros was but one in a series of misfortunes, all attributable to the Archvolt's examities. His aviary destroyed, the waypost shattered, old Funk dead. From some source, compensation must be derived. 4. Ildefonse lived in a castle above the river Scam, a vast and complex structure of 100 turrets, balconies, elevated pavilions, and pleasaunces. During the final ages of the 21st Aeon, when Ildefonse had served as preceptor, the castle had seethed with activity. Now only a single wing of this monstrous edifice was in use, with the rest abandoned to dust, owls, and archaic ghosts. Ildefonse met Rialto at the bronze portal. My dear colleague, splendid as usual. Even on an occasion like that of today, you put me to shame. Ildefonse stood back, the better to admire Rialto's austerely handsome visage, his fine blue cloak and trousers of rose velvet, his glossy boots. Ildefonse himself, for reasons obscure, presented himself in the guise of a jovial sage, with bald pate, a lined countenance, pale blue eyes, and irregular white beard, conceivably a natural condition which vanity would not let him discard. Come in, then, cried Ildefonse. As always, with your sense of drama, you are last to arrive. They proceeded to the great hall. On hand were 14 sorcerers, Ziliphant, Perdustin, Herarch the Harbinger, Hayes of Weary Water, Ow of the Opals, Eshmiel, Kilgus, Bizant the Necrope, Gilgad, Vermilion the Dreamwalker, Barbanicos, the Diabolist Shrew, Mune the Mage, Hertiance. Ildefonse called out, The last of our cabal has arrived, Rialto the Marvelous, at whose manse the culminating stroke occurred. Rialto doffed his hat to the group. Some returned the salute, others, Gilgad, Bizant the Necrope, Mune the Mage, Kilgus, merely cast cool glances over their shoulders. Ildefonse took Rialto by the arm and led him to the buffet. Rialto accepted a goblet of wine, which he tested with his amulet. In mock chagrin, Ildefonse protested, The wine is sound. Have you yet been poisoned at my board? No, but never have circumstances been as they are today. Ildefonse made a sign of wonder. The circumstances are favorable. We have vanquished our enemy. His Eun stones are under our control. True, said Rialto. But remember the damages I have suffered. I claim corresponding benefits, of which my enemies would be pleased to deprive me. Tush, scolded Ildefonse. Let us talk on a more cheerful note. How goes the renewal of your waypost? The minuscules carved with zest? The work proceeds, Rialto replied. Their tastes are by no means coarse. For this single week, their steward has required 2 ounces of honey, a gill of misericorde, a dram and a half of malt spirits, all in addition to biscuit, oil, and a daily ration of my best thrush pâté. Ildefonse shook his head in disapproval. They become ever more splendid, and who must pay the score, you and I? So the world goes. He turned away to refill the goblet of the burly Hertiance. I have made investigation, said Hertiance ponderously, and I find that Zexamides had gone among us for years. He seems to have been a renegade, as unwelcome on Jank as on Earth. He may still be the same, Ildefonse pointed out. Who found his corpse? No one. Hayes here declares that electricity to an archvolt is like water to a fish. This is the case, declared Hayes of Weary Water, a hot-eyed wisp of a man. In that event, the damage done to my property becomes more irresponsible than ever, cried Rialto. I demand compensation before any other general adjustments are made. Hertiance frowned. I fail to comprehend your meaning. It is elegantly simple, said Rialto. I suffered serious damage. The balance must be restored. I intend to claim the Ioun stones. You will find yourself one among many, said Hertiance. Hayes of Weary Water gave a sardonic snort. Claim as you please. Moon the mage came forward. The archvolt is barely dead. Must we bicker so quickly? Eshmiel asked, Is he dead after all? Observe this. He displayed a linden leaf. I found it on my blue tile curtivan. It reads, Nothing threatens Morreion. I also found such a leaf, declared Hayes. And I, said Hertiance. How the centuries roll, one past the other, mused Ildefonse. Those were the days of glory, when we sent the archvolts flitting like a band of giant bats. Poor Morreion, I have often puzzled as to his fate. Eshmiel frowned down at his leaf. Nothing threatens Morreion. So we are assured. If such is the case, the notice would seem superfluous and overhelpful. It is quite clear, Gilgad grumbled. Morreion went forth to learn the source of the Ioun stones. He did so, and now is threatened by nothing. A possible interpretation, said Ildefonse in a pontifical voice. There is certainly more here than meets the eye. It need not trouble us now, said Rialto. To the Ioun stones in present custody, however, I now put forward a formal claim as compensation for the damage I took in the common cause. The statement has a specious plausibility, remarked Gilgad. Essentially, however, each must benefit in proportion to his contribution. I do not say this merely because it was my instantaneous electric effort which blasted the archvolt. Owl of the Opals said sharply, Another casuistic assumption which must be rejected out of hand, especially since the providential energy allowed Zexamides to escape. The argument continued an hour. Finally, a formula proposed by Ildefonse was put to vote and approved by a count of 15-1. The goods formerly owned by the archvolt Zexamides were to be set out for inspection. Each magician would list the items in order of choice. Ildefonse would collate the lists. Where conflict occurred, determination must be made by lot. Rialto, in recognition of his loss, was granted a free selection after Choice 5 had been determined. Gilgad was accorded the same privilege after Choice 10. Rialto made a final expostulation. What value to me is Choice 5? The archvolt owned nothing but the stones, a few banal adjuncts, and these roots, herbs, and elixirs. His views carried no weight. Ildefonse distributed sheets of paper. Each magician listed the articles he desired. Ildefonse examined each list in turn. It appears, he said, that all present declare their first choice to be the Ioun stones. Everyone glanced towards the stones. They winked and twinkled with pale white fire. Such being the case, said Ildefonse, determination must be made by chance. He set forth a crockery pot and 16 ivory discs. Each will indite his sign upon one of the chips and place it into the pot, in this fashion. Ildefonse marked one of the chips, dropped it into the pot. When all have done so, I will call in a servant, who will bring forth a single chip. A moment, exclaimed Bezant. I apprehend mischief. It walks somewhere near. Ildefonse turned the sensitive necrope a glance of cold inquiry. To what mischief do you refer? I detect a contradiction, a discord. Something strange walks among us. There's someone here who should not be here. Someone moves unseen, cried Moon the mage. Ildefonse, guard the stones! Ildefonse peered here and there through the shadowy old hall. He made a secret signal and pointed to a far corner. Ghost, are you on hand? A soft, sad whisper said, I am here. Respond. Who walks unseen among us? Stagnant eddies of the past. I see faces, the less than ghosts, the ghosts of dead ghosts. They glimmer and glimpse, they look and go. What of living things? No harsh blood, no pulsing flesh, no strident hearts. Guard and watch. Ildefonse returned to Vance the necrope. What now? I feel a strange flavor. What do you suggest, then? Vance spoke softly, to express the exquisite delicacy of his concepts. Among all here, I alone am sufficiently responsive to the subtlety of the Ioun stones. They should be placed in my custody. Let the drawing proceed, Herdiance called out. Vance's plan will never succeed. Be warned, cried Vance. With a black glance towards Herdiance, he moved to the rear of the group. Ildefonse summoned one of his maidens. Do not be alarmed. You must reach into the pot, thoroughly stir the chips, and bring forth one, which you will then lay upon the table. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Magician. Do as I bid. The girl went to the pot. She reached forth her hand. At this precise instant, Rialto activated a spell of temporal stasis, with which, in anticipation of some such emergency, he had come prepared. Time stood still for all but Rialto. He glanced around the chamber, at the magicians in their frozen attitudes, at the servant girl with one hand over the pot, at Ildefonse staring at the girl's elbow. Rialto leisurely sauntered over to the Ioun stones. He could now take possession, but such an act would arouse a tremendous outcry, and all would league themselves against him. A less provocative system was in order. He was startled by a soft sound from the corner of the room, when there should be no sound in still air. Who moves? Called Rialto. I move, came the soft voice of the ghost. Time is at a standstill. You must not move, or speak, or watch, or know. Time, no time. It is all one. I know each instant over and over. Rialto shrugged and turned to the urn. He brought out the chips. To his wonder, each was indicted Ildefonse. Aha! Exclaimed Rialto. Some crafty rascal selected a previous instant for his mischief. Is it not always the case? At the end of this, he and I will know each other the better. Rialto rubbed out Ildefonse's signs and substituted his own. Then he replaced all in the pot. Resuming his former position, he revoked the spell. Noise softly filled the room. The girl reached into the pot. She stirred the chips, brought forth one of them, which she placed upon the table. Rialto leaned over the chip, as did Ildefonse. It gave a small jerk. The sign quivered and changed before their eyes. Ildefonse lifted it, and in a puzzled voice read, Gilgad. Rialto glanced furiously at Gilgad, who gave back a bland stare. Gilgad had also halted time, but Gilgad had waited until the chip was actually upon the table. Ildefonse said in a muffled voice, That is all. You may go. The girl departed. Ildefonse poured the chips on the table. They were correctly indicted. Each bore the sign or the signature of one of the magicians present. Ildefonse pulled at his white beard. He said, It seems that Gilgad has availed himself of the Ioun stones. Gilgad strode to the table. He emitted a terrible cry. The stones! What has been done to them? He held up the net, which now sagged under the weight of its contents. The brooding translucence was gone. The objects in the net shone with a vulgar, vitreous glitter. Gilgad took one and dashed it to the floor, where it shattered into splinters. These are not the Ioun stones. Knavery is afoot. Indeed, declared Ildefonse. So much is clear. I demand my stones, raved Gilgad. Give them to me at once, or I loose a spell of anguish against all present. One moment, growled Herdiance. Delay your spell. Ildefonse, bring forth your ghost. Learn what transpired. Ildefonse gave his beard a dubious tug, then raised his finger towards the far corner. Ghost, are you at hand? I am. What occurred while we drew chips from the pot? There was motion. Some moved, some stayed. When the chip at last was laid on the table, a strange shape passed into the room. It took the stones and was gone. What manner of strange shape? It wore a skin of blue scales. Black plumes rose from its head. Still it carried a soul of man. Archvault, muttered Herdiance. I suspect Xaxamides. Gilgad cried, So then, what of my stones? My wonderful stones! How will I regain my property? Must I always be stripped of my valued possessions? Cease your keening, snapped the diabolist shrew. The remaining items must be distributed. Ildefonse, be so good as to consult the lists. Ildefonse took up the papers. Since Gilgad won the first draw, his list will now be withdrawn. For second choice, he was interrupted by Gilgad's furious complaint. I protest this intolerable injustice. I won nothing but a handful of glass gewgaws. Ildefonse shrugged. It is the robber Archvault to whom you must complain, especially when the drawing was attended by certain temporal irregularities, to which I need make no further reference. Gilgad raised his arms in the air. His saturnine face nodded to the surge and countersurge of his passions. His colleagues watched with dispassionate faces. Proceed, Ildefonse, said Vermilion the Dreamwalker. Ildefonse spread out the papers. It appears that among the group only Rialto has selected, for second choice, this curiously shaped device, which appears to be one of Hulart's preterite recordiums. I therefore make this award and place Rialto's list with Gilgad's. Predustin, Barbanicos, Owl of the Opals, and I myself have evinced a desire for this cask of 60 directions, and we must therefore undertake a trial by lot. The jar, 4 chips. On this occasion, said Predustin, let the maid be brought here now. She will put her hand over the mouth of the pot. We will insert the chips between her fingers. Thus we ensure against a disruption of the laws of chance. Ildefonse pulled at his white whiskers, but Predustin had his way. In this fashion, all succeeding lots were drawn. Presently it became Rialto's turn to make a free choice. Well then, Rialto, said Ildefonse, what do you select? Rialto's resentment boiled up in his throat. As restitution for my 17 exquisite birdwomen, my 10,000-year-old waypost, I am supposed to be gratified with this packet of stupefying dust? Ildefonse spoke soothingly. Human interactions, stimulated as they are by disequilibrium, never achieve balance. In even the most favorable transaction, one party, whether he realizes it or not, must always come out the worse. The proposition is not unknown to me, said Rialto in a more reasonable voice. However, Xylophant uttered a sudden startled cry. Look! He pointed to the great mantelpiece. Here, camouflaged by the carving, hung a linden leaf. With trembling fingers, Ildefonse plucked it down. Silver characters read, Morreion lives a dream. Nothing is imminent. Ever more confusing, muttered Herdiance. Xaxamides persists in reassuring us that all is well with Morreion, an enigmatic exercise. It must be remembered, the ever-cautious Hayes pointed out, that Xaxamides, a renegade, is enemy to all. Herarch the Harbinger held up a black enameled forefinger. My habit is to make each problem declare its obverse. The first message, nothing threatens Morreion, becomes something does not threaten Morreion, and again, nothing does threaten Morreion. Verbiage, prolixity, grumbled the practical Herdiance. Not so fast, said Xylophant. Herarch is notoriously profound. Nothing might be intended as a delicate reference to death, a niceness of phrase, so to speak. Was Examides famous for his exquisite good taste? Asked Herdiance with heavy sarcasm. I think not. Like myself, when he meant death, he said death. My point exactly, cried Herarch. What is the nothing which threatens Morreion? Shrew, what or where is nothing? Shrew hunched his thin shoulders. It is not to be found among the demon lands. Vermilion, in your peregrine palace you have traveled far. Where or what is nothing? Vermilion the Dreamwalker declared his perplexity. I have never discovered such a place. Moon the Mage, what or where is nothing? Somewhere, reflected Moon the Mage. I have seen a reference to nothing, but I cannot recall the connection. The key word is reference, stated Herarch. Ildefonse, be so good as to consult the Great Gloss. Ildefonse selected a volume from a shelf, threw back the broad covers. Nothing. Various topical references. A metaphysical description. A place? Nothing. The non-region beyond the end of the cosmos. Herdiance suggested, for good measure, why not consult the entry Morreion? Somewhat reluctantly, Ildefonse found the reference. He read, Morreion, a legendary hero of the 21st Aeon, who vanquished the Archvolts and drove them, aghast, to Jank. Thereupon they took him as far as the mind can reach, to the shining fields where they win their Aeon stones. His erstwhile comrades, who had vowed their protection, put him out of mind, and thereafter naught can be said. A biased and inaccurate statement, but interesting nonetheless. Vermilion the Dreamwalker rose to his feet. I have been planning an extended journey in my palace. This being the case, I will take it upon myself to seek Morreion. Gilgad gave a croak of fury and dismay. You think to explore the shining fields? It is I who has earned the right, not you. Vermilion, a large man, sleek as a seal, with a pallid, inscrutable face, declared, My exclusive purpose is to rescue the hero Morreion. The Aeon stones to me are no more than an idle afterthought. Ildefonse spoke. Well said. But you will work more efficaciously with a very few trusted colleagues. Perhaps myself alone. Precisely correct, asserted Rialto. But a third person of proved resource is necessary in the event of danger. I also will share the hardships. Otherwise I would think ill of myself. Herdiance spoke with truculent fervor. I never have been one to hold back. You may rely on me. The presence of a necrope is indispensable, stated Bazant. I must therefore accompany the group. Vermilion asserted his preference for traveling alone, but no one would listen. Vermilion at last capitulated, with a peevish droop to his usually complacent countenance. I leave at once. If any are not at the palace within the hour, I will understand that they have changed their minds. Come, come, chided Ildefonse. I need 3.5 hours simply to instruct my staff. We require more time. The message declared, nothing is imminent, said Vermilion. Haste is of the essence. We must take the word in its context, said Ildefonse. Morreion has known his present condition several eons. The word imminent may well designate a period of 500 years. With poor grace, Vermilion agreed to delay his departure until the following morning. 5. The ancient sun sank behind the Scaum hills. Thin black clouds hung across the maroon afterlight. Rialto arrived at the outer portal to his domain. He gave a signal and waited confidently for Puris to lift the boundary curse. The manse showed no responsive sign. Rialto made another signal, stamping impatiently. From the nearby forest of sprawling kang trees came the moaning of a grue, arousing the hairs at the back of Rialto's neck. He flashed his finger beams once more. Where was Puris? The white jade tiles of the roof loomed pale through the twilight. He saw no lights. From the forest the grue moaned again, and in a plaintive voice called out for solace. Rialto tested the boundary with a branch, to discover no curse, no protection whatever. Flinging down the branch, he strode to the manse. All seemed to be in order, though Puris was nowhere to be found. If he had scoured the hall, the effort was not noticeable. Shaking his head in deprecation, Rialto went to examine the waypost, which was being repaired by his minuscules. The superintendent flew up on a mosquito to render his report. It seemed that Puris had neglected to set out the evening victuals. Rialto did so now and added half an ounce of jellied eel at his own expense. With a dram of blue ruin at his elbow, Rialto examined the convoluted tubes of bronze which he had brought from the castle of Ildefons, the so-called preterite recordium. He tried to trace the course of the tubes, but they wound in and out in a most confusing fashion. He gingerly pressed one of the valves to evoke a sibilant whispering from the horn. He touched another, and now he heard a far-off guttural song. The sound came not from the horn, but from the pathway, and a moment later Puris lurched through the door. He turned a vacuous leer toward Rialto and staggered off toward his quarters. Rialto called sharply, "Puris!" The servitor lurched about. "What then?" "You have taken too much to drink. In consequence, you are drunk." Puris ventured a knowing smirk. "Your perspicacity is keen. Your language is exact. I take no exception to either remark." Rialto said, "I have no place for an irresponsible or bibulous servant. You are hereby discharged." "No, you don't," cried Puris in a coarse voice, and emphasized the statement with a belch. "They told me I'd have a good post if I stole no more than old funk and praised your noble airs. Well then, tonight I stole only moderately, and from me the lack of insult is high praise. So there's the good post, and what's a good post without a walk to the village?" "Puris, you are dangerously intoxicated," said Rialto. "What a disgusting sight you are indeed." "No compliments," roared Puris. "We can't all be fine magicians with fancy clothes at the snap of a finger." In outrage, Rialto rose to his feet. "Enough! Be off to your quarters before I inflict a torment upon you." "That's where I was going when you called me back," replied Puris sulkily. Rialto conceived a further rejoinder to be beneath his dignity. Puris stumbled away, muttering under his breath. 6. At rest upon the ground, Vermillion's wonderful peregrine palace, together with its loggias, formal gardens, and entrance pavilion, occupied an octagonal site some 3 acres in extent. The plan of the palace proper was that of a 4-pointed star, with a crystal spire at each apex and a spire somewhat taller at the center, in which Vermillion maintained his private chambers. A marble balustrade enclosed the forward pavilion. At the center, a fountain raised 100 jets of water. To either side grew lime trees with silver blossoms and silver fruit. The quadrangles to the right and left were laid out as formal gardens. The area at the rear was planted with herbs and salads for the palace kitchen. Vermillion's guests occupied suites in the wings. Under the central spire were the various salons, the morning and afternoon rooms, the library, the music chamber, the formal dining room, and the lounge. An hour after sunrise, the magicians began to arrive, with Gilgad first on the scene and Ildefons the last. Vermillion, his nonchalance restored, greeted each magician with carefully measured affability. After inspecting their suites, the magicians gathered in the grand salon. Vermillion addressed the group. "It is my great pleasure to entertain so distinguished a company. Our goal, the rescue of the hero Morreion. All present are keen and dedicated, but do all understand that we must wander far regions?" Vermillion turned his placid gaze from face to face. "Are all prepared for tedium, discomfort, and danger? Such may well eventuate, and if any have doubts or if any pursue subsidiary goals, such as a search for Iyun stones, now is the time for these persons to return to their respective manses, castles, caves, and eyries. Are any so inclined? No? We depart." Vermillion bowed to his now uneasy guests. He mounted to the control belvedere, where he cast a spell of buoyancy upon the palace. It rose to drift on the morning breeze like a pinnacled cloud. Vermillion consulted his celestial almanac and made note of certain symbols. These he inscribed upon the carnelian mandate wheel, which he set into rotation. The signs were spun off into the interflux to elucidate a route across the universe. Vermillion fired a taper and held it to the speed incense. The palace departed. Ancient Earth and the waning sun were left behind. Beside the marble balustrade stood Rialto. Ildefonse came to join him. The two watched Earth dwindle to a rosy pink crescent. Ildefonse spoke in a melancholy voice.
When one undertakes a journey of this sort, where the event is unknown, long thoughts come of their own accord. I trust that you left your affairs in order?
My household is not yet settled, said Rialto. Quiros has proved unsatisfactory. When drunk, he sings and performs grotesque capers. When sober, he is as surly as a leech on a corpse. This morning I demoted him to minuscule. Ildefonse nodded absently.
I am troubled by what I fear to be cross-purposes among our colleagues, worthy fellows though they may be.
You refer to the shining fields of Ioun stones? Rialto put forward delicately.
I do. As Vermilion categorically declared, we fare forth to the rescue of Morreion. The Ioun stones can only prove a distraction. Even if a supply were discovered, I suspect that the interests of all might best be served by a highly selective distribution, the venal Gilgad's complaints notwithstanding.
There is much to be said for this point of view, Rialto admitted. It is just as well to have a prior understanding upon a matter so inherently controversial. Vermilion, of course, must be allotted a share.
This goes without saying.
At this moment, Vermilion descended to the pavilion where he was approached by Moon the Mage, Hertiance, and the others. Moon raised a question regarding their destination.
The question of ultimates becomes important. How, Vermilion, can you know that this precise direction will take us to Morreion?
A question well put, said Vermilion. To respond, I must cite an intrinsic condition of the universe. We set forth in any direction which seems convenient. Each leads to the same place, the end of the universe. Interesting, declared Xylophant. In this case, we must inevitably find Morreion, an encouraging prospect. Gilgad was not completely satisfied. What of the shining fields in the reference? Where are these located?
A matter of secondary or even tertiary concern, Ildefonse reminded him. We must think only of the hero Morreion.
Your solicitude is late by several eons, said Gilgad waspishly. Morreion may well have grown impatient.
Other circumstances intervened, said Ildefonse with a frown of annoyance. Morreion will certainly understand the situation.
Xylophant remarked, The conduct of Xaxamides becomes ever more puzzling. As a renegade archvolt, he has no ostensible reason to oblige either Morreion, the archvolts, or ourselves. The mystery in due course will be resolved, said Herarch the Harbinger. 7. So went the voyage. The palace drifted through the stars, under and over clouds of flaming gas, across gulfs of deep black space. The magicians meditated in the pergolas, exchanged opinions in the salons over goblets of liquor, lounged upon the marble benches of the pavilion, leaned on the balustrade to look down at the galaxies passing below. Breakfasts were served in the individual suites, luncheons were usually set forth al fresco on the pavilion, the dinners were sumptuous and formal and extended far into the night. To enliven these evenings, Vermilion called forth the most charming, witty, and beautiful women of all the past eras in their quaint and splendid costumes. They found the Peregrine Palace no less remarkable than the fact of their own presence aboard. Some thought themselves dreaming, others conjectured their own deaths. A few of the more sophisticated made the correct presumption. To facilitate social intercourse, Vermilion gave them command of contemporary language, and the evenings frequently became merry affairs. Rialto became enamored of a certain Mercé from the land of myth, long since foundered under the waters of the Shan Ocean. Mercé's charm resided in her slight body, her grave pale face behind which thoughts could be felt but not seen. Rialto plied her with all gallantry, but she failed to respond, merely looking at him in disinterested silence, until Rialto wondered if she were slack-witted, or possibly more subtle than himself. Either case made him uncomfortable, and he was not sorry when Vermilion returned this particular group to oblivion. Through clouds and constellations they moved, past bursting galaxies and meandering star streams, through a region where the stars showed a peculiar soft violet and hung in clouds of pale green gas. across a desolation where nothing whatever was seen save a few far luminous clouds. Then presently they came to a new region, where blazing white giants seemed to control whirlpools of pink, blue, and white gas, and the magicians lined the balustrade looking out at the spectacle. At last the stars thinned. The great star streams were lost in the distance. Space seemed darker and heavier, and finally there came a time when all the stars were behind and nothing lay ahead but darkness. Vermilion made a grave announcement. "We are now close to the end of the universe. We must go with care. Nothing lies ahead." "Where then is Morreion?" demanded Herdiance. "Surely he is not to be found wandering vacant space." "Space is not yet vacant," stated Vermilion. "Here, there, and round about are dead stars and wandering star hulks. In a sense, we traverse the refuse heap of the universe, where the dead stars come to await a final destiny. And notice, yonder, far ahead, a single star, the last in the universe. We must approach with caution. Beyond lies nothing." "Nothing is not yet visible," remarked Owl of the Opals. "Look more closely," said Vermilion. "Do you see that dark wall? That is nothing." "Again," said Perdustin, "the question arises, where is Morreion? Back at Ildefonse's castle, when we formed conjectures, the end of the universe seemed a definite spot. Now that we are here, we find a considerable latitude of choice." Gilgad muttered, half to himself, "The expedition is a farce. I see no fields, shining or otherwise." Vermilion said, "The solitary star would seem an initial object of investigation. We approach at a rash pace. I must slake the speed incense." The magicians stood by the balustrade watching as the far star waxed in brightness. Vermilion called down from the belvedere to announce a lone planet in orbit around the sun. "A possibility thereby exists," stated Moon the Mage, "that on this very planet we may find Morreion." 8. The palace moved down to the solitary star, and the lone planet became a disk the color of mothwing. Beyond, clearly visible in the wan sunlight, stood the ominous black wall. Herdiance said, "Zexamides' warning now becomes clear, assuming, of course, that Morreion inhabits this drab and isolated place." The world gradually expanded, to show a landscape dreary and worn. A few decayed hills rose from the plains, as many ponds gleamed sullenly in the sunlight. The only other features of note were the ruins of once extensive cities. A very few buildings had defied the ravages of time sufficiently to display a squat and distorted architecture. The palace settled close above one of the ruins. A band of small weasel-like rodents bounded away into the scrub. No other sign of life was evident. The palace continued west around the planet. Vermilion presently called down from the belvedere, "Notice the cairn. It marks an ancient thoroughfare." Other cairns at 3-mile intervals appeared, mounds of carefully fitted stones 6 feet high. They marked a way around the planet. At the next tumble of ruins, Vermilion, observing a level area, allowed the palace to settle so that the ancient city and its cluster of surviving structures might be explored. The magicians set off in various directions, the better to pursue their investigations. Gilgad went towards the desolate plaza, Perdustin and Zilliphant to the civic amphitheater, Herdiance into a nearby tumble of sandstone blocks. Ildefonse, Rialto, Moon the Mage, and Herarch the Harbinger wandered at random, until a raucous chanting brought them up short. "Peculiar," exclaimed Herarch. "It sounds like the voice of Herdiance, the most dignified of men." The group entered a cranny through the ruins, which opened into a large chamber, protected from sifting sand by massive blocks of rock. Light filtered through various chinks and apertures. Down the middle ran a line of 6 long slabs. At the far end sat Herdiance, watching the entry of the magicians with an imperturbable gaze. On the slab in front of him stood a globe of dark brown glass, or glazed stone. A rack behind him held other similar bottles. "It appears," said Ildefonse, "that Herdiance has stumbled upon the site of the ancient tavern." "Herdiance," Rialto called out, "we heard your song and came to investigate. What have you discovered?" Herdiance hawked and spat on the ground. "Herdiance," cried Rialto, Do you hear me? Or have you taken too much of this ancient tipple to be sensible? Herdiance replied in a clear voice, In one sense I have taken too much. In another, not enough. Moon the mage picked up the brown glass bottle and smelled the contents. Astringent, tart, herbal. He tasted the liquid. It is quite refreshing. Ildefonse and Herarch the Harbinger each took a brown glass globe from the rack and broke open the bung. They were joined by Rialto and Moon the mage. Ildefonse, as he drank, became garrulous, and presently he fell to speculating in regard to the ancient city. Just as from one bone the skilled paleontologist deduces an entire skeleton, so from a single artifact the qualified scholar reconstructs every aspect of the responsible race. As I taste this liquor, as I examine this bottle, I ask myself, what do the dimensions, textures, colors, and flavors betoken? No intelligent act is without symbolic significance. Herdiance, upon taking drink, tended to become gruff and surly. Now he stated in an uncompromising voice, The subject is of small import. Ildefonse was not to be deterred. Here the pragmatic Herdiance and I, the man of many parts, are at variance. I was about to carry my argument a step farther, and in fact I will do so, stimulated as I am by this elixir of a vanished race. I therefore suggest that in the style of the previous examples, a natural scientist, examining a single atom, might well be able to asseverate the structure and history of the entire universe. Bah, muttered Herdiance. By the same token, a sensible man need listen to but a single word in order to recognize the whole for egregious nonsense. Ildefonse, absorbed in his theories, paid no heed. Herarch took occasion to state that in his opinion, not one, but at least two, even better 3, of any class of objects was essential to understanding. I cite the discipline of mathematics, where a series may not be determined by less than 3 terms. I willingly grant the scientist his 3 atoms, said Ildefonse, though in the strictest sense, 2 of these are supererogatory. Rialto, rising from his slab, went to look into a dirt-choked aperture to discover a passage descending by broad steps into the ground. He caused an illumination to proceed before him and descended the steps. The passage turned once, turned twice, then opened into a large chamber paved with brown stone. The walls held a number of niches, 6 feet long, 2 feet high, 3 feet deep. Peering into one of these, Rialto discovered a skeleton of most curious structure, so fragile that the impact of Rialto's gaze caused it to collapse into dust. Rialto rubbed his chin. He looked into a second niche to discover a similar skeleton. He backed away and stood musing a moment or two. Then he returned up the steps, the drone of Ildefonse's voice growing progressively louder. In the same manner to the question, why does the universe end here and not a mile farther? Of all questions, why is the least pertinent? It begs the question, it assumes the larger part of its own response, to wit, that a sensible response exists. Ildefonse paused to refresh himself, and Rialto took occasion to relate his discoveries in the chamber below. It appears to be a crypt, said Rialto. The walls are lined with niches, and each contains the veriest wraith of a dead corpse. Indeed, indeed, muttered Herdiance. He lifted the brown glass bottle and at once put it down. Perhaps we are mistaken in assuming this place a tavern, Rialto continued. The liquid in the bottles, rather than tipple, I believe to be embalming fluid. Ildefonse was not so easily diverted. I now propound the basic and elemental verity. What is, is. Here you have heard the basic proposition of magic. What magician asks why? He asks how. Why leads to stultification. Each response generates at least one other question, in this fashion. Question. Why does Rialto wear a black hat with gold tassels and a scarlet plume? Answer. Because he hopes to improve his semblance. Question. Why does he want to improve his semblance? Answer. Because he craves the admiration and envy of his fellows. Question. Why does he crave admiration? Answer. Because, as a man, he is a social animal. Question. Why is man a social animal? So go the questions and responses, expanding to infinity. Therefore, In a passion, Herdiance leapt to his feet. Raising the brown glass pot above his head, he dashed it to the floor. "Enough of this intolerable inanity! I propose that such loquacity passes beyond the scope of nuisance and over the verge of turpitude." "It is a fine point," said Herarch. "Ildefonse, what have you to say on this score?" "I am more inclined to punish Herdiance for his crassness," said Ildefonse. "But now he simulates a swinish stupidity to escape my anger." "Absolute falsity!" roared Herdiance. "I simulate nothing." Ildefonse shrugged. For all his deficiencies as polemicist and magician, Herdiance at least is candid. Herdiance controlled his fury. He said, "Who could defeat your volubility? As a magician, however, I outmatch your bumbling skills as Rialto the Marvelous exceeds your roomy decrepitude." Ildefonse, in his turn, became angry. "A test!" He flung up his hand. The massive blocks scattered in all directions. They stood on a vacant floor in the full glare of sunlight. "What of that?" "Trivial," said Herdiance. "Match this." He held up his two hands. From each finger issued a jet of vivid smoke in 10 different colors. "The pretty prank of a charlatan," declared Ildefonse. "Now watch. I utter a word. Roof!" The word leaving his lips hesitated in the air, in the form of symbol, then moved out in a wide circle to impinge upon the roof of one of the strangely styled structures still extant. The symbol disappeared. The roof glowed a vivid orange and melted to spawn 1,000 symbols like the word Ildefonse had sent forth. These darted high in the sky, stopped short, disappeared. From above, like a great clap of thunder, came Ildefonse's voice. "Roof!" "No great matter," stated Herdiance. "Now, hist!" said Moon the mage. "Cease your drunken quarrel. Look yonder." From the structure whose roof Ildefonse had demolished came a man. 9. The man stood in the doorway. He was impressively tall. A long white beard hung down his chest. White hair covered his ears. His eyes glittered black. He wore an elegant caftan woven in patterns of dark red, brown, black, and blue. Now he stepped forward, and it could be seen that he trailed a cloud of glowing objects. Gilgad, who had returned from the plaza, instantly set up a shout. "The Ioun stones!" The man came forward. His face showed an expression of calm inquiry. Ildefonse muttered, "It is Morreion. Of this there can be no doubt. The stature, the stance, they are unmistakable." "It is Morreion," Rialto agreed. "But why is he so calm, as if each week he received visitors who took off his roof, as if nothing loomed over someone else?" "His perceptions may have become somewhat dulled," Herarch suggested. "Notice, he evinces no signal of human recognition." Morreion came slowly forward, the Ioun stones swirling in his wake. The magicians gathered before the marble steps of the palace. Vermilion stepped forth and raised his hand. "Hail, Morreion! We have come to take you from this intolerable isolation." Morreion looked from one face to the other. He made a guttural sound, then a rasping croak, as if trying organs whose use he had long forgotten. Ildefonse now presented himself. "Morreion, my comrade! It is I, Ildefonse. Do you not remember the old days at Camerbrand? Speak then."
"I hear," croaked Morreion. "I speak, but I do not remember."
Vermilion indicated the marble stairs. "Step aboard, if you will. We depart this dreary world at once." Morreion made no move. He examined the palace with a frown of vexation.
"You have placed your flying hut upon the area where I dry my skeins."
Ildefonse pointed toward the black wall, which through the haze of the atmosphere showed only as a portentous shadow. "Nothing looms close. It is about to impinge upon this world, whereupon you will be no more. In short, you will be dead."
"I am not clear as to your meaning," said Morreion. "If you will excuse me, I must be away and about my affairs."
"A quick question before you go," spoke Gilgad. "Where does one find Ioun stones?" Morreion looked at him without comprehension. At last he gave his attention to the stones, which swirled with a swifter motion. In comparison, those of the Archvault's examities were listless and dull. These danced and curveted, and sparkled with different colors. Closest to Morreion's head moved the lavender and the pale green stones, as if they thought themselves the most loved and most privileged. Somewhat more wayward were the stones glowing pink and green together. Then came stones of a proud pure pink, then the royal carmine stones, then the red and blue, and finally, at the outer periphery, a number of stones glittering with intense blue lights. As Morreion cogitated, the magicians noted a peculiar circumstance. Certain of the innermost lavender stones lost their glow and became as dull as the stones of Xexamides. Morreion gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Curious. So much which I seem to have forgotten. I did not always live here, he said in a voice of surprise. There was at one time another place. The memory is dim and remote. Vermilion said, That place is Earth. It is where we will take you. Morreion smilingly shook his head. I am just about to start on an important journey. Is the trip absolutely necessary? Inquired Moon the mage. Our time is limited, and even more to the point, we do not care to be engulfed in nothing. I must see to my cairns, said Morreion in a mild but definite manner. For a moment there was silence. Then Ildefonse asked, What is the purpose of these cairns? Morreion used the even voice of one speaking to a child. They indicate the most expeditious route around my world. Without the cairns, it is possible to go astray. But remember, there is no longer need for such landmarks, said Owl of the Opals. You will be returning to Earth with us. Morreion could not restrain a small laugh at the obtuse persistence of his visitors. Who would look after my properties? How could I fare if my cairns toppled, if my looms broke, if my kilns crumbled, if my other enterprises dissolved, and all for the lack of methodical care? Vermilion said blandly, At least come aboard the palace to share our evening banquet. It will be my pleasure, replied Morreion. He mounted the marble steps to gaze with pleasure around the pavilion. Charming. I must consider something of this nature as a forecourt for my new mansion. There will be insufficient time, Rialto told him. Time? Morreion frowned as if the word were unfamiliar to him. Other of the lavender stones suddenly went pale. Time indeed. But time is required to do a proper job. This gown, for instance. He indicated his gorgeously patterned caftan. The weaving required 4 years. Before that I gathered beast fur for 10 years. Then for another 2 years I bleached and dyed and spun. My cairns were built a stone at a time, each time I wandered around the world. My wanderlust has waned somewhat, but I occasionally make the journey, to rebuild where necessary, and to note the changes of the landscape. Rialto pointed to the sun. Do you recognize the nature of that object? Morreion frowned. I call it the sun, though why I have chosen this particular term escapes me. There are many such suns, said Rialto. Around one of them swings that ancient and remarkable world which gave you birth. Do you remember Earth? Morreion looked dubiously up into the sky. I have seen none of these other suns you describe. At night my sky is quite dark. There is no other light the world over save the glow of my fires. It is a peaceful world indeed. I seem to recall more eventful times. The last of the lavender stones and certain of the green stones lost their color. Morreion's eyes became momentarily intent. He went to inspect the tame water nymphs which sported in the central fountain. And what might be these glossy little creatures? They are most appealing. They are quite fragile and useful only as show, said Vermilion. Come, Morreion. My valet will help you prepare for the banquet. You are most gracious, said Morreion. 10. The magicians awaited their guest in the grand salon. Each had his own opinion of the circumstances. Rialto said, Best that we raise the palace now and so be off and away. Morreion may be agitated for a period, but when all the facts are laid before him, he must surely see reason. The cautious Perdustin demurred. There is power in the man. At one time his magic was a source of awe and wonder. What if in a fit of pique he wreaks a harm upon all of us? Gilgad endorsed Perdustin's view. Everyone has noted Morreion's Iyun stones. Where did he acquire them? Can this world be the source?
Such a possibility should not automatically be dismissed, admitted Ildefonse. Tomorrow, when the imminence of nothing is described, Morreion will surely depart without resentment.
So the matter rested. The magicians turned their discussion to other aspects of this dismal world. Herarch the Harbinger, who had skill as a cognizancer, attempted to divine the nature of the race which had left ruins across the planet, without notable success. They have been gone too long. Their influence has waned. I seem to discern creatures with thin white legs and large green eyes. I hear a whisper of their music, a jingling, a tinkle, to a rather plaintive obligato of pipes. I sense no magic. I doubt if they recognize the Iyun stones, if in fact such exist on this planet. Where else could they originate? Demanded Gilgad.
The shining fields are nowhere evident, remarked Haze of Weary Water.
Morreion entered the hall. His appearance had undergone a dramatic change. The great white beard had been shaved away. His bush of hair had been cropped to a more modish style. In the place of his gorgeous caftan, he wore a garment of ivory silk with a blue sash and a pair of scarlet slippers. Morreion now stood revealed as a tall, spare man, attentive and alert. Glittering black eyes dominated his face, which was taut, harsh at chin and jaw, massive of forehead, disciplined in the even lines of the mouth. The lethargy and boredom of so many eons were nowhere evident. He moved with easy command, and behind him, darting and circling, swarmed the Iyun stones. Morreion greeted the assembled magicians with an inclination of the head, and gave his attention to the appointments of the salon.
Magnificent and luxurious. But I will be forced to use quartz in the place of this splendid marble, and there is little silver to be found. The Sahars plundered all the surface ores. When I need metal, I must tunnel deep underground.
You have led a busy existence, declared Ildefonse. And who were the Sahars?
The race whose ruins mar the landscape. A frivolous and irresponsible folk, though I admit that I find their poetic conundrums amusing.
The Sahars still exist?
Indeed not. They became extinct long ages ago, but they left numerous records etched on bronze, which I have taken occasion to translate.
A tedious job, surely, exclaimed Xylophant. How did you achieve so complicated a task?
By the process of elimination,
Morreion explained.
I tested a succession of imaginary languages against the inscriptions, and in due course I found a correspondence. As you say, the task was time-consuming. Still, I have had much entertainment from the Sahar Chronicles. I want to orchestrate their musical revelries, but this is a task for the future. Perhaps after I complete the palace I now intend.
Ildefonse spoke in a grave voice.
Morreion, it becomes necessary to impress certain important matters upon you. You state that you have not studied the heavens.
Not extensively, admitted Morreion.
There is little to be seen save the sun, and under favorable conditions a great wall of impenetrable blackness.
That wall of blackness, said Ildefonse, is nothing, toward which your world is inexorably drifting. Any further work here is futile. Morreion's black eyes glittered with doubt and suspicion.
Can you prove this assertion?
Certainly. Indeed, we came here from Earth to rescue you. Morreion frowned. Certain of the green stones abruptly lost their color.
Why did you delay so long?
Ow of the Opals gave a bray of nervous laughter, which he quickly stifled. Ildefonse turned him a furious glare. Only recently were we made aware of your plight, explained Rialto. Upon that instant we prevailed upon Vermilion to bring us hither in his peregrine palace. Vermilion's bland face creased in displeasure. Prevailed is not correct, he stated. I was already on my way when the others insisted on coming along. And now, if you will excuse us for a few moments, Morreion and I have certain important matters to discuss." "Not so fast," Gilgad cried out. "I am equally anxious to learn the source of the stones." Ildefons said, "I will put the question in the presence of us all. Morreion, where did you acquire your Ioun stones?" Morreion looked around at the stones. "To be candid, the facts are somewhat vague. I seem to recall a vast shining surface. But why do you ask? They have no great usefulness. So many ideas throng upon me. It seems that I had enemies at one time, and false friends. I must try to remember." Ildefons said, "At the moment you are among your faithful friends, the magicians of Earth. And if I am not mistaken, the noble Vermeulen is about to set before us the noblest repast in any of our memories." Morreion said with a sour smile, "You must think my life that of a savage. Not so. I have studied the Sahar cuisine and improved upon it. The lichen which covers the plain may be prepared in at least 170 fashions. The turf beneath is the home of succulent helminths. For all its drab monotony, this world provides a bounty. If what you say is true, I shall be sorry indeed to leave." "The facts cannot be ignored," said Ildefons. "The Ioun stones, so I suppose, derive from the northern part of this world?" "I believe not." "The southern area, then?" "I rarely visit this section. The lichen is thin. The helminths are all gristle." A gong stroke sounded. Vermeulen ushered the company into the dining room, where the great table glittered with silver and crystal. The magicians seated themselves under the 5 chandeliers. In deference to his guest who had lived so long in solitude, Vermeulen refrained from calling forth the beautiful women of ancient eras. Morreion ate with caution, tasting all set before him, comparing the dishes to the various guises of lichen upon which he usually subsisted. "I had almost forgotten the existence of such food," he said at last. "I am reminded dimly of other such feasts. So long ago, so long. Where have the years gone? Which is the dream?" As he mused, some of the pink and green stones lost their color. Morreion sighed. "There is much to be learned, much to be remembered. Certain faces here arouse flickering recollections. Have I known them before?" "You will recall all in due course," said the diabolist shrew. "And now, if we are certain that the Ioun stones are not to be found on this planet—" "But we are not sure," snapped Gilgad. "We must seek, we must search. No effort is too arduous." "The first to be found necessarily will go to satisfy my claims," declared Rialto. "This must be a definite understanding." Gilgad thrust his vulpine face forward. "What nonsense is this? Your claims were satisfied by a choice from the effects of the Archvold Zexamides." Morreion jerked around. "The Archvold Zexamides? I know this name. How? Where? Long ago I knew an Archvold Zexamides. He was my foe, or so it seems. Ah, the ideas which roil my mind." The pink and green stones all had lost their color. Morreion groaned and put his hands to his head. "Before you came, my life was placid. You have brought me doubt and wonder." "Doubt and wonder are the lot of all men," said Ildefons. "Magicians are not excluded. Are you ready to leave Sahar Planet?" Morreion sat looking into a goblet of wine. "I must collect my books. They are all I wish to take away." 11. Morreion conducted the magicians about his premises. The structures which had seemed miraculous survivals had in fact been built by Morreion, after one or another mode of the Sahar architecture. He displayed his 3 looms, the first for fine weaves, linens, and silks, the second where he contrived patterned cloths, the third where his heavy rugs were woven. The same structure housed vats, dyes, bleaches, and mordants. Another building contained the glass cauldron, as well as the kilns where Morreion produced earthenware pots, plates, lamps, and tiles. His forge in the same building showed little use. The Sahars scoured the planet clean of ores.
I mine only what I consider indispensable, which is not a great deal.
Morreion took the group to his library, in which were housed many Sahar originals, as well as books Morreion had written and illuminated with his own hand, translations of the Sahar classics, an encyclopedia of natural history, ruminations and speculations, a descriptive geography of the planet with appended maps. Vermeulen ordered his staff to transfer the articles to the palace. Morreion turned a last look around the landscape he had known so long and had come to love. Then, without a word, he went to the palace and climbed the marble steps. In a subdued mood, the magicians followed. Vermeulen went at once to the control belvedere, where he performed rites of buoyancy. The palace floated up from the final planet. Ildefonse gave an exclamation of shock.
Nothing is close at hand, more imminent than we had suspected.
The black wall loomed startlingly near. The last star and its single world drifted at the very brink.
The perspectives are by no means clear, said Ildefonse. There is no sure way of judging, but it seems that we left not an hour too soon.
Let us wait and watch, suggested Herarch. Morreion can learn our good faith for himself. So the palace hung in space, with the pallid light of the doomed sun playing upon the 5 crystal spires, projecting long shadows behind the magicians where they stood by the balustrade. The Sahar world was first to encounter nothing. It grazed against the enigmatic non-substance, then urged by a component of orbital motion, a quarter of the original sphere moved out clear and free, a mound-like object with a precisely flat base, where the hitherto secret strata, zones, folds, intrusions, and core were displayed to sight. The sun reached nothing. It touched, advanced. It became a half-orange on a black mirror, then sank away from reality. Darkness shrouded the palace. In the belvedere, Vermeulen indited symbols on the mandate wheel. He struck them off, then put double fire to the speed incense. The palace glided away, back towards the star clouds. Morreion turned away from the balustrade and went into the great hall, where he sat deep in thought. Gilgad presently approached him.
Perhaps you have recalled the source of the Ioun stones?
Morreion rose to his feet. He turned his level black eyes upon Gilgad, who stepped back a pace. The pink and green stones had long become pallid, and many of the pink as well. Morreon's face was stern and cold.
I recall much. There was a cabal of enemies who tricked me, but all is as dim as the film of stars which hangs across far space. In some fashion, the stones are part and parcel of the matter. Why do you evince so large an interest in stones? Were you one of my former enemies? Is this the case with all of you? If so, beware. I am a mild man until I encounter antagonism.
The diabolist shrew spoke soothingly.
We are not your enemies. Had we not lifted you from Sahar planet, you would now be with nothing. Is that not proof?
Morreion gave a grim nod, but he no longer seemed the mild and affable man they had first encountered. To restore the previous amiability, Vermeulen hastened to the room of faded mirrors where he maintained his vast collection of beautiful women in the form of matrices. These could be activated into corporeality by a simple anti-negative incantation, and presently from the room, one after the other, stepped those delightful confections of the past which Vermeulen had seen fit to revivify. On each occasion they came forth fresh, without recollection of previous manifestations. Each appearance was new, no matter how affairs had gone before. Among those whom Vermeulen had called forth was the graceful Mercé. She stepped into the grand salon, blinking in the bewilderment common to those evoked from the past. She stopped short in amazement, then with quick steps ran forward.
Morreion! What do you do here? They told us you had gone against the Archvolts, that you had been killed. By the sacred ray, you are sound and whole.
Morreion looked down at the young woman in perplexity. The pink and red stones wheeled around his head.
Somewhere I have seen you. Somewhere I have known you. I am Mercé. Do you not remember? You brought me a red rose growing in a porcelain vase. Oh, what have I done with it? I always keep it near. But where am I? Where is the rose? No matter. I am here and you are here. Ildefonse muttered to Vermilion, "An irresponsible act, in my judgment. Why were you not more cautious?" Vermilion pursed his lips in vexation. "She stems from the waning of the 21st eon, but I had not anticipated anything like this." "I suggest that you call her back into your room of matrices and there reduce her. Morreion seems to be undergoing a period of instability. He needs peace and quietude. Best not to introduce stimulations so unpredictable." Vermilion strolled across the room. "Mercé, my dear, would you be good enough to step this way?" Mercé cast him a dubious look, then beseeched Morreion. "Do you not know me? Something is very strange. I can understand nothing of this. It is like a dream. Morreion, am I dreaming?" "Come, Mercé," said Vermilion suavely. "I wish a word with you." "Stop," spoke Morreion. "Magician, stand back. This fragrant creature is something which once I loved, at a time far gone." The girl cried in a poignant voice, "A time far gone? It was no more than yesterday. I tended the sweet red rose, I looked at the sky, they had sent you to Jank, by the red star Kirkaju, the eye of the polar ape. And now you are here, and I am here. What does it mean?" "Inadvisable, inadvisable," muttered Ildefonse. He called out, "Morreion, this way, if you will. I see a curious concatenation of galaxies. Perhaps here is the new home of the Sahars." Morreion put his hand to the girl's shoulder. He looked into her face. "The sweet red rose blooms, and forever. We are among magicians, and strange events occur." He glanced aside at Vermilion, then back to Mercé. "At this moment, go with Vermilion the Dreamwalker, who will show you to your chamber." "Yes, dear Morreion, but when will I see you again? You look so strange, so strained and old, and you speak so peculiarly. Go now, Mercé. I must confer with Ildefonse." Vermilion led Mercé back towards the room of matrices. At this door she hesitated and looked back over her shoulder, but Morreion had already turned away. She followed Vermilion into the room. The door closed behind them. Morreion walked out on the pavilion, past the dark lime trees with their silver fruit, and leaned upon the balustrade. The sky was still dark, although ahead and below a few vagrant galaxies could now be seen. Morreion put his hand to his head. The pink stones and certain of the red stones lost their color. Morreion swung around towards Ildefonse and those other magicians who had silently come out on the pavilion. He stepped forward, the Iyun stones tumbling one after the other in their hurry to keep up. Some were yet red, some showed shifting glints of blue and red, some burnt a cold incandescent blue. All the others had become the color of pearl. One of these drifted in front of Morreion's eyes. He caught it, gave it a moment of frowning inspection, then tossed it into the air. Spinning and jerking, with color momentarily restored, it was quick to rejoin the others, like a child embarrassed. "Memory comes and goes," mused Morreion. "I am unsettled, in mind and heart. Faces drift before my eyes, they fade once more. Other events move into a region of clarity. The archvolts, the Iyun stones. I know something of these, though much is dim and murky. So best that I hold my tongue." "By no means," declared Owl of the Opals. "We are interested in your experiences." "To be sure," said Gilgad. Morreion's mouth twisted in a smile that was both sardonic and harsh, and also somewhat melancholy. "Very well. I tell this story, then, as if I were telling a dream. It seems that I was sent to Jank on a mission. Perhaps to learn the provenance of the Iyun stones? Perhaps. I hear whispers which tell me so much. It well may be. I arrived at Jank. I recall the landscape well. I remember a remarkable castle hollowed from an enormous pink pearl. In this castle I confronted the archvolts. They feared me and stood back, and when I stated my wishes there was no demur. They would indeed take me to gather stones, and so we set out, flying through space in an equipage whose nature I cannot recall. The archvolts were silent and watched me from the side of their eyes. Then they became affable, and I wondered at their mirth. But I felt no fear. I knew all their magic, I carried counterspells at my fingernails, and at need could fling them off instantly. So we crossed space, with the Archvolts laughing and joking in what I considered an insane fashion. I ordered them to stop. They halted instantly and sat staring at me. We arrived at the edge of the universe and came down upon a sad cinder of a world, a dreadful place. Here we waited in a region of burnt-out star hulks, some still hot, some cold, some cinders like the world on which we stood. Perhaps it too was a dead star. Occasionally we saw the corpses of dwarf stars, glistening balls of stuff so heavy that a speck outweighs an earthly mountain. I saw such objects no more than 10 miles across, containing the matter of a sun like vast Kirkaju. Inside these dead stars, the Archvolts told me, were to be found the Ioun stones. And how were they to be won, I asked. Must we drive a tunnel into that gleaming surface? They gave mocking calls of laughter at my ignorance. I uttered a sharp reprimand. Instantly they fell silent. The spokesman was Examides. From him I learned that no power known to man or magician could mar stuff so dense. We must wait. Nothing loomed across the distance. Often the derelict hulks swung close in their orbits. The Archvolts kept close watch. They pointed and calculated. They carped and fretted. At last one of the shining balls struck across nothing, expunging half of itself. When it swung out and away, the Archvolts took their equipage down to the flat surface. All now ventured forth, with most careful precaution. Unprotected from gravity, a man instantly becomes as no more than an outline upon the surface. With slide boards immune to gravity, we traversed the surface. What a wonderful sight! Nothing had wrought a flawless polish. For 15 miles this mirrored plain extended, marred only at the very center by a number of black pockmarks. Here the Ioun stones were to be found, in nests of black dust. To win the stones is no small task. The black dust, like the slide boards, counters gravity. It is safe to step from the slide boards to the dust, but a new precaution must be taken. While the dust negates the substance below, other celestial objects suck, so one must use an anchor to hold himself in place. The Archvolts drive small barbed hooks into the dust, and tie themselves down with a cord, and this I did as well. By means of a special tool, the dust is probed, a tedious task. The dust is packed tightly. Nevertheless, with great energy I set to work, and in due course won my first Ioun stone. I held it high in exultation, but where were the Archvolts? They had circled around me. They had returned to the equipage. I sought my slide boards, in vain. By stealth they had been purloined. I staggered, I sagged, I raved a spell at the traitors. They held forward their newly won Ioun stones. The magic was absorbed, as water entering a sponge. With no further words, not even signals of triumph, for this is how lightly they regarded me, they entered their equipage and were gone. In this region contiguous with nothing, my doom was certain, so they were assured. As Morreion spoke, the red stones went pale. His voice quavered with a passion he had not hitherto displayed. I stood alone, said Morreion hoarsely. I could not die, with the spell of untiring nourishment upon me, but I could not move a step, not an inch from the cavity of black dust, or I would instantly have been no more than a print upon the surface of the shining field. I stood rigid. How long I cannot say. Years? Decades? I cannot remember. This period seems a time of dull days. I searched my mind for resources, and I grew bold with despair. I probed for Ioun stones, and I won those which now attend me. They became my friends and gave me solace. I embarked then upon a new task, which, had I not been mad with despair, I would never have attempted. I brought up particles of black dust, wet them with blood to make a paste. This paste I molded into a circular plate 4 feet in diameter. It was finished. I stepped aboard. I anchored myself with the barbed pins, and I floated up and away from the half-star. I had won free. I stood on my disk in the void. I was free, but I was alone. You cannot know what I felt until you too have stood in space, without knowledge of where to go. Far away I saw a single star, a rogue, a wanderer. Toward this star I fared. How long the voyage required, again I cannot say. When I judged that I had traveled halfway, I turned the disk about and slowed my motion. Of this voyage I remember little. I spoke to my stones. I gave them my thoughts. I seemed to become calm from talking, for during the first 100 years of this voyage I felt a prodigious fury that seemed to overwhelm all rational thought. To inflict but a pinprick upon a single one of my adversaries, I would have died by torture 100 times. I plotted delicious vengeance. I became yeasty and exuberant upon the imagined pain I would inflict. Then at times I suffered unutterable melancholy, while others enjoyed the good things of life, the feasts, the comradeship, the caresses of their loved ones. Here stood I, alone in the dark. The balance would be restored, I assured myself. My enemies would suffer as I had suffered, and more. But the passion waned, and as my stones grew to know me, they assumed their beautiful colors. Each has his name, each is individual. I know each stone by its motion. The archvolts consider them the brain eggs of fire folk who live within these stars. As to this I cannot say. At last I came down upon my world. I had burned away my rage. I was calm and placid, as now you know me. My old lust for revenge I saw to be futility. I turned my mind to a new existence, and over the eons I built my buildings and my cairns. I lived my new life. The Sahars excited my interest. I read their books, I learned their lore. Perhaps I began to live a dream. My old life was far away, a discordant trifle to which I gave ever less importance. I am amazed that the language of earth returned to me as readily as it has. Perhaps the stones held my knowledge in trust, and extended it as the need came. Ah, my wonderful stones, what would I be without them? Now I am back among men. I know how my life has gone. There are still confused areas. In due course I will remember all.
Morreion paused to consider. Several of the blue and scarlet stones went quickly dim. Morreion quivered, as if touched by galvanic essence. His cropped white hair seemed to bristle. He took a slow step forward. Certain of the magicians made uneasy movements. Morreion spoke in a new voice, one less reflective and reminiscent, with a harsh grating sound somewhere at its basis. Now I will confide in you. He turned the glitter of his black eyes upon each face in turn. I intimated that my rage had waned with the eons. This is true. The sobs which lacerated my throat, the gnashing which broke my teeth, the fury which caused my brain to shudder and ache, all dwindled, for I had nothing with which to feed my emotions. After bitter reflection came tragic melancholy, then at last peace, which your coming disturbed. A new mood has now come upon me. As the past becomes real, so I have returned along the way of the past. There is a difference. I am now a cold, cautious man. Perhaps I can never experience the extremes of passion which once consumed me. On the other hand, certain periods in my life are still dim. Another of the red and scarlet stones lost its vivid glow. Morreion stiffened. His voice took on a new edge. The crimes upon my person call out for a rebuttal. The archvolts of Jank must pay in the fullest and most onerous measure. Vermilion the Dream Walker, expunge the present symbols from your mandate wheel. Our destination now becomes the planet Jank. Vermilion looked to his colleagues to learn their opinion. Ildefonso cleared his throat. I suggest that our host Vermilion first pause at Earth to discharge those of us with urgent business. Those others will continue with Vermilion and Morreion to Jank. In this way the convenience of all may be served. Morreion said in a voice ominously quiet, No business is as urgent as mine, which already has been delayed too long. He spoke to Vermilion. Apply more fire to the speed incense. Proceed directly to Jank. Haze of Weary Waters said diffidently, I would be remiss if I failed to remind you that the archvolts are powerful magicians. Like yourself, they wield Eun stones. Morreion made a furious motion. As his hand swept the air, it left a trail of sparks. Magic derives from personal force. My passion alone will defeat the archvolts. I glory in the forthcoming confrontation.
Ah, but they will regret their deeds. Forbearance has been termed the noblest of virtues, Ildefons suggested. The Archvolts have long forgotten your very existence. Your vengeance will seem an unjust and unnecessary tribulation. Morreion swung around his glittering black gaze. I reject the concept. Vermilion, obey! We fare towards Jank, said Vermilion.
12. On a marble bench between a pair of silver-fruited lime trees sat Ildefons. Rialto stood beside him, one elegant leg raised to the bench, a posture which displayed his rose satin cape with the white lining to dramatic advantage. They drifted through a cluster of 1,000 stars. Great lights passed above, below, to each side. The crystal spires of the palace gave back millions of scintillations. Rialto had already expressed his concern at the direction of events. Now he spoke again, more emphatically. It is all very well to point out that the man lacks facility. As he asserts, sheer force can overpower sophistication. Ildefons said bluffly, Morreion's force is that of hysteria, diffuse and undirected. Therein lies the danger. What if by some freak his wrath focuses upon us? Bah, what then? Demanded Ildefons. Do you doubt my ability or your own? The prudent man anticipates contingencies, said Rialto with dignity. Remember, a certain area of Morreion's life remains clouded. Ildefons tugged thoughtfully at his white beard. The eons have altered all of us, Morreion not the least of any. This is the core of my meaning, said Rialto. I might mention that not an hour since I essayed a small experiment. Morreion walked the third balcony, watching the stars pass by. His attention being diverted, I took occasion to project a minor spell of annoyance towards him, Hulart's visceral pang, but with no perceptible effect. Next, I attempted the diminutive version of Lugweiler's dismal itch, again without success. I noted, however, his Ioun stones pulsed bright as they absorbed the magic. I tried my own green turmoil. The stones glowed bright, and this time Morreion became aware of the attention. By happy chance, Bazant the Necrope passed by. Morreion put an accusation upon him, which Bazant denied. I left them engaged in contention. The instruction is this. First, Morreion's stones guard him from hostile magic. Second, he is vigilant and suspicious. Third, he is not one to shrug aside an offense. Ildefons nodded gravely. We must certainly take these matters into consideration. I now appreciate the scope of Zexamides's plan. He intended harm to all. But behold in the sky yonder. Is that not the constellation Electha, seen from obverse? We are in familiar precincts once more. Kirkaju must lie close ahead, and with it that extraordinary planet Jank. The two strolled to the forward part of the pavilion. You are right, exclaimed Rialto. He pointed. There is Kirkaju. I recognize its scarlet emphorism. The planet Jank appeared, a world with a curious dull sheen. At Morreion's direction, Vermilion directed the palace down to Smoke Dancer's Bluff, at the southern shore of the Quicksilver Ocean. Guarding themselves against the poisonous air, the magicians descended the marble steps and walked out on the bluff, where an inspiring vista spread before them. Monstrous Kirkaju bulged across the green sky, every pore and flocculation distinct, its simulacrum mirrored in the Quicksilver Ocean. Directly below, at the base of the bluff, Quicksilver puddled and trickled across flats of black hornblende. Here the Jank dragoons, purple pansy-shaped creatures 6 feet in diameter, grazed on tufts of moss. Somewhat to the east, the town Kaleshi descended in terraces to the shore. Morreion, standing at the edge of the bluff, inhaled the noxious vapors which blew in from the ocean as if they were a tonic. My memory quickens, he called out. I remember this scene as if it were yesterday. There have been changes, true. Yonder far peak has eroded to half its height. The bluffs on which we stand have been thrust upwards at least 100 feet. Has it been so long? While I built my cairns and pored over my books, the eons flitted past. Not to mention the unknown period I rode through space on a disk of blood and star stuff. Let us proceed to Kaleshi.
It was formerly the haunt of the Archvault Persane.
When you encounter your enemies, what then? Asked Rialto. Are your spells prepared and ready?
What need I for spells? Grated Morreion. Behold!
He pointed his finger. A flicker of emotion spurted forth to shatter a boulder. He clenched his fists. The constricted passion cracked as if he had crumpled stiff parchment. He strode off toward Kaleshi, the magicians trooping behind. The Kalsh had seen the palace descend. A number had gathered at the top of the bluff. Like the archvaults, they were sheathed in pale blue scales. Osmium cords constricted the black plumes of the men. The feathery green plumes of the women, however, waved and swayed as they walked. All stood 7 feet tall and were slim as lizards. Morreion halted.
Persane, stand forth, he called.
One of the men spoke.
There is no Persane at Kaleshi. What? No Archvault Persane? None of this name. The local Archvault is a certain Evorix, who departed in haste at the sight of your peregrine palace. Who keeps the town records?
Another Kalsh stepped forth.
I am that functionary. Are you acquainted with Persane the Archvault?
I know by repute a Persane who was swallowed by a harpy towards the end of the 21st eon. Morreion uttered a groan.
Has he evaded me? What of Zexamides?
He has gone from Jank. No one knows where.
Jorin?
He lives, but keeps to a pink pearl castle across the ocean.
Aha! What of Ospro?
Dead. Morreion gave another abysmal groan.
Vexel?
Dead. Morreion groaned once more. Name by name he ran down the roster of his enemies. 4 only survived. When Morreion turned about, his face had become haunted and haggard. He seemed not to see the magicians of Earth. All of his scarlet and blue stones had given up their color.
4 only, he muttered. 4 only to receive the charge of all my force. Not enough, not enough. So many have won free. Not enough, not enough. The balance must adjust.
He made a brusque gesture.
Come, to the castle of Jorin.
In the palace they drifted across the ocean while the great red globe of Kirkaju kept pace above and below. Cliffs of mottled quartz and cinnabar rose ahead. On a crag jutting over the ocean stood a castle in the shape of a great pink pearl. The Peregrine Palace settled upon a level area. Morreion leapt down the steps and advanced toward the castle. A circular door of solid osmium rolled back. An archvault 9 feet tall, with black plumes waving 3 feet over his head, came forth. Morreion called,
Send forth Jorin. I have dealings with him. Jorin is within. We have had a presentiment. You are the land ape Morreion, from the far past. Be warned, we are prepared for you. Jorin, called Morreion, come forth. Jorin will not come forth, stated the Archvault. Nor will Arvayanid, Ishix, Herklamon, or the other Archvaults of Jank who have come to combine their power against yours. If you seek vengeance, turn upon the real culprits. Do not annoy us with your peevish complaints. The Archvault returned within, and the osmium door rolled shut. Morreion stood stock still. Moon the mage came forward, and stated, I will winkle them out, with Hulart's blue extractive. He hurled the spell toward the castle, to no effect. Rialto attempted a spell of brain pullulations, but the magic was absorbed. Gilgad next brought down his instantaneous galvanic thrust, which spattered harmlessly off the glossy pink surface. Useless, said Ildefonse. Their Ioun stones absorb the magic. The Archvaults in their turn became active. 3 ports opened. 3 spells simultaneously issued forth, to be intercepted by Morreion's Ioun stones, which momentarily pulsed the brighter. Morreion stepped 3 paces forward. He pointed his finger. Force struck at the osmium door. It creaked and rattled, but held firm. Morreion pointed his finger at the fragile pink nacre. The force slid away and was wasted.
Morreion pointed at the stone posts which supported the castle. They burst apart. The castle lurched, rolled over, and down the crags. It bounced from jut to jut, smashing and shattering, and splashed into the Quicksilver Ocean, where a current caught it and carried it out to sea. Through rents in the nacre, the archvaults crawled forth, to clamber to the top. More followed, until their accumulated weight rolled the pearl over, throwing all on top into the Quicksilver Sea, where they sank as deep as their thighs. Some tried to walk and leap to the shore, others lay flat on their backs and sculled with their hands. A gust of wind caught the pink bubble and sent it rolling across the sea, tossing off archvaults as a turning wheel flings away drops of water. A band of jank harpies put out from the shore to envelop and devour the archvaults closest at hand. The others allowed themselves to drift on the current and out to sea, where they were lost to view. Morreion turned slowly toward the magicians of Earth. His face was gray.
"A fiasco," he muttered. "It is nothing."
Slowly he walked toward the palace. At the steps he stopped short.
"What did they mean, the real culprits?"
"A figure of speech," replied Ildefonse. "Come up on the pavilion. We will refresh ourselves with wine. At last your vengeance is complete. And now—" His voice died as Morreion climbed the steps. One of the bright blue stones lost its color. Morreion stiffened, as if at a twinge of pain. He swung around to look from magician to magician. "I remember a certain face. A man with a bald head. Black beardlets hung from each of his cheeks. He was a burly man. What was his name?"
"These events are far in the past," said the diabolist shrew. "Best to put them out of mind." Other blue stones became dull. Morreon's eyes seemed to assume the light they had lost.
"The archvaults came to Earth. We conquered them. They begged for their lives. So much I recall. The chief magician demanded the secret of the Ioun stones. Ah, what was his name? He had a habit of pulling on his black beardlets. A handsome man. A great popinjay. I almost see his face. He made a proposal to the chief magician. Ah, now it begins to come clear."
The blue stones faded one by one. Morreon's face shone with a white fire. The last of the blue stones went pallid. Morreion spoke in a soft voice, a delicate voice, as if he savored each word.
"The chief magician's name was Ildefonse. The popinjay was Rialto. I remember each detail. Rialto proposed that I go to learn the secret. Ildefonse vowed to protect me, as if I were his own life. I trusted them. I trusted all the magicians in the chamber. Gilgad was there, and Hertiance and Mune the Mage and Perdustin. All my dear friends, who joined in a solemn vow to make the archvaults hostage for my safety. Now I know the culprits. The archvaults dealt with me as an enemy. My friends sent me forth and never thought of me again. Ildefonse, what have you to say, before you go to wait out 20 eons in a certain place of which I know?"
Ildefonse said bluffly,
"Come now, you must not take matters so seriously. All's well that ends well. We are now happily reunited, and the secret of the Ioun stones is ours." "For each pang I suffered, you shall suffer 20, said Morreion. "Rialto as well, and Gilgad, and Mune, and Herarch, and all the rest. Vermilion, lift the palace. Return us the way we have come. Put double fire to the incense."
Rialto looked at Ildefonse, who shrugged. "Unavoidable," said Rialto. He evoked the spell of temporal stasis. Silence fell upon the scene. Each person stood like a monument. Rialto bound Morreon's arms to his side with swaths of tape. He strapped Morreon's ankles together and wrapped bandages into Morreon's mouth to prevent him uttering a sound. He found a net, and capturing the Ioun stones, drew them down about Morreon's head, in close contact with his scalp. As an afterthought, he taped a blindfold over Morreon's eyes. He could do no more. He dissolved the spell. Ildefonse was already walking across the pavilion. Morreion jerked and thrashed in disbelief. Ildefonse and Rialto lowered him to the marble floor.
"Vermilion," said Ildefonse, "be so good as to call forth your staff. Have them bring a trundle and convey Morreion to a dark room. He must rest for a spell."
13. Rialto found his manse as he had left it, with the exception of the waypost, which was complete. Well satisfied, Rialto went into one of his back rooms. Here he broke open a hole into subspace and placed therein the netful of Ioun stones which he carried. Some gleamed incandescent blue, others were mingled scarlet and blue, the rest shone deep red, pink and green, and pale lavender. Rialto shook his head ruefully and closed the dimension down upon the stones. Returning to his workroom, he located Pueras among the minuscules and restored him to size. "Once and for all, Pueras, I find that I no longer need your services. You may join the minuscules, or you may take your pay and go." Pueras gave a roar of protest. "I worked my fingers to the bone. Is this all the thanks I get?" "I do not care to argue with you. In fact, I have already engaged your replacement." Pueras eyed the tall, vague-eyed man who had wandered into the workroom. "Is this the fellow? I wish him luck. Give me my money, and none of your magic gold which goes to sand." Pueras took his money and went his way. Rialto spoke to the new servitor. "For your first task, you may clear up the wreckage of the aviary. If you find corpses, drag them to the side. I will presently dispose of them. Next, the tile of the Great Hall." Afterward to Morreion. "I feel rather like a stage magician with a repertory of tricks. We both create illusions. Does he go to great effort to explain his techniques?" Jack Vance, 1977. The Last Castle. Chapter 1. 1. Toward the end of a stormy summer afternoon, with the sun finally breaking out under ragged black rain clouds, Castle Genil was overwhelmed and its population destroyed. Until almost the last moment, factions among the castle clans contended as to how destiny properly should be met. The gentlemen of most prestige and account elected to ignore the entire undignified circumstance and went about their normal pursuits, with neither more nor less punctilio than usual. A few cadets, desperate to the point of hysteria, took up weapons and prepared to resist the final assault. Still others, perhaps a quarter of the total population, waited passively, ready, almost happy, to expiate the sins of the human race. In the end, death came uniformly to all, and all extracted as much satisfaction from their dying as this essentially graceless process could afford. The proud sat turning the pages of their beautiful books, discussing the qualities of a century-old essence, or fondling a favorite fane, and died without deigning to heed the fact. The hotheads raced up the muddy slope, which, outraging all normal rationality, loomed above the parapets of Genil. Most were buried under sliding rubble, but a few gained the ridge to gun, hack, and stab, until they themselves were shot, crushed by the half-alive power wagons, hacked or stabbed. The contrite waited in the classic posture of expiation, on their knees, heads bowed, and perished, so they believed, by a process in which the mechs were symbols and human sin the reality. In the end, all were dead: gentlemen, ladies, fanes in the pavilions, peasants in the stables. Of all those who had inhabited Genil, only the birds survived, creatures awkward, gauche, and raucous, oblivious to pride and faith, more concerned with the wholeness of their hides than the dignity of their castle. As the mechs swarmed down over the parapets, the birds departed their cotes, and, screaming strident insults, flapped east toward Hagedorn, now the last castle of earth. 2. 4 months before, the mechs had appeared in the park before Genil, fresh from the Sea Island massacre. Climbing to the turrets and balconies, sauntering the sunset promenade, from ramparts and parapets, the gentlemen and ladies of Genil, some 2,000 in all, looked down at the brown-gold warriors. Their mood was complex: amused indifference, flippant disdain, and a substratum of doubt and foreboding, all the product of three basic circumstances: their own exquisitely subtle civilization, the security provided by Janille's walls, and the fact that they could conceive no recourse, no means for altering circumstances. The Janille mechs had long since departed to join the revolt. There only remained Fanes, peasants, and birds from which to fashion what would have been the travesty of a punitive force. At the moment, there seemed no need for such a force. Janille was deemed impregnable. The walls, 200 feet tall, were black rock melt contained in the meshes of a silver-blue steel alloy. Solar cells provided energy for all the needs of the castle, and in the event of emergency, food could be synthesized from carbon dioxide and water vapor, as well as syrup for Fanes, peasants, and birds. Such a need was not envisaged. Janille was self-sufficient and secure, though inconveniences might arise when machinery broke down and there were no mechs to repair it. The situation then was disturbing, but hardly desperate. During the day, the gentlemen so inclined brought forth energy guns and sport rifles, and killed as many mechs as the extreme range allowed. After dark, the mechs brought forward power wagons and earth movers, and began to raise a dike around Janille. The folk of the castle watched without comprehension until the dike reached a height of 50 feet, and dirt began to spill down against the walls. Then the dire purpose of the mechs became apparent, and insouciance gave way to dismal foreboding. All the gentlemen of Janille were erudite in at least one realm of knowledge. Certain were mathematical theoreticians, while others had made a profound study of the physical sciences. Some of these, with a detail of peasants to perform the sheerly physical exertion, attempted to restore the energy cannon to functioning condition. Unluckily, the cannon had not been maintained in good order. Various components were obviously corroded or damaged. Conceivably, these components might have been replaced from the mech shops on the second sublevel, but none of the group had any knowledge of the mech nomenclature or warehousing system. Warwick Maidensea Arbin suggested that a workforce of peasants search the warehouse, but in view of the limited mental capacity of the peasants, nothing was done, and the whole plan to restore the energy cannon came to naught. Footnote: Warwick Maidensea Arbin, Arbin of the Maidensea family in the Warwick clan. End of footnote. The gentlefolk of Janille watched in fascination as the dirt piled higher and higher around them, in a circular mound like a crater. Summer neared its end, and on one stormy day dirt and rubble rose above the parapets and began to spill over into the courts and piazzas. Janille must soon be buried and all within suffocated. It was then that a group of impulsive young cadets, with more elan than dignity, took up weapons and charged up the slope. The mechs dumped dirt and stone upon them, but a handful gained the ridge where they fought in a kind of dreadful exultation. 15 minutes the fight raged, and the earth became sodden with rain and blood. For one glorious moment the cadets swept the ridge clear, and had not most of their fellows been lost under the rubble, anything might have occurred. But the mechs regrouped and thrust forward. 10 men were left, then 6, then 4, then 1, then none. The mechs marched down the slope, swarmed over the battlements, and with somber intensity killed all within. Janille, for 700 years the abode of gallant gentlemen and gracious ladies, had become a lifeless hulk. 3. The mech, standing as if a specimen in a museum case, was a man-like creature, native, in his original version, to a planet of Etemin. His tough, rusty bronze hide glistened metallically as if oiled or waxed. The spines thrusting back from scalp and neck shone like gold, and indeed were coated with a conductive copper-chrome film. His sense organs were gathered in clusters at the site of a man's ears. His visage, it was often a shock, walking the lower corridors, to come suddenly upon a mech, was corrugated muscle, not dissimilar to the look of an uncovered human brain. His maw, a vertical irregular cleft at the base of this face, was an obsolete organ by reason of the syrup sac which had been introduced under the skin of the shoulders. The digestive organs, originally used to extract nutrition from decayed swamp vegetation and solenterates, had atrophied. The mech typically wore no garment except possibly a work apron or a tool belt, and in the sunlight his rust-bronze skin made a handsome display. This was the mech solitary, a creature intrinsically as effective as man, perhaps more by virtue of his superb brain, which also functioned as a radio transceiver. Working in the mass, by the teeming thousands, he seemed less admirable, less competent, a hybrid of sub-man and cockroach. Certain savants, notably Morninglight's D.R. Jardine and Salenson of Twang, considered the mech bland and phlegmatic, but the profound Claghorn of Castle Hagedorn asserted otherwise. The emotions of the mech, said Claghorn, were different from human emotions, and only vaguely comprehensible to man. After diligent research, Claghorn isolated over a dozen mech emotions. In spite of such research, the mech revolt came as an utter surprise, no less to Claghorn, D.R. Jardine, and Salenson than to anyone else. Why? Asked everyone. How could a group so long submissive have contrived so murderous a plot? The most reasonable conjecture was also the simplest. The mech resented servitude and hated the Earthmen who had removed him from his natural environment. Those who argued against this theory claimed that it projected human emotions and attitudes into a non-human organism, that the mech had every reason to feel gratitude toward the gentleman who had liberated him from the conditions of Etemin 9. To this, the first group would inquire, who projects human attitudes now? And the retort of their opponents was often, since no one knows for certain, one projection is no more absurd than another. Chapter 2 1. Castle Hagedorn occupied the crest of a black diorite crag overlooking a wide valley to the south. Larger, more majestic than Genil, Hagedorn was protected by walls a mile in circumference and 300 feet tall. The parapets stood a full 900 feet above the valley, with towers, turrets, and observation areas rising even higher. Two sides of the crag, at east and west, dropped sheer to the valley. The north and south slopes, a trifle less steep, were terraced and planted with vines, artichokes, pears, and pomegranates. An avenue rising from the valley circled the crag and passed through a portal into the central plaza. Opposite stood the great rotunda, with at either side the tall houses of the 28 families. Footnote: the clans of Hagedorn, their colors, and associated families. Clan, Xanten. Colors, yellow, black piping. Families, Hode, Quay, Idlesea, Esladun, Salenson, Roseth. Clan, Beaudry. Colors, dark blue, white piping. Families, Onwain, Zadig, Prine, Fair, Sassoon. Clan, Overwheel. Colors, gray, green, red rosettes. Families, Claghorn, Abreu, Was, Hinken, Zumbeld. Clan, Orr. Colors, brown, black. Families, Zadhouse, Fothergill, Maroon, Bodun, Godalming, Lesmanic. Clan, Iseth. Colors, purple, dark red. Families, Mazeth, Floy, Luder Hepman, Ugas, Carathu, Bethune. The first gentleman of the castle, elected for life, is known as Hagedorn. The clan chief, selected by the family elders, bears the name of his clan, thus Xanten, Beaudry, Overwheel, or Iseth, both clans and clan chiefs. The family elder, selected by household heads, bears the name of his family. Thus, Idlesea, Zadhouse, Bethune, and Claghorn are both families and family elders. The remaining gentlemen and ladies bear first the clan, then the family, then the personal name. Thus, Or Zadhouse Ludwig, abbreviated to A.Z. Ludwig, and Beaudry Fair Darien, abbreviated to B.F. Darien. End of footnote. The original castle, constructed immediately after the return of men to Earth, stood on the site now occupied by the plaza. The 10th Hagedorn, assembling an enormous force of peasants and mechs, had built the new walls, after which he demolished the old castle. The 28 houses dated from this time, 500 years before. Below the plaza were 3 service levels, the stables and garages at the bottom, next the mech shops and mech living quarters, Then the various storerooms, warehouses, and special shops, bakery, brewery, lapidary, arsenal, repository, and the like. The current Hagedorn, 26th of the line, was a Claghorn of the Overwheels. His selection had occasioned general surprise, because O.C. Charlie, as he had been before his elevation, was a gentleman of no remarkable presence. His elegance, flair, and erudition were only ordinary. He had never been notable for any significant originality of thought. His physical proportions were good. His face was square and bony, with a short straight nose, a benign brow, and narrow gray eyes. His expression, normally a trifle abstracted, his detractors used the word vacant, by a simple lowering of the eyelids, a downward twitch of the coarse blonde eyebrows, at once became stubborn and surly, a fact of which O.C. Charlie, or Hagedorn, was unaware. The office, while exerting little or no formal authority, exerted a pervasive influence, and the style of the gentleman who was Hagedorn affected everyone. For this reason, the selection of Hagedorn was a matter of no small importance, subject to hundreds of considerations, and it was the rare candidate who failed to have some old solecism or gaucherie discussed with embarrassing candor. While the candidate might never take overt umbrage, friendships were inevitably sundered, rancors augmented, reputations blasted. O.C. Charlie's elevation represented a compromise between two factions among the Overwheels, to which clan the privilege of selection had fallen. The gentlemen between whom O.C. Charlie represented a compromise were both highly respected, but distinguished by basically different attitudes toward existence. The first was the talented Gar of the Zumbeld family. He exemplified the traditional virtues of Castle Hagedorn. He was a notable connoisseur of essences, and he dressed with absolute savoir, with never so much as a pleat nor a twist of the characteristic overwheel rosette awry. He combined insouciance and flair with dignity. His repartee coruscated with brilliant allusions and turns of phrase. When aroused, his wit was utterly mordant. He could quote every literary work of consequence. He performed expertly upon the nine-stringed lute, and was thus in constant demand at the viewing of antique tabards. He was an antiquarian of unchallenged erudition and knew the locale of every major city of old earth, and could discourse for hours upon the history of the ancient times. His military expertise was unparalleled at Hagedorn, and challenged only by D.K. Magda of Castle de Laura and perhaps Brusham of Twang. Faults? Flaws? Few could be cited. Over-punctilio, which might be construed as waspishness, and intrepid pertinacity, which could be considered ruthlessness. O.Z. Gar could never be dismissed as insipid or indecisive, and his personal courage was beyond dispute. 2 years before, a stray band of nomads had ventured into Lucerne Valley, slaughtering peasants, stealing cattle, and going so far as to fire an arrow into the chest of an Iseth cadet. O.Z. Gar instantly assembled a punitive company of mechs, loaded them aboard a dozen power wagons, and set forth in pursuit of the nomads, finally overtaking them near Dreen River, by the ruins of Worcester Cathedral. The nomads were unexpectedly strong, unexpectedly crafty, and were not content to turn tail and flee. During the fighting, O.Z. Gar displayed the most exemplary demeanor, directing the attack from the seat of his power wagon, a pair of mechs standing by with shields to ward away arrows. The conflict ended in a rout of the nomads. They left 27 lean, black-cloaked corpses strewn on the field, while only 20 mechs lost their lives. O.Z. Gar's opponent in the election was Claghorn, elder of the Claghorn family. As with O.Z. Gar, the exquisite discriminations of Hagedorn society came to Claghorn as easily as swimming to a fish. He was no less erudite than O.Z. Gar, though hardly so versatile, his principal field of study being the mechs, their physiology, linguistic modes, and social patterns. Claghorn's conversation was more profound, but less entertaining and not so trenchant as that of O.Z. Gar. He seldom employed the extravagant tropes and allusions which characterized Gar's discussions, preferring a style of speech which was unadorned. Claghorn kept no feigns. O.Z. Gar's four-matched gossamer dainties were marvels of delight, and at the viewing of antique tabards, Gar's presentations were seldom outshone. The important contrast between the two men lay in their philosophic outlook. O.Z. Gar, a traditionalist, a fervent exemplar of his society, subscribed to its tenets without reservation. he was beset by neither doubt nor guilt. He felt no desire to alter the conditions which afforded more than 2,000 gentlemen and ladies lives of great richness. Claghorn, while by no means an expiationist, was known to feel dissatisfaction with the general tenor of life at Castle Hagadorn, and argued so plausibly that many folk refused to listen to him, on the grounds that they became uncomfortable. But an indefinable malaise ran deep, and Claghorn had many influential supporters. When the time came for ballots to be cast, neither O.Z. Gar nor Claghorn could muster sufficient support. The office finally was conferred upon a gentleman who never in his most optimistic reckonings had expected it, a gentleman of decorum and dignity but no great depth, without flippancy but likewise without vivacity, affable but disinclined to force an issue to a disagreeable conclusion. O.C. Charlie, the new Hagadorn. 6 months later, during the dark hours before dawn, the Hagadorn mechs evacuated their quarters and departed, taking with them power wagons, tools, weapons, and electrical equipment. The act had clearly been long in the planning, for simultaneously the mechs at each of the 8 other castles made a similar departure. The initial reaction at Castle Hagadorn, as elsewhere, was incredulity, then shocked anger, then, when the implications of the act were pondered, a sense of foreboding and calamity. The new Hagadorn, the clan chiefs, and certain other notables appointed by Hagadorn met in the formal council chamber to consider the matter. They sat around a great table covered with red velvet, Hagadorn at the head, Xanten and Iseth at his left, Overwheel, Orr, and Beaudry at his right. Then the others, including O.Z. Gar, I.K. Linus, A.G. Bernal, a mathematical theoretician of great ability, and B.F. Wyas, an equally sagacious antiquarian who had identified the sites of many ancient cities, Palmyra, Lübeck, Eridu, Zanesville, Burton-on-Trent, and Massilia, among others. Certain family elders filled out the council, Maroon and Bodun of Orr, Quay, Roseth, and Idlesea of Xanten, Ugas of Iseth, Claghorn of Overwheel. All sat silent for a period of 10 minutes, arranging their minds and performing the silent act of psychic accommodation known as intretion. At last Hagadorn spoke. The castle is suddenly bereft of its mechs. Needless to say, this is an inconvenient condition to be adjusted as swiftly as possible. Here I am sure we find ourselves of one mind. He looked around the table. All thrust forward carved ivory tablets to signify assent, all save Claghorn, who however did not stand it on end to signify dissent. Iseth, a stern white-haired gentleman magnificently handsome in spite of his 70 years, spoke in a grim voice. I see no point in cogitation or delay. What we must do is clear. Admittedly, the peasants are poor material from which to recruit an armed force. Nonetheless, we must assemble them, equip them with sandals, smocks, and weapons so that they do not discredit us, and put them under good leadership, O.Z. Gar or Xanten. Birds can locate the vagrants, whereupon we will track them down, order the peasants to give them a good drubbing, and herd them home on the double. Xanten, 35 years old, extraordinarily young to be a clan chief, and a notorious firebrand, shook his head. The idea is appealing but impractical. Peasants simply could not stand up to the mechs, no matter how we trained them. The statement was manifestly accurate. The peasants, small andromorphs originally of Spica 10, were not so much timid as incapable of performing a vicious act. A dour silence held the table. O.Z. Gar finally spoke. The dogs have stolen our power wagons, otherwise I'd be tempted to ride out and chivvy the rascals home with a whip. Footnote. This, only an approximate translation, fails to capture the pungency of the language. Several words have no contemporary equivalents. Skirkling, as in to send skirkling, denotes a frantic pell-mell flight in all directions, accompanied by a vibration or twinkling or jerking motion. To volith is to toy idly with a matter, the implication being that the person involved is of such Jovian potency that all difficulties dwindle to contemptible triviality. Roddlebogs are the semi-intelligent beings of Edaman IV, who were brought to Earth, trained first as gardeners, then construction laborers, then sent home in disgrace because of certain repulsive habits they refused to forego. The statement of O.Z. Gar, therefore, becomes something like this.
Were power wagons at hand, I'd Volith riding forth with a whip to send the Roddlebogs skirkling home. End of footnote. A matter of perplexity, said Hagedorn, is syrup. Naturally, they carried away what they could. When this is exhausted, what then? Will they starve? Impossible for them to return to their original diet. What was it, swamp mud? Hey, Claghorn, you're the expert in these matters. Can the mechs return to a diet of mud? No, said Claghorn. The organs of the adult are atrophied. If a cub were started on the diet, he'd probably survive. Just as I assumed. Hagedorn scowled portentously down at his clasped hands to conceal his total lack of any constructive proposal. A gentleman in the dark blue of the Beaudries appeared in the doorway. He poised himself, held high his right arm, and bowed so that the fingers swept the floor. Hagedorn rose to his feet. Come forward, B.F. Robarth. What is your news? For this was the significance of the newcomer's genuflection. The news is a message broadcast from Halcyon. The mechs have attacked. They have fired the structure and are slaughtering all. The radio went dead 1 minute ago. All swung around. Some jumped to their feet. Slaughter, croaked Claghorn. I am certain that by now Halcyon is no more. Claghorn sat staring with eyes unfocused. The others discussed the dire news in voices heavy with horror. Hagedorn once more brought the council back to order. This is clearly an extreme situation, the gravest perhaps of our entire history. I am frank to state that I can suggest no decisive counteract. Overwheel inquired, What of the other castles? Are they secure? Hagedorn turned to B.F. Robarth. Will you be good enough to make general radio contact with all other castles and inquire as to their condition? Xanten said, Others are as vulnerable as Halcyon, Sea Island and Delora in particular, and Maraval as well. Claghorn emerged from his reverie. The gentlemen and ladies of these places, in my opinion, should consider taking refuge at Janil or here until the uprising is quelled. Others around the table looked at him in surprise and puzzlement. O.Z. Gar inquired in the silkiest of voices, You envision the gentlefolk of these castles scampering to refuge at the cock-a-hoop swaggering of the lower orders? Indeed, should they wish to survive, responded Claghorn politely. A gentleman of late middle age, Claghorn was stocky and strong, with black-gray hair, magnificent green eyes, and a manner which suggested great internal force under stern control. Flight by definition entails a certain diminution of dignity, he went on to say. If O.Z. Gar can propound an elegant manner of taking to one's heels, I will be glad to learn it, and everyone else should likewise heed, because in the days to come the capability may be of comfort to all. Hagedorn interposed before O.Z. Gar could reply. Let us keep to the issues. I confess I cannot see to the end of all this. The mechs have demonstrated themselves to be murderers. How can we take them back into our service? But if we don't, well, to say the least, conditions will be austere until we can locate and train a new force of technicians. We must consider along these lines. The spaceships, exclaimed Xanten. We must see to them at once. What's this? Inquired Beaudry, a gentleman of rock-hard face. How do you mean, see to them? They must be protected from damage. What else? They are our link to the home worlds. The maintenance mechs probably have not deserted the hangars, since if they propose to exterminate us, they will want to deny us the spaceships. Perhaps you care to march with a levy of peasants to take the hangars under firm control? Suggested O.Z. Gar in a somewhat supercilious voice. A long history of rivalry and mutual detestation existed between himself and Xanten. It may be our only hope, said Xanten. Still, how does one fight with a levy of peasants? Better that I fly to the hangars and reconnoiter. Meanwhile, perhaps you, and others with military expertise, will take in hand the recruitment and training of a peasant militia. In this regard, stated O.Z. Gar, I await the outcome of our current deliberations. If it develops that there lies the optimum course, I naturally will apply my competences to the fullest degree. If your own capabilities are best fulfilled by spying out the activities of the mechs, I hope that you will be large-hearted enough to do the same." The two gentlemen glared at each other. A year previously, their enmity had almost culminated in a duel. Xanten, a gentleman tall, clean-limbed, and nervously active, was gifted with great natural flair, but likewise evinced a disposition too easy for absolute elegance. The traditionalists considered him Stros, indicating a manner flawed by an almost imperceptible slackness and lack of punctilio, not the best possible choice for clan chief. Xanten's response to Oz Gar was blandly polite. "I shall be glad to take this task upon myself. Since haste is of the essence, I will risk the accusation of precipitousness and leave at once. Hopefully I return to report tomorrow." He rose, performed a ceremonious bow to Hagedorn, another all-inclusive salute to the council, and departed. He crossed to Esladune House, where he maintained an apartment on the 13th level, 4 rooms furnished in the style known as Fifth Dynasty, after an epoch in the history of the Altair home planets, from which the human race had returned to Earth. His current consort, Araminta, a lady of the Onwain family, was absent on affairs of her own, which suited Xanten well enough. After plying him with questions, she would have discredited his simple explanation, preferring to suspect an assignation at his country place. Truth to tell, he had become bored with Araminta and had reason to believe that she felt similarly, or perhaps his exalted rank had provided her less opportunity to preside at glittering social functions than she had expected. They had bred no children. Araminta's daughter by a previous connection had been tallied to her. Her second child must then be tallied to Xanten, preventing him from siring another child. Footnote: the population of Castle Hagedorn was fixed. Each gentleman and each lady was permitted a single child. If by chance another were born, the parent must either find someone who had not yet sired to sponsor it, or dispose of it another way. The usual procedure was to give the child into the care of the expiationists. End of footnote. Xanten doffed his yellow council vestments, and, assisted by a young peasant buck, donned dark yellow hunting breeches with black trim, a black jacket, black boots. He drew a cap of soft black leather over his head and slung a pouch over his shoulder, into which he loaded weapons, a coiled blade, an energy gun. Leaving the apartment, he summoned the lift and descended to the first-level armory, where normally a mech clerk would have served him. Now Xanten, to his vast disgust, was forced to take himself behind the counter and rummage here and there. The mechs had removed most of the sporting rifles, all the pellet ejectors, and heavy energy guns. An ominous circumstance, thought Xanten. At last he found a steel sling whip, spare power slugs for his gun, a brace of fire grenades, and a high-powered monocular. He returned to the lift and rode to the top level, ruefully considering the long climb when eventually the mechanism broke down, with no mechs at hand to make repairs. He thought of the apoplectic furies of rigid traditionalists such as Beaudry and chuckled. Eventful days lay ahead. Stopping at the top level, he crossed to the parapets and proceeded around to the radio room. Customarily, 3 mech specialists connected into the apparatus by wires clipped to their quills sat typing messages as they arrived. Now B.F. Robarth stood before the mechanism, uncertainly twisting the dials, his mouth wry with deprecation and distaste for the job. "Any further news?" Xanten asked. B.F. Robarth gave him a sour grin. "The folk at the other end seem no more familiar with this cursed tangle than I. I hear occasional voices. I believe that the mechs are attacking Castle Delora." Claghorn had entered the room behind Xanten. "Did I hear you correctly? Delora Castle is gone?" "Not gone yet, Claghorn, but as good as gone. The Delora walls are little better than a picturesque crumble." "Sickening situation," muttered Xanten. "How can sentient creatures perform such evil? After all these centuries, how little we actually knew of them." As he spoke, he recognized the tactlessness of his remark. Claghorn had devoted much time to a study of the mechs. "The act itself is not astounding," said Claghorn shortly. "It has occurred 1,000 times in human history." Mildly surprised that Claghorn should use human history in reference to a case involving the suborders, Xanten asked, You were never aware of this vicious aspect to the mech nature? No, never. Never indeed.
Claghorn seemed unduly sensitive, thought Xanten. Understandable, all in all. Claghorn's basic doctrine as set forth during the Haggadorn's selection was by no means simple, and Xanten neither understood it nor completely endorsed what he conceived to be its goals. But it was plain that the revolt of the mechs had cut the ground out from under Claghorn's feet. Probably to the somewhat bitter satisfaction of O.Z. Gar, who must feel vindicated in his traditionalist doctrines. Claghorn said tersely, "The life we've been leading couldn't last forever. It's a wonder it lasted as long as it did." "Perhaps so," said Xanten in a soothing voice. "Well, no matter. All things change. Who knows? The peasants may be planning to poison our food. I must go." He bowed to Claghorn, who returned him a crisp nod, and to B.F. Robarth, then departed the room. He climbed the spiral staircase, almost a ladder, to the cotes, where the birds lived in an invincible disorder, occupying themselves with gambling, quarrels, and a version of chess, with rules incomprehensible to every gentleman who had tried to understand it. Castle Haggadorn maintained 100 birds, tended by a gang of long-suffering peasants, whom the birds held in vast disesteem. The birds were garish, garrulous creatures, pigmented red, yellow, or blue, with long necks, jerking inquisitive heads, and an inherent irreverence which no amount of discipline or tutelage could overcome. Spying Xanten, they emitted a chorus of rude jeers. "Somebody wants a ride, heavy thing? Why don't the self-anointed two-footers grow wings for themselves? My friend, never trust a bird. We'll sky you, then fling you down on your fundament." "Quiet," called Xanten. "I need 6 fast, silent birds for an important mission. Are any capable of such a task?" "Are any capable, he asks. Aros, ros, ros, when none of us have flown for a week." "Silence? We'll give you silence, yellow and black." "Come then. You of the wise eye, you there, you with the cocked shoulder, you with the green pompon, to the basket." The birds designated, jeering, grumbling, reviling the peasants, allowed their syrup sacks to be filled, then flapped to the wicker seat where Xanten waited. "To the space depot at Vincennes," he told them. "Fly high and silently. Enemies are abroad. We must learn what harm, if any, has been done to the spaceships." "To the depot, then." Each bird seized a length of rope tied to an overhead framework. The chair was yanked up with a jerk calculated to rattle Xanten's teeth, and off they flew, laughing, cursing each other for not supporting more of the load, but eventually all accommodating themselves to the task and flying with a coordinated flapping of the 36 sets of wings. To Xanten's relief, their garrulity lessened. Silently they flew south, at a speed of 50 or 60 miles per hour. The afternoon was already waning. The ancient countryside, seen to so many comings and goings, so much triumph and so much disaster, was laced with long black shadows. Looking down, Xanten reflected that though the human stock was native to this soil, and though his immediate ancestors had maintained their holdings for 700 years, Earth still seemed an alien world. The reason, of course, was by no means mysterious or rooted in paradox. After the Six-Star War, Earth had lain fallow for 3,000 years, unpopulated save for a handful of anguished wretches who somehow had survived the cataclysm, and who had become semi-barbaric nomads. Then 700 years ago, certain rich lords of Altair, motivated to some extent by political disaffection, but no less by caprice, had decided to return to Earth. Such was the origin of the 9 great strongholds, the resident gentlefolk, and the staffs of specialized andromorphs. Xanten flew over an area where an antiquarian had directed excavations, revealing a plaza flagged with white stone, a broken obelisk, a tumbled statue. The sight, by some trick of association, stimulated Xanten's mind to an astonishing vision, so simple and yet so grand that he looked around, in all directions, with new eyes. The vision was Earth repopulated with men, the land cultivated, nomads driven back into the wilderness. At the moment, the image was far-fetched, and Xanten, watching the soft contours of old Earth slide below, pondered the mech revolt which had altered his life with such startling abruptness. Claghorn had long insisted that no human condition endured forever, with the corollary that the more complicated such a condition, the greater its susceptibility to change, in which case the 700-year continuity at Castle Hagedorn, as artificial, extravagant, and intricate as life could be, became an astonishing circumstance in itself. Claghorn had pushed his thesis further. Since change was inevitable, he argued that the gentlefolk should soften the impact by anticipating and controlling the changes, a doctrine which had been attacked with great fervor. The traditionalists labeled all of Claghorn's ideas demonstrable fallacy, and cited the very stability of castle life as proof of its viability. Xanten had inclined first one way, then the other, emotionally involved with neither cause. If anything, the fact of O.Z. Gar's traditionalism had nudged him toward Claghorn's views, and now it seemed as if events had vindicated Claghorn. Change had come, with an impact of the maximum harshness and violence. There were still questions to be answered, of course. Why had the mechs chosen this particular time to revolt? Conditions had not altered appreciably for 500 years, and the mechs had never previously hinted dissatisfaction. In fact, they had revealed nothing of their feelings, though no one had ever troubled to ask them, save Claghorn. The birds were veering east to avoid the Ballarat Mountains, to the west of which were the ruins of a great city, never satisfactorily identified. Below lay the Lucerne Valley, at one time a fertile farmland. If one looked with great concentration, the outline of the various holdings could sometimes be distinguished. Ahead, the spaceship hangars were visible, where mech technicians maintained 4 spaceships jointly the property of Hagedorn, Genil, Twang, Morning Light, and Maraval, though for a variety of reasons the ships were never used. The sun was setting. Orange light twinkled and flickered on the metal walls. Xanten called instructions up to the birds. Circle down. Alight behind that line of trees, but fly low so that none will see. Down on stiff wings curved the birds, 6 ungainly necks stretched toward the ground. Xanten was ready for the impact. The birds never seemed able to alight easily when they carried a gentleman. When the cargo was something in which they felt a personal concern, dandelion fluff would never have been disturbed by the jar. Xanten expertly kept his balance, instead of tumbling and rolling in the manner preferred by the birds. "You all have syrup," he told them. "Rest, make no noise, do not quarrel. By tomorrow's sunset, if I am not here, return to Castle Hagedorn and say that Xanten was killed." "Never fear," cried the birds. "We will wait forever. At any rate till tomorrow's sunset. If danger threatens, if you are pressed, aros ros ros, call for the birds." "Aros! We are ferocious when aroused." "I wish it were true," said Xanten. "The birds are arrant cowards. This is well known. Still, I value the sentiment. Remember my instructions, and quiet above all. I do not wish to be set upon and stabbed because of your clamor." The birds made indignant sounds. "Injustice, injustice. We are quiet as the dew." "Good." Xanten hurriedly moved away lest they should bellow new advice or reassurances after him. Passing through the forest, he came to an open meadow at the far edge of which, perhaps 100 yards distant, was the rear of the first hangar. He stopped to consider. Several factors were involved. First, the maintenance mechs, with the metal structure shielding them from radio contact, might still be unaware of the revolt. Hardly likely, he decided, in view of the otherwise careful planning. Second, the mechs, in continuous communication with their fellows, acted as a collective organism. The aggregate functioned more competently than its parts, and the individual was not prone to initiative. Hence, vigilance was likely to be extreme. Third, if they expected anyone to attempt a discreet approach, they would necessarily scrutinize most closely the route which he proposed to take. Xanten decided to wait in the shadows another 10 minutes, until the setting sun shining over his shoulders should most effectively blind any who might watch. 10 minutes passed. The hangars, burnished by the dying sunlight, bulked long, tall, completely quiet. In the intervening meadow, long golden grass waved and rippled in a cool breeze. Xanten took a deep breath, hefted his pouch, arranged his weapons, and strode forth. It did not occur to him to crawl through the grass. He reached the back of the nearest hangar without challenge. Pressing his ear to the metal, he heard nothing. He walked to the corner, looked down the side. No sign of life. Xanten shrugged. Very well then, to the door. He walked beside the hangar, the setting sun casting a long black shadow ahead of him. He came to a door opening into the hangar administrative office. Since there was nothing to be gained by trepidation, Xanten thrust the door aside and entered. The offices were empty. The desks, where centuries before underlings had sat, calculating invoices and bills of lading, were bare, polished free of dust. The computers and information banks, black enamel, glass, white and red switches, looked as if they had been installed only the day before. Xanten crossed to the glass pane overlooking the hangar floor, shadowed under the bulk of the ship. He saw no mechs. But on the floor of the hangar, arranged in neat rows and heaps, were elements and assemblies of the ship's control mechanism. Service panels gaped wide into the hull to show where the devices had been detached. Xanten stepped from the office out into the hangar. The spaceship had been disabled, put out of commission. Xanten looked along the neat rows of parts. Certain savants of various castles were expert in the theory of space-time transfer. S.X. Rosenbach's of Marival had even derived a set of equations which, if translated into machinery, eliminated the troublesome Hamus effect. But not one gentleman, even were he so oblivious to personal honor as to touch a hand to a tool, would know how to replace, connect, and tune the mechanisms heaped upon the hangar floor. The malicious work had been done when? Impossible to say. Xanten returned to the office, stepped back out into the twilight, and walked to the next hangar. Again, no mechs. Again, the spaceship had been gutted of its control mechanisms. Xanten proceeded to the third hangar, where conditions were the same. At the fourth hangar, he discerned the faint sounds of activity. Stepping into the office, looking through the glass wall into the hangar, he found mechs working with their usual economy of motion, in a near silence which was uncanny. Xanten, already uncomfortable from skulking through the forest, became enraged by the cool destruction of his property. He strode forth into the hangar. Slapping his thigh to attract attention, he called in a harsh voice, "Return the components to place! How dare you vermin act in such a manner?" The mechs turned about their blank countenances to study him through black beaded lens clusters at each side of their heads. "What?" bellowed Xanten. "You hesitate?" He brought forth his steel whip, usually more of a symbolic adjunct than a punitive instrument, and slashed it against the ground. "Obey! This ridiculous revolt is at its end!" The mechs still hesitated, and events wavered in the balance. None made a sound, though messages were passing among them, appraising the circumstances, establishing a consensus. Xanten could allow them no such leisure. He marched forward, wielding the whip, striking at the only area where the mechs felt pain, the ropey face. "To your duties!" he roared. "A fine maintenance crew are you! A destruction crew is more like it!" The mechs made the soft blowing sound which might mean anything. They fell back, and now Xanten noted one standing at the head of the companionway leading into the ship. A mech larger than any he had seen before, and one in some fashion different. This mech was aiming a pellet gun at his head. With an unhurried flourish, Xanten whipped away a mech who had leaped forward with a knife, and without deigning to aim, fired at and destroyed the mech who stood on the companionway, even as the slug sang past his head. The other mechs were nevertheless committed to an attack. All surged forward. Lounging disdainfully against the hull, Xanten shot them as they came, moving his head once to avoid a chunk of metal, again reaching to catch a throw knife and hurl it into the face of him who had thrown it. The mechs drew back, and Xanten guessed that they had agreed on a new tactic, either to withdraw for weapons or perhaps to confine him within the hangar. In any event, no more could be accomplished here. He made play with the whip and cleared an avenue to the office.
With tools, metal bars, and forgings striking the glass behind him, he sauntered through the office and out into the night. The full moon was rising, a great yellow globe casting a smoky saffron glow, like an antique lamp. Mech eyes were not well adapted for night-seeing, and Xanten waited by the door. Presently, mechs began to pour forth, and Xanten hacked at their necks as they came. The mechs drew back inside the hangar. Wiping his blade, Xanten strode off the way he had come, looking neither right nor left. He stopped short. The night was young. Something tickled his mind, the recollection of the mech who had fired the pellet gun. He had been larger, possibly a darker bronze, but more significantly, he had displayed an indefinable poise, almost authority, though such a word, when used in connection with the mechs, was anomalous. On the other hand, someone must have planned the revolt, or at least originated the concept. It might be worthwhile to extend the reconnaissance, though his primary information had been secured. Xanten turned back and crossed the landing area to the barracks and garages. Once more, frowning in discomfort, he felt the need for discretion. What times these were, when a gentleman must skulk to avoid such as the mechs. He stole up behind the garages, where a half-dozen power wagons lay dozing. Footnote: Power wagons, like the mechs, originally swamp creatures from Edaman 9, were great rectangular slabs of muscle, slung into a rectangular frame and protected from sunlight, insects, and rodents by a synthetic pelt. Syrup sacs communicated with their digestive apparatuses. Wires led to motor nodes in the rudimentary brain. The muscles were clamped to rocker arms which actuated rotors and drive wheels. The power wagons, economical, long-lived, and docile, were principally used for heavy cartage, earth-moving, heavy tillage, and other arduous jobs. End of footnote. Xanten looked them over. All were of the same sort, a metal frame with 4 wheels, an earth-moving blade at the front. Nearby must be the syrup stock. Xanten presently found a bin containing a number of canisters. He loaded a dozen on a nearby wagon, slashed the rest with his knife so that the syrup gushed across the ground. The mechs used a somewhat different formulation. Their syrup would be stocked at a different locale, presumably inside the barracks. Xanten mounted a power wagon, twisted the awake key, tapped the go button, and pulled a lever which set the wheels into reverse motion. The power wagon lurched back. Xanten halted it, turned it so that it faced the barracks. He did likewise with 3 others, then set them all into motion, one after the other. They trundled forward. The blades cut open the metal wall of the barracks. The roof sagged. The power wagons continued, pushing the length of the interior, crushing all in their way. Xanten nodded in profound satisfaction and returned to the power wagon he had reserved for his own use. Mounting to the seat, he waited. No mechs issued from the barracks. Apparently, they were deserted, with the entire crew busy at the hangars. Still, hopefully, the syrup stocks had been destroyed, and many might perish by starvation. From the direction of the hangars came a single mech, evidently attracted by the sounds of destruction. Xanten crouched on the seat and, as it passed, coiled his whip around the stocky neck. He heaved. The mech spun to the ground. Xanten leaped down, seized its pellet gun. Here was another of the larger mechs, and now Xanten saw it to be without a syrup sack, a mech in the original state. Astounding. How did the creature survive? Suddenly, there were many new questions to be asked, hopefully a few to be answered. Standing on the creature's head, Xanten hacked away the long antenna quills which protruded from the back of the mech's scalp. It was now insulated, alone, on its own resources, a situation to reduce the most stalwart mech to apathy. "Up," ordered Xanten. "Into the back of the wagon." He cracked the whip for emphasis. The mech at first seemed disposed to defy him, but after a blow or two obeyed. Xanten climbed into the seat and started the power wagon, directed it to the north. The birds would be unable to carry both himself and the mech, or in any event, they would cry and complain so raucously that they might as well be believed at first. They might or might not wait until the specified hour of tomorrow's sunset,
As likely as not, they would sleep the night in a tree, awake in a surly mood, and return at once to Castle Hagadorn. All through the night the power wagon trundled, with Xanten on the seat and his captive huddled in the rear. Chapter 3 1. The gentlefolk of the castles, for all their assurance, disliked to wander the countryside by night, by reason of what some derided as superstitious fear. Others cited travelers benighted beside mouldering ruins and their subsequent visions, the eldritch music they had heard, or the whimper of moon merkins, or the far horns of spectral huntsmen. Others had seen pale lavender and green lights, and wraiths which ran with long strides through the forest, and Hode Abbey, now a dank tumble, was notorious for the white hag and the alarming toll she exacted. 100 such cases were known, and while the hard-headed scoffed, none needlessly traveled the countryside by night. Indeed, if ghosts truly haunt the scenes of tragedy and heartbreak, then the landscape of old Earth must be home to ghosts and specters beyond all numbering, especially that region across which Xanten rolled in the power wagon, where every rock, every meadow, every vale and swale was crusted thick with human experience. The moon rose high. The wagon trundled north along an ancient road, the cracked concrete slabs shining pale in the moonlight. Twice Xanten saw flickering orange lights off to the side, and once, standing in the shade of a cypress tree, he thought he saw a tall, quiet shape, silently watching him pass. The captive mech sat plotting mischief, Xanten well knew. Without its quills, it must feel depersonified, bewildered, but Xanten told himself that it would not do to doze. The road led through a town, certain structures of which still stood. Not even the nomads took refuge in these old towns, fearing either miasma or perhaps the redolence of grief. The moon reached the zenith. The landscape spread away in 100 tones of silver, black, and gray. Looking about, Xanten thought that for all the notable pleasures of civilized life, there was yet something to be said for the spaciousness and simplicity of nomad land. The mech made a stealthy movement. Xanten did not so much as turn his head. He cracked his whip in the air. The mech became quiet. All through the night, the power wagon rolled along the old road, with the moon sinking into the west. The eastern horizon glowed green and lemon yellow, and presently, as the pallid moon disappeared, the sun rose over the distant line of the mountains. At this moment, off to the right, Xanten spied a drift of smoke. He halted the wagon. Standing up on the seat, he craned his neck to spy a nomad encampment about a quarter-mile distant. He could distinguish 3 or 4 dozen tents of various sizes and a dozen dilapidated power wagons. On the hetman's tall tent, he thought he saw a black ideogram that he recognized. If so, this would be the tribe which not long before had trespassed on the Hagadorn domain, and which Oz Gar had repulsed. Xanten settled himself upon the seat, composed his garments, set the power wagon in motion, and guided it toward the camp. 100 black-cloaked men, tall and lean as ferrets, watched his approach. A dozen sprang forward and, whipping arrows to bows, aimed them at his heart. Xanten turned them a glance of supercilious inquiry, drove the wagon up to the hetman's tent, halted. He rose to his feet. "Hetman," he called, "are you awake?" The hetman parted the canvas which closed off his tent, peered out, and after a moment came forth. Like the others, he wore a garment of limp black cloth, swathing head and body alike. His face thrust through a square opening, narrow blue eyes, a grotesquely long nose, a chin long, skewed, and sharp. Xanten gave him a curt nod. "Observe this." He jerked his thumb toward the mech in the back of the wagon. The hetman flicked aside his eyes, studied the mech a 10th second, and returned to a scrutiny of Xanten. "His kind have revolted against the gentleman," said Xanten. "In fact, they massacre all the men of Earth. Hence we of Castle Hagadorn make this offer to the nomads. Come to Castle Hagadorn. We will feed, clothe, and arm you. We will train you to discipline and the arts of formal warfare. We will provide the most expert leadership within our power. We will then annihilate the mechs, expunge them from Earth. After the campaign, we will train you to technical skills, and you may pursue profitable and interesting careers in the service of the castles." The hetman made no reply for a moment. Then his weathered face split into a ferocious grin. He spoke in a voice which Xanten found surprisingly well modulated. "So your beasts have finally risen up to rend you. A pity they forbore so long. Well, it is all one to us. You are both alien folk, and sooner or later your bones must bleach together." Xanten pretended incomprehension. "If I understand you aright, you assert that in the face of alien assault, all men must fight a common battle, and then, after the victory, cooperate still to their mutual advantage. Am I correct?" The hetman's grin never wavered. "You are not men. Only we of earth soil and earth water are men. You and your weird slaves are strangers together. We wish you success in your mutual slaughter." "Well then," declared Xanten, "I heard you aright after all. Appeals to your loyalty are ineffectual, so much is clear. What of self-interest, then? The mechs, failing to expunge the gentle folk of the castles, will turn upon the nomads and kill them as if they were so many ants." "If they attack us, we will war on them," said the hetman. "Otherwise, let them do as they will." Xanten glanced thoughtfully at the sky. "We might be willing, even now, to accept a contingent of nomads into the service of Castle Hagedorn, this to form a cadre from which a larger, more versatile group may be formed." From the side, another nomad called in an offensively jeering voice, "You will sew a sack on our backs where you can pour your syrup, eh?" Xanten replied in an even voice, "The syrup is highly nutritious and supplies all bodily needs." "Why then do you not consume it yourself?" Xanten disdained reply. The hetman spoke. "If you wish to supply us weapons, we will take them, and use them against whomever threatens us. But do not expect us to defend you. If you fear for your lives, desert your castles and become nomads." "Fear for our lives?" exclaimed Xanten. "What nonsense! Never! Castle Hagedorn is impregnable, as is Janil, and most of the other castles as well." The hetman shook his head. "Any time we choose, we could take Hagedorn, and kill all you popinjays in your sleep." "What?" cried Xanten in outrage. "Are you serious?" "Certainly. On a black night, we would send a man aloft on a great kite and drop him down on the parapets. He would lower a line, haul up ladders, and in 15 minutes the castle is taken." Xanten pulled at his chin. "Ingenious, but impractical. The birds would detect such a kite, or the wind would fail at a critical moment. All this is beside the point. The mechs fly no kites. They plan to make a display against Janil and Hagedorn, then, in their frustration, go forth and hunt nomads." The hetman moved back a step. "What then? We have survived similar attempts by the men of Hagedorn, cowards all. Hand to hand with equal weapons, we would make you eat the dirt like the dogs you are." Xanten raised his eyebrows in elegant disdain. "I fear that you forget yourself. You address a clan chief of Castle Hagedorn. Only fatigue and boredom restrain me from punishing you with this whip." "Bah," said the hetman. He crooked a finger to one of his archers. "Spit this insolent lordling." The archer discharged his arrow, but Xanten, who had been expecting some such act, fired his energy gun, destroying arrow, bow, and the archer's hands. He said, "I see I must teach you common respect for your betters, so it means the whip after all." Seizing the hetman by the scalp, he coiled the whip smartly once, twice, thrice around the narrow shoulders. "Let this suffice. I cannot compel you to fight, but at least I can demand decent respect." He leaped to the ground, and seizing the hetman, pitched him into the back of the wagon alongside the mech. Then, backing the power wagon around, he departed the camp without so much as a glance over his shoulder, the thwart of the seat protecting his back from arrows. The hetman scrambled erect, drew his dagger. Xanten turned his head slightly. "Take care, or I will tie you to the wagon and you shall run behind in the dust." The hetman hesitated, made a spitting sound between his teeth, drew back. He looked down at his blade, turned it over, and sheathed it with a grunt. "Where do you take me?" Xanten halted the wagon. "No farther. I merely wished to leave your camp with dignity, without dodging and ducking a hail of arrows. You may alight. I take it you still refuse to bring your men into the service of Castle Hagedorn?" The hetman once more made the spitting sound between his teeth. "When the mechs have destroyed the castles, we shall destroy the mechs, and Earth will be cleared of star things. You are a gang of intractable savages. Very well, alight, return to your encampment. Reflect well before you again show disrespect to a Castle Hagedorn clan chief." "Bah," muttered the hetman. Leaping down from the wagon, he stalked back down the track toward his camp. 2. About noon, Xanten came to Far Valley, at the edge of the Hagedorn lands. Nearby was a village of expiationists, malcontents and neurasthenics in the opinion of castle gentlefolk, and a curious group by any standards. A few had held enviable rank, certain others were savants of recognized erudition, but others yet were persons of neither dignity nor reputation, subscribing to the most bizarre and extreme of philosophies. All now performed toil no different from that relegated to the peasants, and all seemed to take a perverse satisfaction in what, by castle standards, was filth, poverty, and degradation. As might be expected, their creed was by no means homogeneous. Some might better have been described as nonconformists or disassociationists. Another group were passive expiationists, and others still, a minority, argued for a dynamic program. Between castle and village was little intercourse. Occasionally, the expiationists bartered fruit or polished wood for tools, nails, medicaments, or the gentlefolk might make up a party to watch the expiationists at their dancing and singing. Xanten had visited the village on many such occasions, and had been attracted by the artless charm and informality of the folk at their play. Now, passing near the village, Xanten turned aside to follow a lane which wound between tall blackberry hedges and out upon a little common where goats and cattle grazed. Xanten halted the wagon in the shade and saw that the syrup sack was full. He looked back at his captive. "What of you? If you need syrup, pour yourself full. But no, you have no sack. What then do you feed upon? Mud? Unsavory fare. I fear none here is rank enough for your taste. Ingest syrup or munch grass as you will, only do not stray over far from the wagon, for I watch with an intent eye." The mech, sitting hunched in a corner, gave no signal that it comprehended, nor did it move to take advantage of Xanten's offer. Xanten went to a watering trough, and holding his hands under the trickle which issued from a lead pipe, rinsed his face, then drank a swallow or two from his cupped hand. Turning, he found that a dozen folk of the village had approached. One he knew well, a man who might have become Godalming, or even Orr, had he not become infected with expiationism. Xanten performed a polite salute. "A.G. Philidor, it is I, Xanten." "Xanten, of course. But here I am A.G. Philidor no longer, merely Philidor." Xanten bowed. "My apologies. I have neglected the full rigor of your informality." "Spare me your wit," said Philidor. "Why do you bring us a shorn mech? For adoption, perhaps?" This last alluded to the gentlefolk practice of bringing over-tally babies to the village. Now who flaunts his wit? But you have not heard the news? News arrives here last of all. The nomads are better informed. Prepare yourself for surprise. The mechs have revolted against the castles. Halcyon and Delora are demolished, and all killed. Perhaps others by this time. Philidor shook his head. "I am not surprised." "Well then, are you not concerned?" Philidor considered. "To this extent. Our own plans, never very feasible, become more far-fetched than ever." "It appears to me," said Xanten, "that you face grave and immediate danger. The mechs surely intend to wipe out every vestige of humanity. You will not escape." Philidor shrugged. "Conceivably, the danger exists.
We will take counsel and decide what to do. I can put forward a proposal which you may find attractive, said Xanten. Our first concern, of course, is to suppress the revolt. There are at least a dozen expiationist communities, with an aggregate population of 2,000 or 3,000, perhaps more. I propose that we recruit and train a corps of highly disciplined troops, supplied from the Castle Hagedorn Armory, led by Hagedorn's most expert military theoreticians. Philidor stared at him incredulously. You expect us, the expiationists, to become your soldiers? Why not? Asked Xanten ingenuously. Your life is at stake no less than ours. No one dies more than once. Xanten in his turn evinced shock. What? Can this be a former gentleman of Hagedorn speaking? Is this the face a man of pride and courage turns to danger? Is this the lesson of history? Of course not. I need not instruct you in this. You are as knowledgeable as I. Philidor nodded. I know that the history of man is not his technical triumphs, his kills, his victories. It is a composite, a mosaic of 1 trillion pieces, the account of each man's accommodation with his conscience. This is the true history of the race. Xanten made an airy gesture. A.G. Philidor, you oversimplify grievously. Do you consider me obtuse? There are many kinds of history. They interact. You emphasize morality. But the ultimate basis of morality is survival. What promotes survival is good. What induces mortifaction is bad. Well spoken, declared Philidor. But let me propound a parable. May a nation of 1,000,000 beings destroy a creature who otherwise will infect all with a fatal disease? Yes, you will say. Once more, 10 starving beasts hunt you, that they may eat. Will you kill them to save your life? Yes, you will say again, though here you destroy more than you save. Once more, a man inhabits a hut in a lonely valley. 100 spaceships descend from the sky and attempt to destroy him. May he destroy these ships in self-defense, even though he is one and they are 100,000? Perhaps you say yes. What then if a whole world, a whole race of beings, pits itself against this single man? May he kill all? What if the attackers are as human as himself? What if he were the creature of the first instance, who otherwise will infect a world with disease? You see, there is no area where a simple touchstone avails. We have searched and found none. Hence, at the risk of sinning against survival, I at least, I can only speak for myself, have chosen a morality which at least allows me calm. I kill nothing. I destroy nothing. Bah, said Xanten contemptuously. If a mech platoon entered this valley and began to kill your children, you would not defend them? Philidor compressed his lips, turned away. Another man spoke. Philidor has defined morality, but who is absolutely moral? Philidor, or I, or you, might desert his morality in such a case. Philidor said, Look about you. Is there anyone here you recognize? Xanten scanned the group. Nearby stood a girl of extraordinary beauty. She wore a white smock, and in the dark hair curling to her shoulders she wore a red flower. Xanten nodded. I see the maiden Ozi Gar wished to introduce into his ménage at the castle. Exactly, said Philidor. Do you recall the circumstances? Very well indeed, said Xanten. There was vigorous objection from the Council of Notables, if for no other reason than the threat to our laws of population control. Ozi Gar attempted to sidestep the law in this fashion. I keep feigns, he said. At times I maintain as many as 6 or even 8, and no one utters a word of protest. I will call this girl feign and keep her among the rest. I and others protested. There was almost a duel over this matter. Ozi Gar was forced to relinquish the girl. She was given into my custody, and I conveyed her to Far Valley. Philidor nodded. All this is correct. Well, we attempted to dissuade Gar. He refused to be dissuaded, and threatened us with his hunting force of perhaps 30 mechs. We stood aside. Are we moral? Are we strong or weak? Sometimes it is better, said Xanten, to ignore morality. Even though Ozi Gar is a gentleman and you are but expiationists,
Likewise in the case of the mechs. They are destroying the castles, and all the men of Earth. If morality means supine acceptance, then morality must be abandoned. Philidor gave a sour chuckle. What a remarkable situation. The mechs are here, likewise peasants and birds and fanes, all altered, transported, and enslaved for human pleasure. Indeed, it is this fact that occasions our guilt, for which we must expiate, and now you want us to compound this guilt. It is a mistake to brood over much about the past, said Xanten. Still, if you wish to preserve your option to brood, I suggest that you fight mechs now, or at the very least take refuge in the castle. Not I, said Philidor. Perhaps others may choose to do so. You will wait to be killed? No. I, and no doubt others, will take refuge in the remote mountains. Xanten clambered back aboard the power wagon. If you change your mind, come to Castle Hagedorn. He departed. The road continued along the valley, wound up a hillside, crossed a ridge. Far ahead, silhouetted against the sky, stood Castle Hagedorn. Chapter 4 1. Xanten reported to the council. The spaceships cannot be used. The mechs have rendered them inoperative. Any plan to solicit assistance from the homeworlds is pointless. This is sorry news, said Hagedorn with a grimace. Well then, so much for that. Xanten continued. Returning by power wagon, I encountered a tribe of nomads. I summoned the hetman and explained to him the advantages of serving Castle Hagedorn. The nomads, I fear, lack both grace and docility. The hetman gave so surly a response that I departed in disgust. At Far Valley, I visited the expiationist village and made a similar proposal, but with no great success. They are as idealistic as the nomads are churlish. Both are of a fugitive tendency. The expiationists spoke of taking refuge in the mountains. The nomads presumably will retreat into the steppes. Beaudry snorted. How will flight help them? Perhaps they gain a few years, but eventually the mechs will find every last one of them. Such is their methodicity. In the meantime, Ozigar declared peevishly, we might have organized them into an efficient combat corps to the benefit of all. Well then, let them perish. We are secure. Secure, yes, said Hagedorn gloomily. But what when the power fails? When the lifts break down? When air circulation cuts off so that we either stifle or freeze? What then? Ozigar gave his head a grim shake. We must steel ourselves to undignified expedients with as good grace as possible. But the machinery of the castle is sound, and I expect small deterioration or failure for conceivably 5 or 10 years. By that time, anything may occur. Claghorn, who had been leaning indolently back in his seat, spoke at last. This essentially is a passive program. Like the defection of the nomads and expiationists, it looks very little beyond the immediate moment. Ozigar spoke in a voice carefully polite. Claghorn is well aware that I yield to none in courteous candor, as well as optimism and directness. In short, the reverse of passivity. But I refuse to dignify a stupid little inconvenience by extending it serious attention. How can he label this procedure passivity? Does the worthy and honorable head of the Claghorns have a proposal which more effectively maintains our status, our standards, our self-respect? Claghorn nodded slowly, with a faint half-smile which Ozigar found odiously complacent. There is a simple and effective method by which the mechs might be defeated. Well then, cried Hagedorn, why hesitate? Let us hear it. Claghorn looked around the red velvet-covered table, considering the faces of all, the dispassionate Xanten, Beaudry, burly, rigid, face muscles clenched in an habitual expression unpleasantly like a sneer, old Iseth, as handsome, erect, and vital as the most dashing cadet, Hagedorn, troubled, glum, his inward perplexity all too evident, the elegant Gar, Overwheel, thinking savagely of the inconveniences of the future, or, toying with his ivory tablet, either bored, morose, or defeated, the others displaying various aspects of doubt, foreboding, hauteur, dark resentment, impatience, and in the case of Floy, a quiet smile, or as Iseth later characterized it, an imbecilic smirk, intended to convey his total disassociation from the entire irksome matter. Claghorn took stock of the faces and shook his head. I will not at the moment broach this plan, as I fear it is unworkable. But I must point out that under no circumstances can Castle Hagedorn be as before, even should we survive the mech attack. Bah! Exclaimed Beaudry. We lose dignity, we become ridiculous, by even so much as discussing the beasts. Xanten stirred himself. A distasteful subject, but remember, Halcyon is destroyed, and Delora, and who knows what others. Let us not thrust our heads in the sand. The mechs will not waft away merely because we ignore them. In any event, said Ozigar, Janil is secure, and we are secure. The other folk, unless they are already slaughtered, might do well to visit us during the inconvenience, if they can justify the humiliation of flight to themselves. I myself believe that the mechs will soon come to heel, anxious to return to their posts. Hagedorn shook his head gloomily. I find this hard to believe. But very well then, we shall adjourn. 2. The radio communication system was the first of the castle's vast array of electrical and mechanical devices to break down. The failure occurred so soon and so decisively that certain of the theoreticians, notably I.K. Hardy and Ugas, postulated sabotage by the departing mechs. Others remarked that the system had never been absolutely dependable, that the mechs themselves had been forced to tinker continuously with the circuits, that the failure was simply a result of faulty engineering. I.K. Hardy and Ugas inspected the unwieldy apparatus, but the cause of failure was not obvious. After a half-hour of consultation, they agreed that any attempt to restore the system would necessitate complete redesign and re-engineering, with consequent construction of testing and calibration devices and the fabrication of a complete new family of components. This is manifestly impossible, stated Ugas in his report to the Council. Even the simplest useful system would require several technician years. There is not even one single technician to hand. We must therefore await the availability of trained and willing labor. In retrospect, stated Iseth, the oldest of the clan chiefs, it is clear that in many ways we have been less than provident. No matter that the men of the homeworlds are Vulgarians, men of shrewder calculation than our own would have maintained interworld connection. Lack of shrewdness and providence were not the deterring factors, stated Claghorn. Communication was discouraged simply because the early lords were unwilling that Earth should be overrun with homeworld parvenus. It is as simple as that. Iseth grunted, and started to make a rejoinder, but Hagedorn said hastily, Unluckily, as Xanten tells us, the spaceships have been rendered useless, and while certain of our number have a profound knowledge of the theoretical considerations, again, who is there to perform the toil? Even were the hangars and spaceships themselves under our control. Ozigar declared, Give me 6 platoons of peasants and 6 power wagons equipped with high-energy cannon, and I'll regain the hangars. No difficulties there. Beaudry said, Well, here's a start at least. I'll assist in the training of the peasants, and though I know nothing of cannon operation, rely on me for any advice I can give. Hagedorn looked around the group, frowned, pulled at his chin. There are difficulties to this program. First, we have at hand only the single power wagon in which Xanten returned from his reconnaissance. Then, what of our energy cannons? Has anyone inspected them? The mechs were entrusted with maintenance, but it is possible, even likely, that they wrought mischief here as well. Ozigar, you are reckoned an expert military theoretician. What can you tell us in this regard? I have made no inspection to date, stated Ozigar. Today the display of antique tabards will occupy us all until the hour of sundown appraisal. Footnote. Display of antique tabards, hour of sundown appraisal. The literal sense of the first term was yet relevant. That of the second had become lost, and the phrase was a mere formalism, connoting that hour of late afternoon when visits were exchanged, and wines, liqueurs, and essences tasted. In short, a time of relaxation and small talk before the more formal convivialities of dining. End of footnote. He looked at his watch.
Perhaps now is as good a time as any to adjourn, until I am able to provide detailed information in regard to the cannons. Hagedorn nodded his heavy head. The time indeed grows late. Your fanes appear today? Only two, replied Ozigar. The Lazul and the 11th Mystery. I can find nothing suitable for the Gossamer Delights, nor my little blue fay, and the Gloriana still requires tutelage. Today, B.Z. Maxelwain's Veriflores should repay the most attention. Yes, said Hagedorn. I have heard other remarks to this effect. Very well, then. Until tomorrow. Hey, Claghorn, you have something to say? Yes, indeed, said Claghorn mildly. We have all too little time at our disposal. Best that we make the most of it. I seriously doubt the efficacy of peasant troops. To pit peasants against mechs is like sending rabbits against wolves. What we need, rather than rabbits, are panthers. Ah, yes, said Hagedorn vaguely. Yes, indeed. Where, then, are panthers to be found? Claghorn looked inquiringly around the table. Can no one suggest a source? A pity. Well, then, if panthers fail to appear, I suppose rabbits must do. Let us go about the business of converting rabbits into panthers, and instantly. I suggest that we postpone all fêtes and spectacles until the shape of our future is more certain. Hagedorn raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth to speak, closed it again. He looked intently at Claghorn to ascertain whether or not he joked. Then he looked dubiously around the table. Beaudry gave a rather brassy laugh. It seems that erudite Claghorn cries panic. Ozigar stated, Surely, in all dignity, we cannot allow the impertinence of our servants to cause us such eye-rolling alarm. I am embarrassed even to bring the matter forward. I am not embarrassed, said Claghorn, with the full-faced complacence which so exasperated Ozigar. I see no reason why you should be. Our lives are threatened, in which case a trifle of embarrassment, or anything else, becomes of secondary importance. Ozigar rose to his feet, performed a brusque salute in Claghorn's direction, of such a nature as to constitute a calculated affront. Claghorn, rising, performed a similar salute, so grave and overly complicated as to invest Gar's insult with burlesque overtones. Xanten, who detested Ozigar, laughed aloud. Ozigar hesitated, then, sensing that under the circumstances taking the matter further would be regarded as poor form, strode from the chamber. 3. The viewing of antique tabards, an annual pageant of fanes wearing sumptuous garments, took place in the great rotunda to the north of the central plaza. Possibly half of the gentlemen, but less than a quarter of the ladies, kept fanes. These were creatures native to the caverns of Alberio VII's moon, a docile race, both playful and affectionate, which after several thousand years of selective breeding had become sylphs of piquant beauty. Clad in a delicate gauze which issued from pores behind their ears, along their upper arms and down their backs, they were the most inoffensive of creatures, anxious always to please, innocently vain. Most gentlemen regarded them with affection, but rumors sometimes told of ladies drenching an especially hated fane in tincture of ammonia, which matted her pelt and destroyed her gauze forever. A gentleman besotted by a fane was considered a figure of fun. The fane, though so carefully bred as to seem a delicate girl, if used sexually, became crumpled and haggard, with gauzes drooping and discolored, and everyone would know that such and such a gentleman had misused his fane. In this regard, at least, the women of the castles might exert their superiority, and did so by conducting themselves with such extravagant provocation that the fanes in contrast seemed the most ingenuous and fragile of nature's sprites. Their lifespan was perhaps 30 years, during the last 10 of which, after they had lost their beauty, they encased themselves in mantles of grey gauze and performed menial tasks in boudoirs, kitchens, pantries, nurseries, and dressing rooms. The viewing of antique tabards was an occasion more for the viewing of fanes than the tabards, though these, woven of fane gauze, were of great intrinsic beauty in themselves. The fane owners sat in a lower tier, tense with hope and pride, exulting when one made an especially splendid display, plunging into black depths when the ritual postures were performed with other than grace and elegance.
During each display, highly formal music was plucked from a lute by a gentleman from a clan different to that of the fane owner, the owner never playing the lute to the performance of his own fane. The display was never overtly a competition, and no formal acclamation was allowed, but all watching made up their minds as to which was the most entrancing and graceful of the fanes, and the repute of the owner was thereby exalted. The current viewing was delayed almost half an hour by reason of the defection of the mechs, and certain hasty improvisations had been necessary. But the gentlefolk of Castle Hagedorn were in no mood to be critical, and took no heed of the occasional lapses as a dozen young peasant bucks struggled to perform unfamiliar tasks. The fanes were as entrancing as ever, bending, twisting, swaying to plangent chords of the lute, fluttering their fingers as if feeling for raindrops, crouching suddenly and gliding, then springing upright as straight as wands, finally bowing and skipping from the platform. Halfway through the program, a peasant sidled awkwardly into the rotunda and mumbled in an urgent manner to the cadet who came to inquire his business. The cadet at once made his way to Hagedorn's polished jet booth. Hagedorn listened, nodded, spoke a few terse words, and settled calmly back in his seat as if the message had been of no consequence, and the gentlefolk of the audience were reassured. The entertainment proceeded. O.Z. Gar's delectable pair made a fine show, but it was generally felt that Lurlin, a young fane belonging to Isith Floy Gazunith, for the first time at a formal showing, made the most captivating display. The fanes appeared for a last time, moving all together through a half-improvised minuet, then performing a final half-gay, half-regretful salute, departed the rotunda. For a few moments more, the gentlemen and ladies would remain in their booths, sipping essences, discussing the display, arranging affairs and assignations. Hagedorn sat frowning, twisting his hands. Suddenly he rose to his feet. The rotunda instantly became silent. "I dislike intruding an unhappy note at so pleasant an occasion," said Hagedorn. "But the news has just been given to me, and it is fitting that all should know. Genil Castle is under attack. The mechs are there in great force, with hundreds of power wagons. They have circled the castle with a dike which prevents any effective use of the Genil energy cannon. There is no immediate danger to Genil, and it is difficult to comprehend what the mechs hope to achieve, the Genil walls being all of 200 feet high. The news, nevertheless, is somber, and it means that eventually we must expect a similar investment, though it is even more difficult to comprehend how mechs could hope to inconvenience us. Our water derives from 4 wells sunk deep into the earth. We have great stocks of food. Our energy is derived from the sun. If necessary, we could condense water and synthesize food from the air. At least, I have been so assured by our great biochemical theoretician, X.B. Latticename. Still, this is the news. Make of it what you will. Tomorrow the Council of Notables will meet." Chapter 5. 1. "Well then," said Hagedorn to the council, "for once let us dispense with formality. O.Z. Gar, what of our cannon?" O.Z. Gar, wearing the magnificent gray and green uniform of the Overwheel Dragoons, carefully placed his Morreion on the table, so that the panache stood erect. "Of 12 cannon, 4 appear to be functioning correctly. 4 have been sabotaged by excision of the power leads. 4 have been sabotaged by some means undetectable to careful investigation. I have commandeered a half-dozen peasants who demonstrate a modicum of mechanical ability, and have instructed them in detail. They are currently engaged in splicing the leads. This is the extent of my current information in regard to the cannon." "Moderately good news," said Hagedorn. "What of the proposed corps of armed peasants?" "The project is underway. A.F. Mull and I.A. Berzelius are now inspecting peasants with a view to recruitment and training. I can make no sanguine projection as to the military effectiveness of such a corps, even if trained and led by such as A.F. Mull, I.A. Berzelius, and myself. The peasants are a mild, ineffectual race, admirably suited to the grubbing of weeds, but with no stomach whatever for fighting." Hagedorn glanced around the council. "Are there any other suggestions?" Beaudry spoke in a harsh, angry voice. "Had the villains but left us our power wagons, we might have mounted the cannon aboard. The peasants are equal to this, at least. Then we could roll to Genil and blast the dogs from the rear."
These mechs seem utter fiends, declared Orr. What conceivably do they have in mind? Why, after all these centuries, must they suddenly go mad?
We all ask ourselves the same questions, said Hagedorn. Xanten, you returned from reconnaissance with a captive. Have you attempted to question him?
No, said Xanten. Truth to tell, I haven't thought of him since.
Why not attempt to question him? Perhaps he can provide a clue or two.
Xanten nodded assent. I can try. Candidly, I expect to learn nothing.
Claghorn, you are the mech expert, said Beaudry. Would you have thought the creatures capable of so intricate a plot? What do they hope to gain? Our castles?
They are certainly capable of precise and meticulous planning, said Claghorn. Their ruthlessness surprises me, more possibly than it should. I have never known them to covet our material possessions, and they show no tendency toward what we consider the concomitants of civilization, fine discriminations of sensation and the like. I have often speculated, I won't dignify the conceit with the status of a theory, that the structural logic of a brain is of rather more consequence than we reckon with. Our own brains are remarkable for their utter lack of rational structure. Considering the haphazard manner in which our thoughts are formed, registered, indexed, and recalled, any single rational act becomes a miracle. Perhaps we are incapable of rationality. Perhaps all thought is a set of impulses generated by one emotion, monitored by another, ratified by a third. In contrast, the mech brain is a marvel of what seems to be careful engineering. It is roughly cubical and consists of microscopic cells interconnected by organic fibrils, each a monofilament molecule of negligible electrical resistance. Within each cell is a film of silica, a fluid of variable conductivity and dielectric properties, a cusp of a complex mixture of metallic oxides. The brain is capable of storing great quantities of information in an orderly pattern. No fact is lost, unless it is purposely forgotten, a capacity which the mechs possess. The brain also functions as a radio transceiver, possibly as a radar transmitter and detector, though this again is speculation. Where the mech brain falls short is in its lack of emotional color. One mech is precisely like another, without any personality differentiation perceptible to us. This, clearly, is a function of their communicative system, unthinkable for a unique personality to develop under these conditions. They served us efficiently, and, so we thought, loyally, because they felt nothing about their condition, neither pride in achievement, nor resentment, nor shame, nothing whatever. They neither loved us nor hated us, nor do they now. It is hard for us to conceive this emotional vacuum, when each of us feels something about everything. We live in a welter of emotions. They are as devoid of emotion as an ice cube. They were fed, housed, and maintained in a manner they found satisfactory. Why did they revolt? I have speculated at length, but the single reason which I can formulate seems so grotesque and unreasonable that I refuse to take it seriously. If this, after all, is the correct explanation... His voice drifted away. Well, demanded Oz-Gar peremptorily. What then? Then, it is all the same. They are committed to the destruction of the human race. My speculation alters nothing. Hagedorn turned to Xanten. All this should assist you in your inquiries. I was about to suggest that Claghorn assist me if he is so inclined, said Xanten. As you like, said Claghorn, though in my opinion the information, no matter what, is irrelevant. Our single concern should be a means to repel them and to save our lives. And, except the force of panthers you mentioned at our previous session, you can conceive of no subtle weapon? Asked Hagedorn wistfully. A device to set up electrical resonances in their brains, or something similar? Not feasible, said Claghorn. Certain organs in the creature's brains function as overload switches, though it is true that during this time they might not be able to communicate. After a moment's reflection, he added thoughtfully, Who knows? A.G. Bernal and Hugues are theoreticians with a profound knowledge of such projections. Perhaps they might construct such a device, or several, against a possible need. Hagedorn nodded dubiously, and looked toward Hugues. Is this possible? Hugues frowned. Construct? I can certainly design such an instrument,
But the components, where? Scattered through the storerooms helter-skelter, some functioning, others not. To achieve anything meaningful, I must become no better than an apprentice, a mech. He became incensed, and his voice hardened. I find it hard to believe that I should be forced to point out this fact. Do you hold me and my talents then of such small worth? Hagedorn hastened to reassure him. Of course not. I, for one, would never think of impugning your dignity. Never, agreed Claghorn. Nevertheless, during this present emergency, we will find indignities imposed upon us by events, unless now we impose them upon ourselves. Very well, said Yugas, a humorless smile trembling at his lips. You shall come with me to the storeroom. I will point out the components to be brought forth and assembled. You shall perform the toil. What do you say to that? I say yes, gladly, if it will be of real utility. However, I can hardly perform the labor for a dozen different theoreticians. Will any others serve beside myself? No one responded. Silence was absolute, as if every gentleman present held his breath. Hagedorn started to speak, but Claghorn interrupted. Pardon, Hagedorn, but here, finally, we are stuck upon a basic principle, and it must be settled now. Hagedorn looked desperately around the council. Has anyone relevant comment? Claghorn must do as his innate nature compels, declared O.Z. Gar in the silkiest of voices. I cannot dictate to him. As for myself, I can never demean my status as a gentleman of Hagedorn. This creed is as natural to me as drawing breath. If ever it is compromised, I become a travesty of a gentleman, a grotesque mask of myself. This is Castle Hagedorn, and we represent the culmination of human civilization. Any compromise, therefore, becomes degradation. Any expedient diminution of our standards becomes dishonor. I have heard the word emergency used. What a deplorable sentiment! To dignify the rat-like snappings and gnashings of such as the mechs with the word emergency is to my mind unworthy of a gentleman of Hagedorn. A murmur of approval went around the council table. Claghorn leaned far back in his seat, chin on his chest, as if in relaxation. His clear green eyes went from face to face, then returned to O.Z. Gar, whom he studied with dispassionate interest. Obviously, you direct your words to me, he said, and I appreciate their malice. But this is a small matter. He looked away from O.Z. Gar to stare up at the massive diamond and emerald chandelier. More important is the fact that the council as a whole, in spite of my earnest persuasion, seems to endorse your viewpoint. I can urge, expostulate, insinuate no longer. And I will now leave Castle Hagedorn. I find the atmosphere stifling. I trust that you survive the attack of the mechs, though I doubt that you will. They are a clever, resourceful race, untroubled by qualms or preconceptions, and we have long underestimated their quality. Claghorn rose from his seat, inserted the ivory tablet into its socket. I bid you all farewell. Hagedorn hastily jumped to his feet and held forth his arms imploringly. Do not depart in anger, Claghorn. Reconsider. We need your wisdom, your expertise. Assuredly you do, said Claghorn. But even more, you need to act upon the advice I have already extended. Until then, we have no common ground, and any further interchange is futile and tiresome. He made a brief, all-inclusive salute, and departed the chamber. Hagedorn slowly resumed his seat. The others made uneasy motions, coughed, looked up at the chandelier, studied their ivory tablets. O.Z. Gar muttered something to B.F. Wyas, who sat beside him, who nodded solemnly. Hagedorn spoke in a subdued voice. We will miss the presence of Claghorn, his penetrating if unorthodox insights. We have accomplished little. Yugas, perhaps you will give thought to the projector under discussion. Xanten, you were to question the captive mech. O.Z. Gar, you undoubtedly will see to the repair of the energy cannon. Aside from these small matters, it appears that we have evolved no general plan of action to help either ourselves or Janelle. Maroon spoke. What of the other castles? Are they still extant? We have had no news. I suggest that we send birds to each castle to learn their condition. Hagedorn nodded. Yes, this is a wise motion. Perhaps you will see to this, Maroon? I will do so. Good. We will now adjourn. 2. The birds dispatched by Maroon of Ore, one by one, returned. Their reports were similar. Sea Island is deserted. Marble columns are tumbled along the beach. Pearl Dome is collapsed. Corpses float in the water garden. Maraval reeks of death. Gentlemen, peasants, fanes, all dead. Alas, even the birds have departed. Delora, aros ros ros, a dismal scene, no sign of life. Alum is desolate. The great wooden door is smashed. The green flame is extinguished. There is nothing at Halcyon. The peasants were driven into a pit. Twang, silence. Morning light, death. Chapter 6. 1. 3 days later, Xanten constrained 6 birds to a lift chair, directed them first on a wide sweep around the castle, then south to Far Valley. The birds aired their usual complaints, then bounded down the deck in great ungainly hops, which threatened to throw Xanten immediately to the pavement. At last gaining air, they flew up in a spiral. Castle Hagedorn became an intricate miniature far below, each house marked by its unique cluster of turrets and eyries, its own eccentric roofline, its long streaming pennon. The birds performed the prescribed circle, skimming the crags and pines of Northridge. Then, setting wings aslant the upstream, they coasted away toward Far Valley. Over the pleasant Hagedorn domain flew the birds and Xanten, over orchards, fields, vineyards, peasant villages. They crossed Lake Maud with its pavilions and docks, the meadows beyond where the Hagedorn cattle and sheep grazed, and presently came to Far Valley, at the limit of Hagedorn lands. Xanten indicated where he wished to alight. The birds, who would have preferred a site closer to the village where they could have watched all that transpired, grumbled and cried out in wrath and set Xanten down so roughly that had he not been alert, the shock would have pitched him head over heels. Xanten alighted without elegance, but at least remained on his feet. "Await me here," he ordered. "Do not stray. Attempt no flamboyant tricks among the lift straps. When I return, I wish to see 6 quiet birds, in neat formation, lift straps untwisted and untangled. No bickering, mind you. No loud caterwauling to attract unfavorable comment. Let all be as I have ordered." The birds sulked, stamped their feet, ducked aside their necks, made insulting comments just under the level of Xanten's hearing. Xanten, turning them a final glare of admonition, walked down the lane which led to the village. The vines were heavy with ripe blackberries, and a number of the girls of the village filled baskets. Among them was the girl O.Z. Gar had thought to preempt for his personal use. As Xanten passed, he halted and performed a courteous salute. "We have met before, if my recollection is correct." The girl smiled, a half-rueful, half-whimsical smile. "Your recollection serves you well. We met at Hagedorn, where I was taken a captive. And later, when you conveyed me here after dark, though I could not see your face." She extended her basket. "Are you hungry? Will you eat?" Xanten took several berries. In the course of the conversation, he learned that the girl's name was Gliss Meadowsweet, that her parents were not known to her, but were presumably gentlefolk of Castle Hagedorn who had exceeded their birth tally. Xanten examined her even more carefully than before, but could see resemblance to none of the Hagedorn families. "You might derive from Castle Delora. If there is any family resemblance I can detect, it is to the Cosanzas of Delora, a family noted for the beauty of its ladies." "You are not married?" she asked artlessly. "No," said Xanten, and indeed he had dissolved his relationship with Araminta only the day before. "What of you?" She shook her head. "I would never be gathering blackberries otherwise. It is work reserved for maidens. Why do you come to Far Valley?" "For 2 reasons. The first, to see you." Xanten heard himself say this with surprise, but it was true, he realized with another small shock of surprise. "I have never spoken with you properly, and I have always wondered if you were as charming and gay as you are beautiful." The girl shrugged, and Xanten could not be sure whether she were pleased or not. compliments from gentlemen sometimes setting the stage for a sorry aftermath. Well, no matter. I came also to speak to Claghorn. He is yonder, she said in a voice toneless, even cool, and pointed. He occupies that cottage. She returned to her blackberry picking. Xanten bowed and proceeded to the cottage the girl had indicated. Claghorn, wearing loose knee-length breeches of grey homespun, worked with an axe chopping faggots into stove lengths. At the sight of Xanten, he halted his toil, leaned on the axe, and mopped his forehead. Ah, Xanten, I am pleased to see you. How are the folk of Castle Hagedorn? As before, there is little to report, even had I come to bring you news. Indeed, indeed. Claghorn leaned on the axe handle, surveying Xanten with a bright green gaze. At our last meeting, went on Xanten, I agreed to question the captive mech. After doing so, I am distressed that you were not at hand to assist, so that you might have resolved certain ambiguities in the responses. Speak on, said Claghorn. Perhaps I shall be able to do so now. After the council meeting, I descended immediately to the storeroom where the mech was confined. It lacked nutriment. I gave it syrup and a pail of water, which it sipped sparingly, then evinced a desire for minced clams. I summoned kitchen help and sent them for this commodity, and the mech ingested several pints. As I have indicated, it was an unusual mech, standing as tall as myself and lacking a syrup sack. I conveyed it to a different chamber, a storeroom for brown plush furniture, and ordered it to a seat. I looked at the mech, and it looked at me. The quills which I removed were growing back. Probably it could at least receive from mechs elsewhere. It seemed a superior beast, showing neither obsequiousness nor respect, and answered my questions without hesitation. First I remarked, the gentlefolk of the castles are astounded by the revolt of the mechs. We had assumed that your life was satisfactory. Were we wrong? Evidently. I am sure that this was the word signaled, though never had I suspected the mechs of dryness or wit of any sort. Very well then, I said. In what manner? Surely it is obvious, he said. We no longer wished to toil at your behest. We wished to conduct our lives by our own traditional standards. The response surprised me. I was unaware that the mechs possessed standards of any kind, much less traditional standards. Claghorn nodded. I have been similarly surprised by the scope of the mech mentality. I reproached the mech. Why kill? Why destroy our lives in order to augment your own? As soon as I had put the question, I realized that it had been unhappily phrased. The mech, I believe, realized the same. However, in reply, he signaled something very rapidly, which I believe was, we knew we must act with decisiveness. Your own protocol made this necessary. We might have returned to Edaman 9, but we prefer this world Earth, and will make it our own, with our own great slipways, tubs, and basking ramps. This seemed clear enough, but I sensed an adumbration extending yet beyond. I said, comprehensible, but why kill? Why destroy? You might have taken yourself to a different region. We could not have molested you. Infeasible by your own thinking. A world is too small for two competing races. You intended to send us back to dismal Edaman 9. Ridiculous, I said. Fantasy, absurdity. Do you take me for a mooncalf? No, the creature insisted. 2 of Castle Hagedorn's notables were seeking the highest post. One assured us that, if elected, this would become his life's aim. A grotesque misunderstanding, I told him. One man, a lunatic, cannot speak for all men. No, one mech speaks for all mechs. We think with one mind. Are not men of a like sort? Each thinks for himself. The lunatic who assured you of this tomfoolery is an evil man. But at least matters are clear. We do not propose to send you to Edaman 9. Will you withdraw from Genil, take yourselves to a far land, and leave us in peace? No, he said. Affairs have proceeded too far. We will now destroy all men. The truth of the statement is clear. One world is too small for 2 races. Unluckily, then, I must kill you, I told him. Such acts are not to my liking, but with opportunity, you would kill as many gentlemen as possible. At this the creature sprang upon me, and I killed it with an easier mind than had it sat staring. Now you know all. It seems that either you or Oz Gar stimulated the cataclysm. Oz Gar? Unlikely. Impossible. Hence, you, Claghorn, you have this weight upon your soul. Claghorn frowned down at the axe. Weight? Yes. Guilt? No. Ingenuousness? Yes. Wickedness? No. Xanten stood back. Claghorn, your coolness astounds me. Before, when rancorous folk like Oz Gar conceived you a lunatic— Peace, Xanten, exclaimed Claghorn. This extravagant breast-beating becomes maladroit. What have I done wrong? My fault is that I tried too much. Failure is tragic, but a Thistic face hanging over the cup of the future is worse. I meant to become Hagedorn. I would have sent the slaves home. I failed, the slaves revolted. So do not speak another word. I am bored with the subject. You cannot imagine how your bulging eyes and your concave spine oppress me. Bored you may be, cried Xanten. You decry my eyes, my spine, but what of the thousands dead? How long would they live in any event? Lives as cheap as fish in the sea. I suggest that you put by your reproaches and devote a similar energy to saving yourself. Do you realize that a means exists? You stare at me blankly. I assure you that what I say is true, but you will never learn the means from me. Claghorn, said Xanten. I flew to this spot intending to blow your arrogant head from your body. Claghorn, no longer heeding, had returned to his wood chopping. Claghorn, cried Xanten. Attend me. Xanten, take your outcries elsewhere if you please. Remonstrate with your birds. Xanten swung on his heel and marched back down the lane. The girls picking berries looked at him questioningly and moved aside. Xanten halted to look up and down the lane. Gliss Meadowsweet was nowhere to be seen. In a new fury, he continued. He stopped short. On a fallen tree 100 feet from the birds sat Gliss Meadowsweet, examining a blade of grass as if it had been an astonishing artifact of the past. The birds, for a marvel, had actually obeyed him and waited in a fair semblance of order. Xanten looked up toward the heavens, kicked at the turf. He drew a deep breath and approached Gliss Meadowsweet. He noted that she had tucked a flower into her long loose hair. After a second or two, she looked up and searched his face. Why are you so angry? Xanten slapped his thigh, then seated himself beside her. Angry? No. I am out of my mind with frustration. Claghorn is as obstreperous as a sharp rock. He knows how Castle Hagedorn can be saved, but he will not divulge his secret. Gliss Meadowsweet laughed, an easy, merry sound, like nothing Xanten had ever heard at Castle Hagedorn. Secret? When even I know it? It must be a secret, said Xanten. He will not tell me. Listen. If you fear the birds will hear, I will whisper. She spoke a few words into his ear. Perhaps the sweet breath befuddled Xanten's mind, but the explicit essence of the revelation failed to strike home into his consciousness. He made a sound of sour amusement. No secret there, only what the prehistoric Scythians termed bathos. Dishonor to the gentleman. Do we dance with the peasants? Do we serve the birds' essences and discuss with them the sheen of our fanes? Dishonor, then? She jumped to her feet. Then it is also dishonor for you to talk to me, to sit here with me, to make ridiculous suggestions. I made no suggestions, protested Xanten. I sit here in all decorum, too much honor. With a display of passion which astounded Xanten, Gliss Meadowsweet tore the flower from her hair and hurled it at the ground. There, hence. No, said Xanten in sudden humility. He bent, picked up the flower, kissed it, replaced it in her hair. I am not over-honorable. I will try my best. He put his arms on her shoulders, but she held him away. Tell me, she inquired with a very mature severity, do you own any of those peculiar insect women? I? Fanes? I own no fanes. With this, Gliss Meadowsweet relaxed and allowed Xanten to embrace her, while the birds clucked, guffawed, and made vulgar scratching sounds with their wings. Chapter 7 1. The summer waxed warm. On June 30th, Janelle and Hagedorn celebrated the Fete of Flowers, even though the dike was rising high around Janelle. Shortly after, Xanten flew 6 select birds into Castle Janelle by night and proposed to the council that the population be evacuated by bird lift, as many as possible, as many who wished to leave. The council listened with stony faces and without comment passed on to a consideration of other affairs. Xanten returned to Castle Hagedorn. Using the most careful methods, speaking only to trusted comrades, Xanten enlisted 30 or 40 cadets and gentlemen to his persuasion, though inevitably he could not keep the doctrinal thesis of his program secret. The first reaction of the traditionalists was mockery and charges of poltroonery. At Xanten's insistence, challenges were neither issued nor accepted by his hot-blooded associates. On the evening of September 9th, Castle Janelle fell. The news was brought to Castle Hagedorn by excited birds who told the grim tale again and again in voices ever more hysterical. Hagedorn, now gaunt and weary, automatically called a council meeting. It took note of the gloomy circumstances. "We, then, are the last castle. The mechs cannot conceivably do us harm. They can build dikes around our castle walls for 20 years and only work themselves to distraction. We are secure, but yet it is a strange and portentous thought to realize that at last, here at Castle Hagedorn, lived the last gentleman of the race." Xanten spoke in a voice strained with earnest conviction. 20 years, 50 years, what difference to the mechs? Once they surround us, once they deploy, we are trapped. Do you comprehend that now is our last opportunity to escape the great cage that Castle Hagedorn is to become? Escape, Xanten? What a word! For shame! Hooted Ozigar. Take your wretched band, escape. To steppe or swamp or tundra. Go as you like, with your poltroons, but be good enough to give over these incessant alarms. Gar, I have found conviction since I became a poltroon. Survival is good morality. I have this from the mouth of a noted savant. Bah, such as whom? A.G. Philidor, if you must be informed of every detail. Ozigar clapped his hand to his forehead. Do you refer to Philidor the expiationist? He is of the most extreme stripe, an expiationist to out-expiate all the rest. Xanten, be sensible, if you please. There are years ahead for all of us, said Xanten in a wooden voice, if we free ourselves from the castle. But the castle is our life, declared Hagedorn. In essence, Xanten, what would we be without the castle? Wild animals? Nomads? We would be alive. Ozigar gave a snort of disgust and turned away to inspect a wall hanging. Hagedorn shook his head in doubt and perplexity. Beaudry threw his hands up into the air. Xanten, you have the effect of unnerving us all. You come in here and inflict this dreadful sense of urgency. But why? In Castle Hagedorn we are as safe as in our mother's arms. What do we gain by throwing aside all, honor, dignity, comfort, civilized niceties, for no other reason than to slink through the wilderness? Janelle was safe, said Xanten. Today, where is Janelle? Death, mildewed cloth, sour wine. What we gain by slinking is the assurance of survival. And I plan much more than simple slinking. I can conceive of 100 occasions when death is better than life, snapped Iseth. Must I die in dishonor and disgrace? Why may my last years not be passed in dignity? Into the room came B.F. Robarth. Councilman, the mechs approach Castle Hagedorn. Hagedorn cast a wild look around the chamber. Is there a consensus? What must we do? Xanten threw up his hands. Everyone must do as he thinks best. I argue no more. I am done. Hagedorn, will you adjourn the council so that we may be about our affairs? I to my slinking? Council is adjourned, said Hagedorn, and all went to stand on the ramparts. Up the avenue into the castle trooped peasants from the surrounding countryside, packets slung over their shoulders. Across the valley, at the edge of Bartholomew Forest, was a clot of power wagons and an amorphous brown-gold mass. Mechs. Orr pointed west.
Look, there they come, up the long swale.
He turned, peered east.
And look, they're at Bambridge. Mechs.
By common consent, all swung about to scan North Ridge. O.Z. Gar pointed to a quiet line of brown-gold shapes.
There they wait, the vermin. They have penned us in.
Well then, let them wait. He swung away, rode the lift down to the plaza, and crossed swiftly to Zumbelt House, where he worked the rest of the afternoon with his Gloriana, of whom he expected great things. 2. The following day, the mechs formalized the investment. Around Castle Hagedorn, a great circle of mech activity made itself apparent. Sheds, warehouses, barracks. Within this periphery, just beyond the range of the energy cannon, power wagons thrust up mounds of dirt. During the night, these mounds lengthened toward the castle, similarly the night after. At last, the purpose of the mounds became clear. They were a protective cover above passages or tunnels leading toward the crag on which Castle Hagedorn rested. The following day, several of the mounds reached the base of the crag. Presently, a succession of power wagons loaded with rubble began to flow from the far end. They issued, dumped their loads, and once again entered the tunnels. 8 of these above-ground tunnels had been established. From each trundled endless loads of dirt and rock, gnawed from the crag on which Castle Hagedorn sat. To the gentlefolk who crowded the parapets, the meaning of the work at last became clear. "They make no attempt to bury us," said Hagedorn. "They merely mine out the crag from below us." On the 6th day of the siege, a great segment of the hillside shuddered, slumped, and a tall pinnacle of rock reaching almost up to the base of the walls collapsed. "If this continues," muttered Beaudry, "our time will be less than that of Janil." "Come then," called O.Z. Gar, suddenly active. "Let us try our energy cannon. We'll blast open their wretched tunnels, and then what will the rascals do?" He went to the nearest emplacement and shouted down for peasants to remove the tarpaulin. Xanten, who happened to be standing nearby, said, "Allow me to assist you." He jerked away the tarpaulin. "Shoot now, if you will." O.Z. Gar stared at him uncomprehendingly, then leaped forward and swiveled the great projector about so that it aimed at a mound. He pulled the switch. The air crackled in front of the ringed snout, rippled, flickered with purple sparks. The target area steamed, became black, then dark red, then slumped into an incandescent crater. But the underlying earth, 20 feet in thickness, afforded too much insulation. The molten puddle became white-hot, but failed to spread or deepen. The energy cannon gave a sudden chatter, as electricity short-circuited through corroded insulation. The cannon went dead. O.Z. Gar inspected the mechanism in anger and disappointment. Then, with a gesture of repugnance, he turned away. The cannons were clearly of limited effectiveness. 2 hours later, on the east side of the crag, another great sheet of rock collapsed, and just before sunset a similar mass sheared from the western face, where the wall of the castle rose almost in an uninterrupted line from the cliff below. At midnight, Xanten and those of his persuasion, with their children and consorts, departed Castle Hagedorn. 6 teams of birds shuttled from the flight deck to a meadow near Far Valley, and long before dawn had transported the entire group. There were none to bid them farewell. 3. A week later, another section of the east cliff fell away, taking a length of rock-melt buttress with it. At the tunnel mouths, the piles of excavated rubble had become alarmingly large. The terraced south face of the crag was the least disturbed, the most spectacular damage having occurred to east and west. Suddenly, a month after the initial assault, a great section of the terrace slumped forward, leaving an irregular crevasse which interrupted the avenue and hurled down the statues of former notables emplaced at intervals along the avenue's balustrade. Hagedorn called a council meeting. "Circumstances," he said in a wan attempt at facetiousness, "have not bettered themselves. Our most pessimistic expectations have been exceeded. A dismal situation. I confess that I do not relish the prospect of toppling to my death among all my smashed belongings." Orr made a desperate gesture.
A similar thought haunts me. Death, what of that? All must die. But when I think of my precious belongings, I become sick. My books trampled, my fragile vases smashed, my tabards ripped, my rugs buried, my fanes strangled, my heirloom chandeliers flung aside. These are my nightmares.
Your possessions are no less precious than any others, said Beaudry shortly. Still, they have no life of their own. When we are gone, who cares what happens to them? Maroon winced.
A year ago I put down 18 dozen flasks of prime essence, 12 dozen green rain, 3 each of Balthazar and Fedor. Think of these, if you would contemplate tragedy.
Had we only known, groaned Orr. I would have... His voice trailed away. Ozy Gar stamped his foot in impatience. Let us avoid lamentation at all costs. We had a choice, remember? Xanten beseeched us to flee. Now he and his like go skulking and foraging through the North Mountains with the expiationists. We chose to remain, for better or worse, and unluckily the worse is occurring. We must accept the fact like gentlemen. To this the council gave melancholy assent. Hagedorn brought forth a flask of priceless rhodomanth and poured with a prodigality which previously would have been unthinkable. Since we have no future, to our glorious past. That night disturbances were noted here and there around the ring of mech investment. Flames at 4 separate points, a faint sound of hoarse shouting. On the following day it seemed that the tempo of activity had lessened a trifle. During the afternoon, however, a vast segment of the east cliff fell away. A moment later, as if after majestic deliberation, the tall east wall split off and toppled, leaving the backs of 6 great houses exposed to the open sky. An hour after sunset, a team of birds settled to the flight deck. Xanten jumped from the seat. He ran down the circular staircase to the ramparts and came down to the plaza by Hagedorn's palace. Hagedorn, summoned by a kinsman, came forth to stare at Xanten in surprise. What do you do here? We expected you to be safely north with the expiationists. The expiationists are not safely north, said Xanten. They have joined the rest of us. We are fighting. Hagedorn's jaw dropped. Fighting? The gentlemen are fighting mechs? As vigorously as possible. Hagedorn shook his head in wonder. The expiationists too? I understood that they had planned to flee north. Some have done so, including A.G. Philidor. There are factions among the expiationists just as here. Most are not 10 miles distant. The same with the nomads. Some have taken their power wagons and fled. The rest kill mechs with fanatic fervor. Last night you saw our work. We fired 4 storage warehouses, destroyed syrup tanks, killed 100 or more mechs, as well as a dozen power wagons. We suffered losses, which hurt us because there are few of us and many mechs. This is why I am here. We need more men. Come fight beside us. Hagedorn turned, motioning to the great central plaza. I will call forth the folk from their houses. Talk to everyone. 4. The birds, complaining bitterly at the unprecedented toil, worked all night, transporting the gentlemen who, sobered by the imminent destruction of Castle Hagedorn, were now willing to abandon all scruples and fight for their lives. The staunch traditionalists still refused to compromise their honor, but Xanten gave them cheerful assurance. Remain here, then, prowling the castle like so many furtive rats. Take what comfort you can in the fact that you are being protected. The future holds little else for you. And many who heard him stalked away in disgust. Xanten turned to Hagedorn. What of you? Do you come or do you stay? Hagedorn heaved a deep sigh, almost a groan. Castle Hagedorn is at an end. No matter what the eventuality. I come with you. 5. The situation had suddenly altered. The mechs, established in a loose ring around Castle Hagedorn, had calculated upon no resistance from the countryside and little from the castle. They had established their barracks and syrup depots with thought only for convenience and none for defense, Raiding parties, consequently, were able to approach, inflict damages, and withdraw before sustaining serious losses of their own. Those mechs posted along North Ridge were harassed almost continuously, and finally were driven down with many losses. The circle around Castle Hagedorn became a cusp. Then 2 days later, after the destruction of 5 more syrup depots, the mechs drew back even farther. Throwing up earthworks before the 2 tunnels leading under the south face of the crag, they established a more or less tenable defensive position, but now instead of beleaguering, they became the beleaguered, even though power wagons of broken rock still issued from the crag. Within the area thus defended, the mechs concentrated their remaining syrup stocks, tools, weapons, ammunition. The area outside the earthworks was floodlit after dark and guarded by mechs armed with pellet guns, making any frontal assault impractical. For a day, the raiders kept to the shelter of the surrounding orchards, appraising the new situation. Then a new tactic was attempted. 6 light carriages were improvised and loaded with bladders of a light inflammable oil with a fire grenade attached. To each of these carriages 10 birds were harnessed and at midnight sent aloft, with a man for each carriage. Flying high, the birds then glided down through the darkness over the mech position, where the firebombs were dropped. The area instantly seethed with flame. The syrup depot burned. The power wagons, awakened by the flames, rolled frantically back and forth, crushing mechs and stores, colliding with each other, adding vastly to the terror of the fire. The mechs who survived took shelter in the tunnels. Certain of the floodlights were extinguished, and taking advantage of the confusion, the men attacked the earthworks. After a short, bitter battle, the men killed all the sentinels and took up positions commanding the mouths of the tunnels, which now contained all that remained of the mech army. It seemed as if the mech uprising had been put down. Chapter 8 1. The flames died. The human warriors, 300 men from the castle, 200 expiationists, and about 300 nomads, gathered about the tunnel mouth, and, during the balance of the night, considered methods to deal with the immured mechs. At sunrise, those men of Castle Hagedorn whose children and consorts were yet inside went to bring them forth. With them, upon their return, came a group of castle gentlemen, among them Beaudry, Gar, Iseth, and Orr. They greeted their one-time peers, Hagedorn, Xanten, Claghorn, and others, crisply, but with a certain austere detachment which recognized that loss of prestige incurred by those who fought mechs as if they were equals. "Now what is to happen?" Beaudry inquired of Hagedorn. "The mechs are trapped, but you can't bring them forth. Not impossibly they have syrup stored within for the power wagons. They may well survive for months." Gar, assessing the situation from the standpoint of a military theoretician, came forward with a plan of action. "Fetch down the cannon, or have your underlings do so, and mount them on power wagons. When the vermin are sufficiently weak, roll the cannon in and wipe out all but a labor force for the castle. We formerly worked 400, and this should suffice." "Ha!" exclaimed Xanten. "It gives me great pleasure to inform you that this will never be. If any mechs survive, they will repair the spaceships and instruct us in the maintenance, and we will then transport them and the peasants back to their native worlds." "How then do you expect us to maintain our lives?" demanded Gar coldly. "You have the syrup generator. Fit yourself with sacks and drink syrup." Gar tilted back his head, stared coldly down his nose. "This is your voice, yours alone, and your insolent opinion. Others are to be heard from. Hagedorn, you were once a gentleman. Is this also your philosophy, that civilization should wither?" "It need not wither," said Hagedorn, "provided that all of us, you as well as we, toil for it. There can be no more slaves. I have become convinced of this." Gar turned on his heel, swept back up the avenue into the castle, followed by the most traditional-minded of his comrades. A few moved aside and talked among themselves in low tones, with 1 or 2 black looks for Xanten and Hagedorn. From the ramparts of the castle came a sudden outcry. "The mechs! They are taking the castle! They swarm up the lower passages! Attack! Save us!" The men below stared up in consternation. Even as they looked, the castle portals swung shut. "How is this possible?" demanded Hagedorn. "I swear all entered the tunnels." "It is only too clear," said Xanten bitterly. "While they undermined, they drove a tunnel up to the lower levels." Hagedorn started forward as if he would charge up the crag alone, then halted. "We must drive them out. Unthinkable that they pillage our castle." "Unfortunately," said Claghorn, "the walls bar us as effectually as they did the mechs. We can send up a force by bird car. Once we consolidate, we can hunt them down, exterminate them." Claghorn shook his head. "They can wait on the ramparts and flight deck and shoot down the birds as they approach. Even if we secured a foothold, there would be great bloodshed. One of us killed for every one of them, and they still outnumber us 3 or 4 to 1. Hagedorn groaned. "The thought of them reveling among my possessions, strutting about in my clothes, swilling my essences. It sickens me." "Listen," said Claghorn. From on high they heard the hoarse yells of men, the crackle of energy cannon. "Some of them, at least, hold out on the ramparts." Xanten went to a nearby group of birds who were for once awed and subdued by events. "Lift me up above the castle, out of range of the pellets, but where I can see what the mechs do." Take care," croaked one of the birds. "Ill things occur at the castle." "Never mind. Convey me up, above the ramparts." The birds lifted him, swung in a great circle around the crag and above the castle, sufficiently distant to be safe from the mech pellet guns. Beside those cannon which he had operated stood 30 men and women. Between the great houses, the rotunda and the palace, everywhere the cannon could not be brought to bear, swarmed mechs. The plaza was littered with corpses, gentlemen, ladies, and their children, all those who had elected to remain at Castle Hagedorn. At one of the cannons stood O.Z. Gar. Spying Xanten, he gave a shout of hysterical rage, swung up the cannon, fired a bolt. The birds, screaming, tried to swerve aside, but the bolt smashed too. Birds, car, Xanten fell in a great tangle. By some miracle, the 4 yet alive caught their balance, and 100 feet from the ground, with a frenzied groaning effort, they slowed their fall, steadied, hovered an instant, sank to the ground. Xanten staggered free of the tangle. Men came running. "Are you safe?" called Claghorn. "Safe, yes. Frightened as well." Xanten took a deep breath and went to sit on an outcrop of rock. "What's happening up there?" asked Claghorn. "All dead," said Xanten. "All but a score. Gar has gone mad. He fired on me." "Look! Mechs on the ramparts!" cried A.L. Morgan. "There!" cried someone else. "Men! They jump! No, they are flung!" Some were men, some were mechs whom they had dragged with them. With awful slowness they toppled to their deaths. No more fell. Castle Hagedorn was in the hands of the mechs. Xanten considered the complex silhouette, at once so familiar and so strange. They can't hope to hold out. We need only destroy the sun cells, and they can synthesize no syrup. "Let us do it now," said Claghorn, "before they think of this and man the cannon. Birds!" He went off to give the orders, and 40 birds, each clutching 2 rocks the size of a man's head, flapped up, circled the castle, and presently returned to report the sun cells destroyed. Xanten said, "All that remains is to seal the tunnel entrances against a sudden eruption, which might catch us off guard. Then patience." "What of the peasants in the stables? And the Fanes?" asked Hagedorn in a forlorn voice. Xanten gave his head a slow shake. "He who was not an expiationist before must become one now." Claghorn muttered, "They can survive 2 months, no more." But 2 months passed, and 3 months, and 4 months. Then one morning the great portals opened and a haggard mech stumbled forth. He signaled, "Men, we starve. We have maintained your treasures. Give us our lives, or we destroy all before we die." Claghorn responded, "These are our terms. We give you your lives. You must clean the castle, remove and bury the corpses. You must repair the spaceships and teach us all you know regarding them. We will then transport you to Edaman 9. 2. 5 years later, Xanten and Gliss Meadows Sweet, with their 2 children, had reason to travel north from their home near Sandy River. They took occasion to visit Castle Hagedorn, where now lived only 2 or 3 dozen folk, among them Hagedorn. He had aged, so it seemed to Xanten. His hair was white. His face, once bluff and hearty, had become thin, almost waxen. Xanten could not determine his mood. They stood in the shade of a walnut tree, with castle and crag looming above them. "This is now a great museum," said Hagedorn. "I am curator, and this will be the function of all the Hagedorns who come after me, for there is incalculable treasure to guard and maintain. Already the feeling of antiquity has come to the castle. The houses are alive with ghosts. I see them often, especially on the nights of the fetes. Ah, those were the times, were they not, Xanten?" "Yes, indeed," said Xanten. He touched the heads of his 2 children. "Still, I have no wish to return to them. We are men now, on our own world, as we never were before." Hagedorn gave a somewhat regretful assent. He looked up at the vast structure, as if now were the first occasion he had laid eyes on it. "The folk of the future, what will they think of Castle Hagedorn? Its treasures, its books, its tabards?" "They will come, they will marvel," said Xanten, "almost as I do today." "There is much at which to marvel. Will you come within, Xanten? There are still flasks of noble essence laid by." "Thank you, no," said Xanten. "There is too much to stir old memories. We will go our way, and I think immediately." Hagedorn nodded sadly. "I understand very well. I myself am often given to reverie these days. Well then, goodbye, and journey home with pleasure." "We will do so, Hagedorn. Thank you, and goodbye." Afterward to the last castle. Sometimes the source of a story is a mystery even to the writer himself, a seepage from his subconscious. Other times the derivation is clear and direct. In the case of The Last Castle, both situations are equally true. The germ of the story was contained in an article dealing with Japanese social interactions. As is well known, Japanese society is highly formalized, much more thoroughly so in the past than during the relatively egalitarian times since the last war. During the 19th century, when a samurai deigned to converse with a person of lower rank, each used markedly different vocabularies, with honorifics precisely calculated to the difference in status. When the person of lower degree discussed the samurai's activities or intentions, he used a special convention. Never would he pose a simple question such as, "Will your lordship go boar hunting tomorrow?" This would impute to his lordship a coarse and undignified fervor, a sweating, earnest, lip-licking zeal, which his lordship would have found offensively below his dignity. Instead, the underling might ask, "Will your lordship tomorrow amuse himself by trifling at the hunting of a boar?" In short, the aristocrat was conceded sensibilities of such exquisite nicety, competences of such awful grandeur, that he need only toy with all ordinary activities, in a mood of whimsy or caprice, in order to achieve dazzling successes. So, The Last Castle concerns a society of somewhat similar folk, and examines their behavior when the society is subjected to great stress. Jack Vance, 1976. Biographical sketch and other facts. Jack Vance. As of this writing, I have just finished a book, Ports of Call, about 100,000 words, complete with punctuation, paragraphs, mistakes, corrections. The book has been consigned to the mail and I am done with it, a fine feeling. The book is different from anything I have done before, which is not in itself a sign of excellence, but I do have modest hopes for its success. In any case, the time has come when I must start a new book. This is not a trivial matter. Characters parade before me. Some I like and admire, others I find not useful. The ones I use become very real, and many stay with me always. Cudgel, Maduke, Navarth the Mad Poet, Howard Allen Treesong, and Waynus Tam, for instance. Besides the characters to be interviewed, there are a dozen concepts to be pieced together, a locale selected, perhaps a whole new way of life to be studied and evaluated, And every story has, or should have, a mood, the connective tissue which holds the story together. In this regard, some writers are adroit, others don't have a clue. In short, writing is more difficult than it seems. Nevertheless, it is an occupation which suits me very nicely, and I can't imagine doing anything else. I am not group-minded by basic preference. I like functioning to my own inclinations, although when necessary I will conform, if only to avoid being ejected from the dinner party. I decided at a relatively early age that I would be a writer, which, along with the obvious advantages, would allow me to gratify my already well-developed streak of wanderlust. As far back as I can recall, I have been fascinated by exotic destinations, the far-off places with sweet-sounding names. The romance of travel then was vastly more vivid and compelling than it is now. On the newsstands were Argosy, Blue Book, Adventure, Golden Book, all vehicles of romance. Where are there like now? My first work of fiction, when I was 9, was a cowboy story written on a typewriter in my grandfather's office, which unluckily was never finished. Next came a story which I not only finished, but sent off to the Saturday Evening Post. It was a tale of the South Seas, complete with schooners, copra, and rascally lascars. I don't know whether or not the Post accepted the story. They never returned it, and I was never paid. The glamour of travel affected me more directly as well. When I was 11 or 12, I resolved to float down the Danube by fallboat from Donaueschingen to the Black Sea, and began making serious plans to do so. First, I procured dozens of maps, brochures, travel guides from the German tourist office. I planned the trip in detail, deciding which castle to visit, at which village to halt for the night. Lovely dreams. I was not deterred by the fact that I had not a chance in the world to finance the venture. It is rather sad that in my later travels, hither and yon, never did I float down the Danube in any sort of boat whatever. I was born in San Francisco, in that stylish and high-class district known as Pacific Heights, the third of 5 children. We had a large 3-story house with a beautiful view over the bay. My older brothers were skilled at recognizing the passenger liners steaming in through the Golden Gate by their color, smokestacks, and other insignia. I was too young to participate, but I thought it sophisticated and desirable to know. From this perspective, those years seemed to quiver through a golden glow. Life was placid and full of small joys, like riding my velocipede on the sidewalk and playing games with a little girl who lived down the street. Somewhat belatedly, my father discovered he was not inclined to domesticity. He stood austerely aloof from his 5 children, so far as this was possible. He was a large, handsome man, bluff, dogmatic, and a bit of a bully. I remember him with awe, apprehension, and dislike. My maternal grandfather was a prominent lawyer in those days. He owned a ranch over the hills in Contra Costa County, adjacent to Little Dutch Slough, one of the many waterways meshing the region. At this time, the family moved up to the ranch, purportedly for the summer, but my father rented out our San Francisco house for a large sum to a millionaire. He then took off for Mexico and used the rent to pay child support. We never returned to the city. At the time, we were baffled and angry, especially my mother, who blamed my father's sister, my terrible Aunt Nellie. No doubt my mother was right, but I think it was all for the best. I spent an idyllic childhood at the ranch. My bedroom overlooked a beautiful view of Mount Diablo and the Coast Range, running from far in the north to far south. The ranch was a wonderful place. The kids could swim, sail, ride horses, camp along the river, go barefoot in the sand, climb trees, and read books. I built a variety of fancy kites, which I flew out in the alfalfa fields. I also built several sailboats of scrap lumber and painted canvas, which did not sail very well. Every weekend, my grandfather would arrive in his twin-six Packard, along with my grandmother, great-grandmother, several cronies, supplies of various kinds, an exciting time. He would arrive late Friday afternoon. We would have the yard raked and tidy. There would be an atmosphere of imminence. Presently, we would see the big old car coming along the road, and the shout would go up. The car would turn into the driveway, half under the trees, discharge passengers and supplies amid happy confusion. For 2 days, the ranch would hum with activity while my grandfather prosecuted his various projects, most often assisted by my younger brother David, who was more obliging than I. Sunday afternoon was the climactic dinner, usually a 6-rib roast beef or something similar. Then the party would climb into the Packard and depart the way it had come. My mother would heave a sigh of relief and collapse into a chair, but next week it would happen all over again. Lovely. I grew up a country boy. I attended the 2-room Iron House School and then the high school at Brentwood, not the Brentwood near Beverly Hills, but the Brentwood near the conflux of the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers. When we originally moved up from the city, my mother brought along her books, cases and cases of them. They were a disparate lot. Serious books, frivolous romances, such as the works of Robert W. Chambers and others similar. Also a surprising amount of fantasy and tales of the occult. Chambers himself wrote some odd books: The Tracer of Lost Persons, The King in Yellow, The Maker of Moons, perhaps others. There were also the books of E.R. Burroughs, the Tarzan books, and the Barsoom set. There were a few by Jules Verne. I remember particularly The Mysterious Island. With 5 children in the family, we also had hundreds of books from the Edward Stratemeyer Fiction Factory, The Motor Boys, Dave Porter, Tom Swift, Bobbsey Twins, Jack Lorimer, etc. I have read all of them 100 times. We also had the Oz books, Uncle Wiggily, much else which I have forgotten. All of the children received books for birthday and Christmas. I remember that my devious Aunt Nellie gave me The Green Murder Case by S.S. Van Dyne for Christmas when I was about 12. Clearly someone had given it to her and she did not know what else to do with it. However, I enjoyed it. Edward Stratemeyer also produced a remarkable set under the house name Roy Rockwood. I often wonder who wrote them. The titles were Through Space to Mars, Lost on the Moon, Voyage to the Center of the Earth, and others. So far as I know, these were the first popular science fiction books published, not counting Wells and Verne. In any event, these books were my earliest reading. I went on from there. I was a precocious child, and I resolved to read everything I could get my hands on, in order to encapsulate the whole of human knowledge. At the time, the project seemed less impractical than it does today. I did as best I could, and by the time I was 10 or 12, had read what I suspect was equivalent to a college education. No question but that I was bright, but probably not very likable, nor dripping with charm. In the first place, I was quietly arrogant, also introverted, with my own view on how the world should be run. I was not at all gregarious, and without social skills. I was considered something of a freak by my brothers and sister. The older boys never altered their opinions. They are now dead. I hasten to say that there is no macabre connection between these two facts. There were various factors involved, but I like to think my immature behavior was for the most part attributable to my youth, only 15 at graduation from high school. I was shy around girls. The ones I admired and tried to impress would have nothing to do with me, which caused me bafflement. My intentions were honorable enough, as I recall. I merely wanted someone beautiful to listen to my daydreams and admire the scope of my intelligence. I see now that I did everything wrong. Fortunately, I had other interests than girls. I played tennis. I was an excellent swimmer. I began to write poetry at this time, which I considered quite good. It was at least fervent and unconventional in subject matter. At a dinner party at my Aunt Nellie's house in the city, I met Stanton Coblentz, an early science fiction writer and editor of Wings, a poetry magazine. I allowed him to read some of my works, but he was not at all impressed. Meanwhile, I had discovered weird tales and amazing stories. Also the works of P.G. Wodehouse, Geoffrey Farnell, and Lord Dunsany, all of whom I consider important influences in my own development. Wodehouse I consider a tremendously underrated writer. Upon graduation from high school, I took stock of myself and saw much room for improvement. I decided to make myself over, avoiding childish eccentricities, changing myself into a person competent, skillful, adroit, and a devil with the girls. It would mean lifting myself by the bootstraps, since there was no one to give me instructions. I would succeed by sheer force of will if necessary. First, the girls. I let my hair grow a bit longer, smeared on a teaspoon of Vaseline, and combed it back in the style of Jack Teagarden and Rudolph Valentino, but to no avail. The girls still laughed when I sashayed past. I bought a motorcycle, which I enjoyed tremendously, and performed a number of rash, dangerous deeds which I will not enumerate, since I am a bit doubtful concerning the statute of limitations. My grandfather died, and an era came to an end. My mother and father were divorced, with my father still resident in Mexico, near Tepic. The family was now broke, and I could not go on to college. These were tough times, the heart of the Depression. For me, it was a time of metamorphosis. Over a span of 4 or 5 years, I developed from an impractical little intellectual into a rather reckless young man, competent at many skills and crafts, and determined to try every phase of life. During this time I roamed here and there, working at all manner of jobs, fruit picking, farm work, 3 seasons at the California cannery in Antioch, 2 seasons in tomatoes, 1 in asparagus. I became connected with Western Knapp Engineering, which built mining equipment, mills, tanks, ore processing plants, heavy construction, all up and down the Sierras, out of Bishop, Copperopolis, French Gulch, and Camptonville. I worked on a drill rig searching for ore along Sailor Flat, on a dredge scratching the bed of the Trinity River for gold. Returning to San Francisco, I worked for a miserable year at the Olympic Club as bellhop and elevator operator. This was a terrible period, the nadir of my life. When I think back, I wince. Ultimately, I was fired, and I was glad. Immediately, I registered at the University of California at Berkeley as a physics major. My grades were good, but in the middle of my junior year, I became restless and took a leave of absence. I found employment as an electrician's helper in Honolulu at the Navy Yard. They put me to work at pulling degaussing cable around ships' hulls. The work was very hot and pay was bad, 56 cents an hour. I could not live on it, much less save anything, and after 3 months I returned to the mainland, arriving home a month before war broke out. I went to work at the Kaiser shipyards as a rigger, and also started the Army intelligence program, learning Japanese. At the shipyards I practiced calligraphy, writing Japanese characters on the iron plates of the hulls. No one ever seemed curious as to this exercise, nor questioned my intentions. After 2 years it was evident that I would never learn colloquial Japanese, and I was dropped from the program. I quit at the shipyards, joined the Merchant Marines, and went to sea as an able seaman. My eyes were not good even then. The only way I could join was to memorize the eye chart, which I did. Bad eyes and all, I went about my duties. I had done some desultory writing previously, but while at sea I got seriously to work and produced the stories which later became known as The Dying Earth. After a couple of years I left the Merchant Marines and returned to Berkeley. Here I met and married Norma. I had sold 2 mediocre short stories, but now the business of writing became a necessity if I were to maintain any semblance of the lifestyle to which I had become accustomed. While Norma studied at the university, I was attempting to produce E. E. Smith epics without much luck. Norma and I took some lessons in ceramics and became very enthusiastic about making dinnerware, masks, and other objects. We decided to open a shop to sell materials, tools, and do firing. Of course, we were undercapitalized and it was hard work, but we had a great time for a year or so, then had to give it up. Meanwhile, I tried first draft writing, and sold the first 2 Magnus Ridolph stories written on this basis. 20th Century Fox bought one of these wretched stories and also hired me as a scriptwriter. Before long, my producer was promoted to chief producer and I was released. No matter. Norma and I set out for Europe, where we stayed over a year. I remember finishing Vandals of the Void for Winston at Positano. When we returned to New York, we rented an apartment from which I wrote a number of Captain Video scripts. Back in California, I tried to continue with Captain Video from an old house in the mountains near Napa, but the arrangement failed to work out. The Santa Rosa Press-Democrat sent Frank Herbert to interview me. The resulting article was headlined, "Jack Vance, Flying Saucer Expert." In spite of this, we became great friends and had many good times together. The Herberts and the Vances, seeking adventure and romance in an inexpensive location conducive to writing, planned an expedition. We took off in a Jeep station wagon, customized with cubbies and net slings for all manner of items, and drove to Mexico. Frank had assembled a first aid kit to do any backwoods dispensary proud. At Lake Chapala, we leased a large apartment and set up housekeeping. A red flag flying on the veranda warned, "Writers at work," and all respected this, the Herbert children included. It was there I started to write the novel Clarges, which Betty Ballantyne renamed To Live Forever, a rotten title, the first of the type of stories I write today. Late in the 60s, Paul Anderson and Frank Herbert began to talk about building a houseboat for use in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta waterways. Ever since my childhood, living near to Little Dutch Slough, this had been a dream of mine. And I suppose I pushed the most fervently, though Paul and Frank were no slouches. I put forth a plan, and our partnership was established. The section of 2 pontoons were built in the Vance driveway, then transported to a beach near the Standard Oil refinery in Richmond. The sections were assembled and filled with white styrofoam blocks for flotation. The pontoons were covered over with plywood and sealed with fiberglass. A platform was attached to the finished pontoons, which in turn were set on poles to be rolled down to the water's edge at low tide. At this point, the owners of the marina, where we would finish the houseboat, furnished a bottle of champagne for its christening. That done, we found more bottles, relaxed, listened to New Orleans jazz, and waited for high tide. We worked most weekends building a house on the platform, anxious for the day the houseboat would be moved to the Delta. One night, during a bad storm, it sank to the bottom. What to do? After serious discussion, we decided that 2 of us should put on diving gear, dive to the bottom carrying plastic sacks filled with styrofoam blocks and air, wedge them under the platform, and tie them to the outer edges of the hulls. Paul and I spent a strenuous couple of days, but the boat was finally raised to the surface. Cleaning out the muck took a bit longer. About a year later, glistening with white and turquoise paint, all fitted out with bunks, steering mechanism, pot-bellied wood stove, even a head, the houseboat was ready for its voyage to the Delta. A delay occurred when we grounded on a sandbar and were forced to wait for the tide to change. Then another stop at a marina beneath the Carquinez Bridge to await daylight became necessary. Aside from this, all went smoothly on the way upriver, and once tied to a cleat on the dock of Moore's Riverboat Yacht Haven, located on the Mokelumne River, the good times were many. Partners departed and others joined. Frank could not continue due to medical problems and a subsequent move to Seattle. One sad day, even Norma and I had to find someone to take our place due to plans for more extended travels. Our good friend Albert Hall and his 2 children were happy to oblige, especially since they already had become part of the group. Eventually, even Paul had no time for the upkeep and enjoyment of the houseboat. Another good friend, Ali Xantho, entered the partnership. All the writers had departed. New owners were enjoying it, and that's where my part of its history ends. Since then, a great deal has happened. Norma and I have traveled extensively. Our son John accompanied us from the age of 3 1/2. His 4th birthday was spent at Bondi Beach near Sydney, Australia. I recall with a great deal of nostalgia our travels together. For Norma and I, perhaps our happiest times. It was a perfect combination of work and pleasure. We would search for a pleasant locale in the country, the mountains, near a lake, a river, or an ocean, and rent a house or an apartment, and go to work. I would write the first draft in longhand. Norma typed the second draft, and any others necessary, on a small portable Hermes. Actually, we wore out 2 portables. The first was an Olivetti. Prior to 20 years ago, most of my stories and novels were written wholly or partially in foreign places. Today, Norma and I live in the Oakland Hills, in a house which has been undergoing changes constantly for the past 43 years. Our son John has been helping me more than half his life, and with the onset of my blindness has totally taken over all the remodeling. I see my brother David frequently. He is also an engineer and scientist of good reputation, though now retired. David's son Stephen, with his wife Marja, circumnavigated the world in a Cal 227 sloop. At this time, Stephen and his wife are working as masters of a 93-foot sailing yacht, but are thinking of retiring. They want to build a large catamaran, which I do not consider feasible, since when a catamaran is flipped, that is how it remains. Still, so they claim, it floats until help arrives, while a monohull, once it sinks, goes directly to the bottom and remains there. My son John and I invested in the beautiful Hinano, a 45-foot ketch, with the intent of sailing the South Seas and perhaps beyond, but for various reasons, one being that John was 22 and had not yet entered college, never quite succeeded in bringing it off. John is unregenerate. He has his degree and still wants to own a cruising boat. Perhaps he will do so one day. I fear not, though the spirit is willing. My vision presently is holding its own, but there's not much left, cramping all kinds of enterprises. After my next book, I am uncertain what will happen. We shall see. Jack Vance, 2000. Editor Bios. Terry Dowling. Terry Dowling, www.terrydowling.com, is one of Australia's most acclaimed and best-known writers of science fiction, fantasy, and horror, the award-winning author of Rhinoceros, Blue Tyson, Twilight Beach, Wormwood, The Man Who Lost Red, An Intimate Knowledge of the Night, Blackwater Days, Basic Black, Tales of Appropriate Fear, and editor of Mortal Fire, Best Australian SF, and The Essential Ellison. He has also written a number of articles on Jack's writing, among them Kurth Gerson, The Other Demon Prince, which won him the 1983 William Atheling Award for criticism, and his 28,000-word The Art of Xenography, Jack Vance's General Culture Novels, Science Fiction No. 3, December 1978. Terry is a close friend of the Vances and a frequent visitor to their home in the Oakland Hills. Jack wrote an introduction to Blue Tyson, Terry's 1992 collection of Tom Rhinoceros stories, and refers to a Terence Dowling's world in Throy. In Ports of Call, he mentions a drink called a Wild Dingo Howler, which was invented by a reckless smuggler named Terence Dowling. Terry counts these things among his most treasured possessions. Jonathan Strahan. Jonathan Strahan, www.jonathanstrahan.com.au, is an editor, anthologist, and reviewer from Perth, Western Australia. He established one of Australia's leading semi-pro zines before moving to work for Locus as an editor and book reviewer. He has been reviews editor for Locus since 2002, and he has had reviews published in Locus, Eidolon, Ticonderoga, and Foundation. He has won the William J. Atheling Jr. Award for Criticism and Review, the Ditmar Award a number of times, and is a recipient of the Peter McNamara Award. As a freelance editor, he has edited or co-edited 11 anthologies, with 5 more in the pipeline. He is the editor of the year's Best Australian Science Fiction and Fantasy, Science Fiction Best of, Fantasy Best of, and Best Short Novels anthology series. He also edited the Locus Awards. He recently completed Science Fiction, The Very Best of 2005, and Fantasy, The Very Best of 2005, and Best Short Novels 2006, and is working on a YA SF anthology for Viking Penguin and an anthology of new space opera stories to be co-edited with Gardner Dozois for HarperCollins. End of the Jack Vance Treasury by Jack Vance. Jackvance. Read by Mark Ashby in the studios of Potomac Talking Book Services Incorporated for the Library of Congress, February 2008. Published by Subterranean Press, P.O. Box 190106, Burton, Michigan 48519. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.